Section 0 of The Track of the Typhoon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Dove. The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. Preface. Except in the case of Shaw, who writes a preface and then sticks on a play to justify it, prefaces are usually sort of afterthoughts put in at the beginning. Further than that, I don't know much about them, but after looking over the rather technical beginning of this book, I feel that we need something of the kind to get the reader underway with sufficient impetus to carry him through the doldrums of the first chapter. Furthermore, there are certain things still to be said for which there seems to be no other place. And then, too, most books have prefaces. On a cold, blustery, late November day in 1920, a little black yacht beat her way slowly through the Narrows against an ebbing tide and a raw nor'wester, and tied up at St. George, Staten Island. To the casual observer, there was nothing unusual about the event, except possibly the lateness of the season, but to the practiced eye there were signs that spelled something more than a post-season run to the fishing banks. Her storm trysail, her tattered ensign, her decks and rail scoured white, the lifelines strung between her shrouds, all were marks that told of a battle with strong winds and heavy seas. She was the Typhoon, 32 days from the Azores, and in her short career since her launching in July, she had completed a cruise of 7,000-odd miles that had taken her twice across the North Atlantic. It was not long before the reporters and the movie people found her, a horde of inquisitive visitors who came aboard and asked endless questions, or left abruptly when the pitching of the little vessel in the harbor chop proved too much for unaccustomed stomachs. Shades of Stephen Brodie, I thought, when I read the harrowing accounts of our cruise the following morning, and I felt myself losing standing as an amateur sailor and skidding into a class with Steve and the immortal who went over Niagara Falls in a barrel. Not that there was any very serious motive behind the cruise of the Typhoon. We were not trying to demonstrate anything. We were not conducting an advertising campaign. We hadn't lost a bet. Nor were we subsidized by anybody who had or was. I had the little vessel built according to Atkins and my own ideas of what a seagoing yacht should be, and we sailed her across the Atlantic and back again for the fun of the thing. We feel that the sport of picking your way across great stretches of water by your own newly acquired skill with the sextant, pitting your wits against the big, more or less honest forces of nature, feeling your way with lead line through fog and darkness into strange places which the travelers of trodden paths never experience, chumming with the people of the sea, these things, we believe, are worth the time, the cost, the energy, yes, and even the risk and hardship that are bound to be a part of such an undertaking. We did it for the fun of the thing, and we believe that no further explanation is necessary. Explaining the cruise of the Typhoon on such grounds recalls that delightful situation in Henry Sydnor Harrison's novel, Queed, where the absent-minded young philosopher, who has been knocked down in the middle of a crowded crossing by a huge dog, pauses, before rising, to inquire of the young lady proprietor of the dog, "What's the good of a dog like that? What is he for?" You will recall that the young lady replies, "Why, he's a pleasure dog, a dog to give pleasure to people." Typhoon's was a pleasure cruise. How many, I wonder, of the really big expeditions of the past, things that would make the cruise of the Typhoon pale into insignificance, were inspired by a burning scientific purpose, and how many just from the love of action, the hardship, the fun? Recently I had the pleasure of meeting Captain Robert Bartlett. Do you suppose that Captain Bob was lured to the Arctic by any profound scientific conviction? Do you think that Theodore Roosevelt was driven through the African wilds and the Amazon basin as much by a scientific itch as by his love of adventure? Do you believe that my friend, the late Harry Hawker, attempted to fly across the Atlantic so much from an uncontrollable urge to demonstrate the feasibility of transoceanic air travel as from an exuberance of youthful spirit? Neither do I. Of course, these people all had at least an excuse, whereas we hadn't even a scientific shoestring, except possibly the vindication of our ideas about the seaworthiness of small vessels. But why have any excuse? To be sure, it is always desirable to have an objective, especially when one is asking for several months' leave, and we seized upon the British international races for this purpose. Why not sail across and cover them for the magazine? The races were scheduled to start on the afternoon of the 10th of August, and in order to reach Cowes in time, we planned to start on the 1st of July. But, as always with a new boat, Typhoon was not finished in time. In fact, she was launched 3 days after the date set for our departure, and it was not until the 18th of July that we actually set off. There seemed but one chance in 100 that we could make it, especially after the failure of our motor at the start, but we did make it, and that saved the cruise from becoming rather pointless in the eyes of those who require any further motive than the one to which I already have confessed. Many people who seem not to realize that size is the least important element in the seaworthiness of a vessel felt that in looping the Atlantic in so small a boat we had taken too great a chance. The New York Tribune, for example, while it did run a bully full-page story about the cruise, for which we are duly appreciative, printed an editorial in which it praised the accomplishment as a feat of seamanship, but added that this sort of cruising is too dangerous to be considered sensible yachting, and hardly the sort of thing for American yachtsmen to emulate. Now, apart from the question of the risk involved, which is largely a matter of personal opinion, I feel that what American yachting needs is less common sense, less restrictions, less slide rules, and more sailing. As an example of what the ponderous technicians have done to yachting, take the situation of the Shamrock and the Resolute, lying at their moorings on a day set for the last race for the America's Cup, because they could not risk their gear in a brisk wholesale breeze. Contrast this with the picture of the crack Gloucester schooner Esperanto, and this year the Elsie, beating it down to Halifax to meet the pick of the Bluenose fleet, a prayer in the heart of every man aboard that it would blow like hell. Isn't the latter picture more typical of what we should like our yacht racing to be? And is safety first going to become our national motto? However admirable this sentiment may be when applied to the ordinary everyday pursuits of life, it has no place in the glossary of sport. If you apply such a limitation to yachting or to football or to mountain climbing, you will emasculate it into a pale, weak thing unworthy of the name of sport. And if the risk were to be taken out of our sports, we should defeat our own purpose, for no one would go in for them, at least not while rum running offers so much excitement, or sticking up a bank. I think it is reasonable to say that a country is only as big as its sports. In this day, when life is so very easy and safe and sane, and highly specialized and steam-heated, we need, more than ever we needed before, sports that are big and raw and, yes, dangerous. Not that we recommend taking chances with the roaring 40s in the middle of November, or crossing the Atlantic on the 50th parallel at any time of year. This sort of yachting, I suppose, never will be popular. But I do hope that if there is any result from this book on the Typhoon, it will be to inspire a confidence in the possibilities of the small yacht and instill in the youngsters an interest in the sea and a desire to explore our wonderful coastline in their own little ships. The following story covers the history of the Typhoon from the time of her conception to the finish of her cruise a year later. I have kept the chapters in chronological order, pretty much as they appeared originally in the pages of Motorboat. If the discussion of the boat itself seems dry and uninteresting to those unfamiliar with the language of the sea, they are at liberty to skip the chapter entirely or wade through it with the help of the glossary in the back of the book. I have felt that the few stories of this kind that have been published in this country have been lacking in the more technical side of the subject, and therefore unsatisfying to the yachting enthusiast. Why the American publisher should be so squeamish about technical detail in a book of fact, when he will stand for any amount of it in the fiction of such writers as Kipling and Conrad and H.G. Wells, is difficult to understand. It is primarily for the yachtsmen and for the youngsters, most of whom have an inherent love for boats, that this book has been written. But if the story proves of interest to a broader audience and helps to establish what Slocum and Voss and Blackburn and Day already have proved, that the size of a boat has little to do with its seaworthiness, well, then I shall feel that unjustifiable pride that comes when you take a kid to the circus to cover your own interest in the show, and someone praises you for your magnanimity. Signed WWN, New York City, October 1921. End of Section 0. Chapter 1 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 1. How Typhoon Came to be Designed and Built. It would be hard to say just when the idea of the Typhoon had its beginning. Possibly it was one night in October 1920, in the snug cabin of the Elsie, way down at the other end of Nova Scotia. Casey Baldwin and I, not to mention Johnny Walker, had sailed up the Bras-d'Or Lake after ducks and at nightfall had anchored in a little cove several miles from Baddock. It had been a year since Baldwin had trod the gay white way, and 6 since Nereus, and I had ploughed out the great Bras-d'Or passage bound for Newfoundland. There were many things to talk about. Casey and I did most of the talking, while Johnny, faithful fellow, just sort of stood by and furnished the inspiration. Finally we got down to the inevitable subject of boats, and more particularly to cruising boats, for, after all, what sort of a boat can hold a candle to a cruiser for the great big gobs of enjoyment that it returns on the investment? Now, Baldwin has several boats, including the famous Scrapper known throughout eastern Canada for her consistent showing in many a race. She's a little R boat, and when there's a regatta on at Halifax or Sydney, Casey sails her down the coast, races her, and sails her back again. Although the Scrapper is a raider, she's a comfortable boat for 2 people, even for coastwise cruising, but the Elsie, in whose cabin we were sitting, was more nearly his idea of what a cruising boat should be. Footnote: Elsie was designed by George Owen for Gilbert Grosvenor, the editor of the National Geographic magazine, and was built at the Bell Laboratories. She is really a modified P boat, 56 feet overall, 36 feet 6 inches on the waterline, with a 12-foot beam and 6-foot draft. She is rigged as a knockabout yawl and has an auxiliary motor of 17 to 25 horsepower, driving a 28 by 28 inch propeller through a silent chain reduction gear with a ratio of 2 to 1. End footnote. When we got along to boats for short-handed work, or even for single-handed sailing, Casey ventured the opinion that if, through any unkind freak of circumstance, he was ever doomed to sail alone from Baddock to Broadway, he'd rather it would be a boat like the Elsie than one of the so-called single-handers. He is all for a big boat, as big a one as possible without going beyond the strength of one man in the matter of the mainsail and the ground tackle, which are really the limiting factors. I'm not. I think a single-hander should be as small as possible without sacrificing full headroom, say 28 to 30 feet on deck. Many a good boat is smaller than that, especially in England, where they have made an art of tabloid cruisers, but I'd put 28 feet as about the limit. The righteous walk uprightly, as my friend Jim Pitkin would say, and you can't get full headroom in a properly designed boat under 28 feet. But single-handing it, while a most worthwhile experience, is, after all, not the most desirable way to cruise, and so we left this matter entirely unsettled and turned to the question of the most suitable type of boat for coastwise or even deep-sea cruising in general. A boat to accommodate, say, 4 persons. Many times before we had talked over the possibility of a cruise along the Labrador, or to Iceland, or even across the Atlantic, and so we kept at it until we had a pretty good idea of what a cruiser for this purpose should be. By this time, Johnny Walker was merely the empty shell of a departed spirit, and we decided to call it a day. In order to get to the subject of this story, we'll have to skip the harrowing account of how 2 sleepy mariners, each afraid of the ridicule of the other, went overboard for a swim on the following cold, rainy, late October morning, and how an accommodating duck made it possible for a bespectacled editor to rise several points in the estimation of a skeptical engineer. Suffice it to say that we spent the greater part of the following day in the drafting room of the laboratory, giving expression to our conclusions of the night before. Result? A 40-footer, fisherman style, ketch-rigged with an auxiliary motor. We tried a sort of bug-eye rig on the sketch we had made, with raking sticks and the typical leg-o'-mutton mainsail and mizzen, but found that, even with excessive height to the masts, we could not get more than 450 square feet of sail on her, whereas such a boat ought to have about 750 to 800 feet. And that's about as far as we got, for the weather improved and was too fine to stay indoors when the remarkable glider HD-4, the fastest thing afloat, was waiting impatiently for a crew. After returning to New York, I took up the cruiser question again with William Atkin. Time and again, Atkin and I had talked over such a boat, and we talked a lot more, but it was not until well after the first of the year that we decided that we'd done enough talking, and if we really believed in such a boat, she deserved to be built, and furthermore, to be given a fair tryout. We decided to do it. Atkin was the logical man to draw up the lines. He is a clever designer of small craft. He knows precedent, but is not bound by it. In fact, he's fairly bursting with sound original ideas, which make my own look as reactionary as those of a hard-boiled Republican senator. Furthermore, having built many boats, he knows a thing or two about construction. I knew Baldwin would like to build her in the Bully Boat Shop, which is part of Dr. Graham Bell's laboratory, and I knew all the men who worked there would welcome the change from a recent diet of lifeboats. And they are as skillful a crew as there is in Nova Scotia, the home of good boat builders. A wire confirmed my suspicions, and we went ahead. Our first idea was that Typhoon should be 40 feet on deck, which seemed a pretty big boat to me. Atkin got out the first set of lines, and we sent them post-haste to Baddock, and then waited to see what the effect would be. Baldwin went into telegraphic ecstasies over them at several cents a word, but suggested that we stretch her out to 45 feet by spacing equally between stations. The ease of planking the longer boat would offset the increase in material, he said, so that the cost would remain substantially the same. Reluctantly, we wired back to do it, and we were glad we did when it came to doping out the interior accommodations for 4 men. The next word from Baldwin indicated that he'd been figuring her displacement, for he suggested that in order to be on the safe side, we'd better add 3 inches to her already liberal freeboard, and if necessary, sink her that much deeper with ballast. He believed we were figuring a bit too closely, considering the endless amount of junk we'd have to load her down with for the long cruise. We acquiesced reluctantly to this also, which necessitated certain slight changes in the flare forward and the tumble home at the stern. The result is the lengthened design shown herewith. Now look at the lines and the body plan carefully. You will see that she is somewhere over 45 feet overall, 35 feet on the waterline by 12 feet beam, and slightly over 6 feet draft. You will see also that she is not really so much of a fisherman as you thought below the waterline. Note the slightly hollow waterlines and sections at the bow, which correspond somewhat to Harrishoff's racing practice and to some of John Alden's auxiliary cruisers. A McManus fisherman would have fuller waterlines and fuller sections, and this is true also of William H. Hand's cruising schooners. Referring to the body plan, and particularly to the midship section, you will see that we have ample, though not excessive, beam. This feature, with the well-pronounced bilges, should give us plenty of stability. Atkin has kept the dead rise moderate, somewhat less in fact than is customary in the English cruiser designs and in the Gloucester fishing type. That fatness of the sections at the garboard, characteristic of the English designs, has been avoided, as we believe it detrimental to speed, although we have employed the reverse curve to the sections at this point, as it cuts down wetted surface considerably and gives a cleaner flow of water. The section at Station E, you will observe, is practically a straight line, like the forward sections of a whaleboat. And from that point forward there is a slight hollow, giving an easy entrance, great reserve buoyancy, dryness in a choppy sea, and a very full deck line. Aft, the sections show less dead rise as they near the broad stern, giving a flatter run and easier buttock lines than those of a fishing schooner. Those big Gloucester schooners are practically double-enders, and while this feature is good in a boat of their size, a shorter boat, especially to make good speed under motor power, should, we believe, have a flatter run and easier buttock lines. Notice the deep forefoot, which still leaves a good angle of drag to the long, straight keel. I have been unable to see why it is that so many designers cut the forefoot away on a cruising boat where the ability to spin about on her keel is of little importance. Of course, an easy forefoot is necessary with the knockabout type of rig, where the stretched-out bow really takes the place of a bowsprit. Without it, the boat would gripe, and you'd never be able to keep her off the wind. But for a craft with a nose pole, it's different, and my experience with the old cutter type has given me a profound respect for plenty of forefoot. With it, your boat will not be thrown off when trying to get to windward in a bad sea, and she'll lie to in a moderate blow and let you go below and sleep without bothering with a sea anchor. Furthermore, she'll lie quietly to her mooring without wandering all over the lot. You may think Typhoon dreadfully heavy in the quarters with such a broad stern, but remember that those quarters give us long running lines when heeled down, the very thing that is so valuable on racing craft that the quarter beam length is penalized to keep the designers from carrying it to extremes. We lose slightly in this respect with our hollow lines forward, but we gain it aft. One reason why Baldwin was so taken with the design was that she is bound to be easily driven. He spoofed me a bit for holding out for a fisherman and then sending him the design of a raider. There's some truth in his accusation, but while I've always felt that fairly symmetrical ends were desirable for a seaboat, I have been strong for Tom Day's contention that a fast hull and a short rig make the best cruiser. Besides, I like a broad stern, and you'll find that the old man does too. And remember the Spray, with a stern as broad as one of Bill Rogers' jokes. Don't let them tell you that a broad stern won't run before a sea. It will rise up and over the sea instead of splitting it, and while this very fact may cause the bow to root if too fine, I feel that the tremendous reserve buoyancy of the forward sections above the waterline will prevent this in our case. A noticeable thing about Typhoon is her sheer, another thing that I'm keen for. Doesn't she seem to fit the sea better than some of those flat-sheared ladies? Some will argue that a sea comes aboard most frequently amidships, and that freeboard is just as essential here as at the ends, but where headroom is not at stake, I'll take mine at the ends, and I'll have the bowsprit follow out the line of the sheer. It not only looks better, but it helps to keep you out of the water when you're on the end of it muzzling the jib in a seaway. Notice that the low point of the freeboard is nearer amidship than is usually the case, allowing plenty of rise to the stern, where freeboard is just as desirable as at the bow, and notice the bully profile of the short seagoing ends. Before dismissing the subject of the Typhoon's lines, I want to call attention to the fact that the fineness of the water lines and the forward sections is not so great as it first appears, due to the short overhang and the exceptionally deep forefoot. If the forefoot were to be cut away in the customary manner and the lines fared up, this apparent fineness would not be nearly so noticeable, and there would be just about as much boat left as in the orthodox design. Everyone knows the ancient arguments pro and con the various types of rig, the advantages and disadvantages of the schooner, yawl, sloop, and ketch, and while many would prefer the schooner or yawl rig for a 45-foot auxiliary, we have chosen the ketch. We feel that the various combinations of sail permitted by a ketch and the shorter main boom make it more desirable for our purpose than either a yawl or a schooner, even at a slight loss of speed. This is largely theoretical, for our experience with the rig is not great, and we may be wrong. The total area of the three sails is about 950 square feet. There was a lot of discussion about the head sails. First, Atkin drew in a jib and forestay sail because the size of a single jib terrified us. We felt that it would give us greater sail combinations for bad weather and would allow us to tack our forestay down to the stem head. Then Casey took the floor in behalf of the single jib and reminded me that Elsie's jib gave us no trouble when we had sailed her short-handed. Then I remembered the heartbreaking job of casting off and belaying two sets of headsail sheets in the old Nereus every time I came about, and while this could have been simplified by sheeting the forestaysail to a traveler, the impression was so vivid that I yielded without a struggle to the single jib. There is no question as to its greater efficiency, and with such a bowsprit as we have indicated, the added security of a forestay to the stem head is of little consequence. Possibly the through-going motorboatman by this time may be a bit fed up with this lengthy discussion of Typhoon's lines and rig to the exclusion of her power plant. We ask his indulgence and wish to explain that Typhoon makes no pretense of being a motorboat. She is an auxiliary, and an auxiliary of the only type that is worth bothering with. That is, a boat that can take care of herself on any point of sailing, except possibly in light airs, when her motor will be depended on to drive her. And may I be permitted to voice the opinion that a little sailboat dope administered in mild doses will do no harm to those of the motorboat fraternity who have arrived without the experience of the windjammer. Now let's look at the deck arrangement. You will see that we have played for simplicity, with as few openings as possible. The cabin trunk, 6 feet in width, is rectangular, leaving broad decks on either side, and the sides of the trunk extend aft to form the coaming for the bridge deck and cockpit, making an unbroken erection with nothing to stop green water in its passage along the waterways. I have always liked a bridge deck on a seaboat. It strengthens the boat by permitting continuous deck beams. It gives a lot of room above the motor space and is even more useful as a seat or table than equivalent space in the cockpit would be. The self-bailing well is 6 feet square, and we have left it open without side seats so that we can get down in the lee of the coaming out of the wind. The deck fore and aft of it will be used for seats, and because of the depth of the well, 2 little corner seats are indicated, which may be used either as seats or as footrests when seated on the afterdeck. They occupy the corners only, so as not to interfere with anyone standing at the wheel. The mizzenmast is supported by a king plank extending from the bridge deck and flanked by natural crook knees to take the side thrust. It steps in a bronze socket in the cockpit floor, and the step is supported by a stanchion to the keel. To prevent water, taken over the stern or running aft, from coming back into the cockpit due to the lift of the sheer at the stern, a coaming has been placed across the deck, and in the angle formed by this and the side coamings, the quarter bitts are placed. Eventually, we shall want some sort of a hatch or skylight in the cabin trunk, but since we should have to keep it battened down in the cruise across the Atlantic, we have decided to leave the cabin top unbroken for the present, except for the companionway. We are using swing ports, the kind with the collar, in the forward and after ends of the trunk, and oval deadlights with brass frames in the sides. The glass for these, as well as for the deadlights in the hatch covers, is laminated, non-shatterable triplex. It is a 1/2 inch in thickness, and even if cracked by a flying block or the fluke of an anchor, it will remain watertight. We have spared no pains in the matter of the standing and running rigging. Harry Greening made up the galvanized plow steel wire for our shrouds and stays, especially for us in his wireworks at Hamilton, Ontario, and with this we are using bronze turnbuckles and bronze outside chain plates. The turnbuckles are of the type with the Tobin bronze screw in the middle, and were made by Merriman Brothers of Boston, the master hands when it comes to such fittings. Merriman also made our blocks. They are of lignum vitae and bronze, with bronze roller sheaves, and I'll stack them up with anything obtainable on either side of the Atlantic. For our running rigging, I went to the Columbian Rope Company. We already had some experience with the fine white bolt rope put out by this concern, and we are using it on the Typhoon for everything from signal halyards to sea anchor cable. Besides the running rigging, sheets, lazy jacks, and lifts, for which we are using sizes from 3/8 to 5/8 inches diameter, we are carrying 75 fathoms of 1-inch manila for towing, warping, etc., and for use with the drogue. All of it is 3-strand in preference to 4-strand. It handles better and I think lasts longer because the inside has a better chance to dry out. Our anchors are of the regular kedge type with the sliding stock, the big one 100 pounds in weight and the regular service one 60 pounds. The chain for these was made for us by the American Chain Company. It is 3/8 inch galvanized, and the 75 fathoms we are using weigh 720 pounds. We are using some of this chain for the bobstay with a 7/8 inch bronze turnbuckle, as this stay is the keystone of the whole rig, especially on a boat without a forestay tacked down to the stem head. In her interior arrangement, Typhoon is more radical than in her lines, and for this I must plead guilty. I have never liked to see a boat cut up into 6.5-foot compartments, and I decided long ago that mine at least wasn't going to be that way. Jack Hanna once said, and he hit the nail on the finger that time, that until a generation or so ago, the kitchen fireplace was the social center of 90% of the American homes. That's the idea behind Typhoon's interior. The galley is the important thing. Jack said also that everyone on the ship is going to crowd into the galley and offer suggestions anyhow, and you might as well make it accessible and comfortable, and that is just what we have done. The shipmate range, the second size by the way, is right aft where the motion is the least and within easy reach of the cockpit, and the table, sink, food lockers, and plate racks are arranged alongside. Except for the toilet room and a hanging locker, the rest of the cabin is open and in full view of the galley stove. Some supersensitive people may feel that such an arrangement isn't refined. Possibly not, but I know from experience that Typhoon's interior will be comfortable, and that is the first consideration. American yachting is suffering from an overdose of refinement. There is a type of prosperous yachtsman who will go to elaborate lengths and fabulous expense to finish a room in his country home to look like a regular ship, and then turn around and disguise his yacht until it looks like the boudoir of the Sultan's favorite. Typhoon is a he ship to take anything that comes, comfortably and without a whimper. Beyond that, we have not tried to go. Her finish will be plain. She'll look like a ship below decks, and she'll smell of tar and probably of cooking, with possibly just a suggestion of fuel oil and St. Pierre rum, and we won't have to apologize to a hobnailed fisherman or to Sir Thomas himself if he chooses to come aboard. If Typhoon had been beamier, we might have had built-in bunks on both sides, but as it was, we chose an unsymmetrical arrangement with 2 built-in berths to starboard and 2 swing-up pipe berths to port. This gives us more footroom and a couple of sizable seats besides. At the foot of the companionway to starboard, there is a large hanging locker for oilskins and boots, and you will notice several sets of hooks on the bulkheads for clothes which will be kept in place by a strap as indicated on the drawing. On the bulkhead forward there will be bookshelves, a Chelsea luminous dial clock, and a barograph. Just aft of the toilet room you will notice a dresser with large drawers for personal effects, and the space beneath the bunks and transoms will accommodate the canned goods. On the starboard side, between the seat and the hanging locker, there is a novel chart case to hold charts vertically, folded once. It's Baldwin's idea, but I'm as proud of it as if it were mine. The charts will be arranged in groups, each group in its own cardboard folder, easily accessible, and when one is wanted it can be pulled out and spread on the table, the drop leaf of which folds down against the front of the cabinet when not in use. The plumbing consists of a knockabout closet, corner porcelain lavatory, porcelain sink, and pumps for both the galley and toilet room. A 200-gallon water tank will be built to fit the bilge space beneath the floor. Now a word about the motor. This was decided only after endless discussion. Had we used gasoline, there were several corking good engines available, but the idea of using fuel oil appealed very strongly because of the novelty, and also because of the almost prohibitive cost of gasoline in some of the places we are likely to visit. These considerations finally decided us, and we chose a new heavy oil motor. This is a 2-stroke high-compression machine, depending on the heat of compression for ignition. The fuel is injected through 15% of the stroke and burns at almost constant pressure as in a diesel. The motor is started by compressed air, and to take the place of what heat of compression would be radiated to the cold cylinder when starting, a piece of punk is inserted by means of a steel plug with a bayonet lock. It was the intention to use the smaller of the 2-cylinder models, which is rated at 15 horsepower, but due to the difficulty of obtaining this size in time, we decided finally to take the single-cylinder 7.5 horsepower model. This, of course, is mighty small power for such a husky boat, but we figure that it should give us somewhere around 5 knots in light weather, And think of the cruising radius. The motor uses only slightly over a half pound of oil per horsepower per hour, and this means that we burn about a half gallon an hour. With the 170 gallons in our 2 permanent tanks alone, we could run for 340 hours, which, if we actually did 5 knots, would take us from Newfoundland to Queenstown. Of course, we shall have no occasion to run for more than a day or 2 at a time under power, but it is comforting to know that we actually could get somewhere with the motor alone, even if it did take a while. The motor is equipped with a Navy reverse gear, a McCord mechanical oiler, and a Collador strainer. The inside stuffing box, stern bearing, and propeller are Colombian, the latter a 2-blade 24-inch diameter by 18-inch pitch. Getting the tanks in time was a problem, but L.O. Coven & Brothers did a quick job for us and turned out the 2 main tanks and 2 smaller tanks for lubricating oil and kerosene in a week. The smaller ones are equipped with gauge glasses in the ends so that we can keep tabs on our kerosene and cylinder oil. Atkin suggested the de Beauvois Company's paint for the job, having had considerable experience with it in past years, and we are using it throughout. Yacht black for the topsides, white for the cabin trunk, buff for the decks, red anti-fouling for the bottom, and their special red lead for the construction in general. For the deck seams, for applying the canvas to the trunk, and for all watertight joints, we are using Nupro marine glue. Although the risk of fire is not great with crude oil fuel, we are carrying 2 Pyrene guns. Without going into the endless details of Typhoon's construction, I must say that her white oak ribs are 3 inches by 3 inches, spaced a little over 13 inches center to center, with sawed ones on the stations and bent ones between, made up double, 1 part bent inside the other. The planking is of yellow pine 1 3/4 inch thick, and the backbone is fine clear white oak. Note, this chapter was written in March 1920, while Typhoon was under construction. Although most of the features of her design have been justified in the light of actual experience, other things would be changed were we to build another boat for the same purpose. Of these we shall tell later on. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 2. Typhoon Goes Overboard. Baddeck, Nova Scotia, July 5, 1920. On the 3rd of July, just 2 days after the date we had hoped would mark her hop-off for foreign parts, Typhoon was launched. Early in March, when the keel was laid, we figured that she would be overboard about the middle of June, and this would have been the case had it not been for a belated epidemic of the flu, which swept the shop clean and set back the schedule by a fortnight. The delay cuts down our time factor of safety alarmingly, and means if we are to reach Cowes, England, in time for the Harmsworth Trophy races on the 10th of August, we'll not only have to cut out such alluring prospects as a party at the Royal Cork Yacht Club, and possibly even the very important call at Saint-Pierre-Miquelon, but also that we shall have to drive her for all she is worth across those intervening 2,000-odd miles of North Atlantic. But we are going to do it if it is physically possible. Many things remain yet to be done on the ship, and further to complicate the matter of getting away, all the navies of the world seem bent on descending simultaneously on Bainbrig for demonstrations of the HD-4. It looks as if either Baldwin or Sidney Breese will have to remain behind to do the honors to these visiting delegations, and Harry Greening is so busy whipping his new Fisher Trophy Challenger into shape that he too will have to be counted out. We should have a crew of 4 all told, although 3 could do it in a pinch, but who the rest of the crew will be, God only knows. But to get back to the launching. Never was there a prettier one. As the bottle of rye flew into 1,000 sparkling splinters against her stem with a determination that suggested Mrs. Baldwin's prowess with a racket, Typhoon started majestically down the ways. Gaining impetus as she went, she slid into the water on her broad stern, left her cradle behind, and floated serenely out into the lake, her shiny black sides, red boot top, white house, buff decks, fairly singing in the sunlight. It was inspiring, and it drew a shout from the little knot of workmen and visitors who had gathered in the shop to witness the ceremony. Then, taken in tow by the Dundee, she was brought alongside the wharf, where a reception was held in which our water breaker played a prominent part. It was a great relief to see her afloat. When I arrived at Banbrigg 19 days ago, it looked as if the game was up. The hull was practically completed except for the cabin top, but the caulking had not been finished, and it seemed as if the work of jacking and smoothing the hull, paying the seams, and painting alone would take a month. Then there were such things as chain plates to cut and shape from the Tobin bronze stock, the rudder to make with its special bronze fittings, the plumbing to finish, the standing rigging to cut, splice, and serve, and each day seemed to make but a terribly small hole in the vast total of things still to be done. But as we slid down the ways, Typhoon and I, we seemed to leave behind us that sense of the impossibility of the thing, and once afloat, sailing for England in a week seemed well within the realm of rational things. So carefully had Atkin made his calculations that the ship floated perfectly, several inches above her load waterline, and, joy of joys, slightly up by the head. I had feared that those fine waterlines and forward sections, and her consequently light displacement at this point, might bring her down too low due to her exceptionally heavy construction, but this was not the case, in spite of the fact that some ballast already had been placed well forward beneath the water tank. Allowing for the masts and the 3 tons or so of additional ballast, she carries only 3,000 pounds in her lead shoe, and her equipment of gear and stores, there still seemed no danger of pulling her down much below her designed load waterline. Today both her sticks were stepped, their beautiful proportions and saucy rake adding materially to the already trim appearance of the boat. Typhoon looked quite lofty until the bully old battering ram of a bowsprit was housed, which carries out the line of the sheer and puts the finishing touch to a picture of concentrated power. The standing rigging, too, is quite in keeping with the sticks. Old George Mackay, erstwhile square rigger, who did the splicing and serving of the shrouds, pennants, bridles, and stays, never seen the like o' that wire for toughness in all his sea-going days. The exhaust line and fuel and water piping of the engine are now complete, and the power plant, while not large, has the reassuring air of being able to plug along till the crack of doom. The crude oil and lubricating oil are waiting on the dock, and in a day or so we shall have a chance to see whether a crude oil engine actually will run. The installation of the exhaust line was a problem. Atkin's plan of running a pipe clean through the boat from side to side would have been all right if a hump had been worked into the line connecting it with the muffler to prevent water backing up. But since the exhaust would always be from the weather side when the boat was heeled under sail, and consequently would blow directly across the cockpit, we decided to abandon it. The usual method of running the line out the stern undoubtedly is the neatest, but there is the ever-present possibility of taking in water when running before a sea, and for this reason we decided to run the pipe right out the side deck abaft the cockpit. A 2-foot length of 3-inch brass pipe on a swinging elbow makes it possible to shoot the gas out of the way no matter where the wind is, and furthermore the chance of taking water into the motor is eliminated. We figure that we shall have to use the motor whenever there is insufficient wind to drive us more than about 4 or 4.5 knots, and in light weather, of course, we shall run it continuously. But in this country, which the good Lord must have designed for sailormen, there seems always to be a spanking breeze, and most of the time from the southwest. Outside, the conditions should be much the same, and unless we strike a run of bad luck, the passage should be a quick one. Tomorrow the sails are to be bent. Besides the 3 working sails, we are taking a square sail for running straight before it in heavy weather, and a storm jib to be set flying to an eye bolt in the stem head, obviating the need of working out on the bowsprit. With the instincts of a true racing man, Casey is strong for a spinnaker. It is really not a bad idea, but at this time of year there should be plenty of moderate weather, and so we are carrying a spare one off the scrapper. We are not taking a trysail, for we figure that there are sufficient combinations of sail for heavy weather without it, and besides it's a nuisance to set one. If it gets really bad, we'll put out the sea anchor and call it a day. The sea anchor is a modification of the Voss type, a big canvas bag. The mouth is 6 feet square, and there is a 1-foot opening in the apex, the whole heavily bolt-roped. To make this surefire, we have worked out a sort of bull-nose fitting for the end of the bowsprit, through which to lead the rope, and with this 7-foot extra leverage afforded by the stick, there should be no difficulty in holding her head into it. Before getting off the subject of sails, I would like to take this opportunity to thank old Jack Hanna for what looks to be a mighty good suggestion for holding the outboard end of the club of the jib. Instead of the short club which he feels will eventually tear the sails, or the traveler frequently seen on working schooners, he suggests a gooseneck fitting for the end of the club, well out at the end of the bowsprit, and a loose lacing and an outhaul for the foot of the jib, which allows it to be properly trimmed and permits it to be completely lowered, an impossibility with a full-length club and a tight lacing. I sent the sketch on to Baldwin some time ago, and he thought so much of it that he had the fitting made up in bronze. Another problem that confronted us was what sort of tender to carry, whether to go in for a dory or some other type of craft which might be used as a lifeboat, or just a plain dink. The dinghy idea won out, although I must confess that the presence of a partially finished 12-footer in the shop determined the matter. But after all, it seems to us that it is better on a boat the size of Typhoon to put your confidence in the ship itself and take a chance, rather than try to carry a lifeboat, which to be worthy of the name would have to be so large that it would be a nuisance on deck. Barring the slight possibility of being run down, or of hitting something substantial enough to put a hole in the planking, I can see no contingency where a lifeboat would be more desirable than taking a chance with the ship. Certainly no stress of weather would warrant it, and fire with a cargo of crude oil and kerosene only is out of the question. The tender has been finished up, and she is a little beauty, combining those seemingly incompatible qualities so desirable in a dinghy: carrying capacity, lightness, ease of rowing, and the ability to tow well even in a bad sea. The model is one developed here in the shop, and is the embodiment of Baldwin's experience with a long line of such craft. We shall carry her capsized over the side of the cabin trunk and lashed down to eye bolts in the deck. Saturday, July 10th. Today we gave Typhoon her first trial run. In the morning she was towed around from her berth at the aeroplane shed in the little harbor and brought alongside the dock where the remainder of the ballast was put aboard. Simultaneously, the crude oil was siphoned from the barrels into the fuel tanks and the 200-gallon water tank was filled. And when these operations were completed, her trim was almost exactly on her designed waterline. A few last touches were given to the rigging, and everything was in readiness for a trial. Would she balance and steer well? Would she keep her nose up when she heeled? And would she be fast enough to justify the loss of interior space forward caused by her fineness? These were questions that bothered us, but we need have had no concern. Starting out close-hauled to a brisk southwest breeze, she slid along through it with a noticeable lack of fuss, although with rather more angle of heel than we had expected. This can be corrected by more ballast, but we regret that we did not put 6,000 pounds of lead in the shoe instead of 3,000 pounds. This weight would have given her a greater riding moment without resorting to so much inside ballast. Of course, a large proportion of ballast inside is desirable on a cruising boat, as it makes for easier action in a sea, but with such heavy construction as we have gone in for in Typhoon, we could really hang all our ballast on the keel without danger of too quick a roll. Her balance, I think, is better than any boat I have ever sailed. With just enough weather helm for safety, a touch of the finger is sufficient to put her on her course, and by trimming the sails she can be made to sail herself when reaching or when on the wind. Our party on this first run was an unusually critical one, including as it did 3 representatives of the British Admiralty, who had come across to play with the HD-4, each of whom had had a large experience with small boats. G.H. Child, R.C.N.C., who had had a great deal to do with designing small craft for the British Navy, could find no fault with the lines of the hull, and Engineer Commander W.S. Mann, O.B.E., an expert on diesel engines, took quite a fancy to our motor. He liked the sturdy quality of it. Commander C.C. Dobson, V.C., D.S.O., was the third of the experts, who among them covered the entire field of the small boat. Commander Dobson, erstwhile submarine skipper, was later in the war transferred to the CMBs, the fast hydroplanes that did such spectacular work in the later months of the war. He was awarded the Victoria Cross for dashing into the Russian harbor of Kronstadt on the Gulf of Finland with a small flotilla of 55-foot motorboats and sinking a number of battleships right under the nose of the land batteries. He has handled all sorts of small craft, and when, after a session at Typhoon's wheel, he pronounced her a successful boat, we felt that our own enthusiasm was justified. Were it not for Admiralty orders, Dobson would sail back with us to England. There is a side to every Limey's nature which I have always admired, and that is the serious belief in doing a thing for the sheer fun of it, whether it's sailing a small boat or merely storming the Zeebrugge Mole. Successful as she was close-hauled, she was more so on a broad reach at somewhat less angle of heel. The wind dropped a little, but still she slipped along at a good clip instead of becoming sluggish, as is frequently the case with heavy cruisers. We were sailing back from Shenkaty toward Baddeck, leaving the boats which had come out to test our speed well astern, when we sighted a yawl beating down the Big Bras-d'Or passage. As we drew together, I was struck by the familiar appearance of the stranger, and we changed our course a bit to try, if possible, to overhaul her before she reached Braddock. As we bore down on her, our suspicions were confirmed, for she proved to be none other than the good old Tamerlane, which at one time I had thought of buying, and which had influenced us to some extent in laying out Typhoon. Designed by Larry Huntington as a straight sailing craft, she carries more sail in proportion to her size than does Typhoon. She is 7 feet shorter on deck, but her bowsprit is much longer, and her jigger extends well over her counter. Only a day or so before, Casey and I had looked over her design and wondered what our chances against her would be, and then, on the very day of our trial run, there she was. And we beat her. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 3. Fighting Time Across the North Atlantic. Time, Thursday evening, July 29, 1920. Place, Mid-Atlantic in latitude 49 degrees 40 minutes west. Dramatis Personae, F.W. Casey Baldwin, James Dorset, slightly out of focus, W.W. Nutting. Scene, cabin of the Typhoon, at an angle varying from 10 to 25 degrees from the horizontal, looking aft. In right foreground, unoccupied pipe berth, folded against sheathing. Farther aft, transom on which reclines blanketed form of J.D. in attitude like cartoonist's conception of a morning after. Still farther aft, galley with drainboard and range covered with pots, pans, and dishes in artistic disarray. On left, dresser and 2 unoccupied bunks filled with heavy clothing, sleeping bags, and Dill's best in countless yellow packages. Seated at table endeavoring to write, with remnants of dinner sliding hither and yon, WWN, cursing softly as coffee slips to leeward and is lost in blanketed form of J.D. Upstage, well-nourished form of FWB, struggling to maintain vertical position, ever and anon coming up sharply on one side or the other as ship rolls, tripping over boots and wet oilskins and skidding dangerously on oil-soaked floor, the while endeavoring, with all the helplessness of a through-going engineer, to keep the home fire burning in the shipmate range. Farther upstage, companionway steps, beneath which may be seen the shrouded figure of a motor with pressure gauge on air tank registering 0, and out the hatch above, the light of a lantern reflected on the wet mizzenmast and deserted wheel. The ship is sailing herself. WWN reads rough draft of Chapter 3 as follows. So this is the North Atlantic, and these are the roaring 40s. It isn't half bad, now that we have mastered the art of living under constant motion and have developed a sort of sixth sense of equilibrium. But it's strenuous beyond the dreams of a landsman. To cook a meal, and no less to eat it in a rolling cabin with never a let-up to the motion, requires several days of adjustment. But we have come through all that, and although J.D. is still a bit out of the picture, We are as hard as the black gang of a submarine chaser. Today marks the completion of a week's run from Cape Race, Newfoundland, and in that week we have covered 1,037 nautical miles, nearly 1,200 land miles. This run was made entirely under sail, and very little of that at times, and never to our knowledge has a small craft of the type of Typhoon made a better one. Hard, continuous weather, mostly from the southwest, made possible the rather remarkable daily average for the week of 148.39 nautical miles, and if we would count on maintaining this speed for the rest of the voyage, there would be no difficulty in reaching Cowes in time for the races. But to hold an average speed of 6.18 knots is too much to hope for, and the best we can do is to drive Typhoon for all she is worth without a moment's letdown, and pray to Boreas to remain abaft the beam. In the last chapter we told of the launching of Typhoon, 3 days after the day on which we had hoped to start for England. It was July 17th before we were actually ready for the takeoff, and even then many things had to be left undone. In those intervening 14 days the masts were stepped, the spars, standing and running rigging completed, the tender finished, galley and coal bin installed, sails bent, bunks, table, and pipe berths finished, motor tried out, ballast, fuel, and water taken aboard, all of which left only time enough for the trial spin mentioned in the last story. On the evening of the 14th, the Little Bras d'Or Yacht Club gave a party for the crew of the Typhoon, an affair that will always stick in the memory of at least one of those who were present. Never was our old friend Commodore George Hollifield in better form, and the things he said as he made me an honorary member of the club and presented me with the blue burgee with its arm of gold, warmed by hospitality and good red punch, so flustered me that I couldn't think of a thing to say, and said it. However, there were those at the memorable little gathering who made up for my own inadequacy. George Kennan, the man who first let the light of day into darkest Siberia, and whose name is a household word among the older generations, told of his first meeting up with the little old Nereus 7 years ago. Dr. Graham Bell presented us with a clever apparatus for distilling drinking water from seawater, which he had developed for the Typhoon, and drank our health in water distilled with it. Premier Murray of Nova Scotia wished us Godspeed in a bully talk. Commander Dobson and Commander Mann lent an international aspect to the toast list, and old Casey Baldwin, thus far the only other member of the crew, delivered a few intelligent remarks about the purpose of the boat and the cruise, and really made the whole venture sound quite rational. Up to that time, I had been somewhat in doubt as to how to explain the thing. There were more talks and songs, some of them in the native Gaelic of the Highland ancestors of Baddock, the same wild, free tongue that had hurled down defiance on the Romans centuries before the Norman conquest. And as we went across the lake in the small hours of the night, I felt that if ever I failed to make a go of it in New York, which is entirely possible, there would be at least one place in the world in which I should feel at home. Thus far, little attention has been given to the motor, but the next day we mobilized all the available talent and went at it seriously. In the hurry before leaving town, I had failed to make the run up to the factory to get some pointers on the new oil engine, and this oversight I keenly regretted when it came to trying out the power plant. We found that no adequate instructions had been sent, and none of the punk which is used in starting, and it was then too late to communicate with the shop. I remembered that someone had said something about blotting paper and saltpeter, and with these we finally got a fairly successful fuse that burned neither too fast nor too slowly, and after charging the air tank with the air bottles used in starting the Liberties of the HD-4, we were ready. We opened the air valves. Nothing happened. Then we tried priming with gasoline and heating the bayonet plug with a blowtorch, and finally with 150 pounds of air we got her going, and a world that had begun to look as gloomy as the Grand Banks took on a much more cheerful aspect. It was gratifying to see that we had guessed right, and that Typhoon actually did about 5 miles under power. With the motor we ran our pressure up to 250 pounds, but found that we lost it rapidly due to an imperfect seat in the safety valve on the tank. When we stopped the motor, we found that the plunger, which is actuated by the starting cam, had stuck, and by the time this was taken down and corrected, our air pressure was too low to turn her over. We took off the safety valve and plugged the hole in the tank, and then repeated the operation, having no difficulty in starting with 200 pounds of air. But we were working into the dark, and doubtless went to a lot more trouble than would have been necessary had we been supplied with proper instructions. The problem of a crew not yet having been solved, we looked about for an available third hand and hit on James Dorset, a young chap from Washington who was spending the summer keeping the liberties of the HD-4 in condition. Jim had never been to sea, but his enthusiasm and adaptability were sufficient qualifications, and we signed him on and decided to let it go at that. I must confess that I was relieved, for I had felt that while 2 university-trained mechanical engineers could sail Typhoon to England, we might need a little practical assistance on the motor. But one day remained before the 17th, the day we had decided on for the start, and this day was spent largely in taking things aboard. The 200-gallon water tank was filled, 6 water breakers were chalked and lashed along the sides of the cockpit, all but 1 bag of a ton of hard coal was stowed, part in the coal bin and the rest in the lazarette, together with some kindling. Our 75 fathoms of chain was stowed aft of the motor, and our spare rope was placed part in the cockpit and part forward. Then about 700 pounds of pig lead was fitted in around and forward of the motor bed, and we were ready for our stores. Long into the night we worked getting the canned goods stowed, checking off the various items and making a note of where they were placed as we went along. In a small boat where every last bit of space is utilized, this matter of keeping a list of what the various lockers contain is of great importance and saves a lot of time and effort when you get to sea. Later, as we used the stores, we checked them off, and in this way maintained a sort of running inventory, obviating the necessity of going through the lockers when restocking on the other side. The next day was Saturday, July 17th, the day we had set for the start, and it was spent in taking aboard and storing our personal effects, Waltham chronometer, navigating instruments, charts, and cooking utensils. It wasn't as though we could put in now and then pick up the odds and ends that might be overlooked. Except for the possibility of a hurried call at Saint-Pierre-Miquelon, our first stop would be the Isle of Wight, or possibly Queenstown, Ireland. Nothing could be overlooked. The man who puts to sea in a well-found ship has a comparatively easy job of fitting out. His boat has been tried out, his gear is in working order, he knows the deviation of his compass, he already has accumulated, through long experience with his craft, those innumerable little odds and ends, tools, spare parts, and the like, that go to make up the equipment of a boat, and he has them stowed in convenient places. All he needs to worry about is the stores and duffel for that particular cruise. But our ship was new, not really finished, in fact. She had not been swung for deviation, and the mass of gear and stores had not gravitated to their most convenient places, as they will only in the course of time. And then, just as we thought we had everything aboard, there arrived a lot more stores. 18 dozen eggs packed in salt, several cases of ginger ale and the other important ingredient of a ginger ale highball, a cold roast of beef, oranges, bananas, fresh bread, and a crock of butter. And when these were safely below decks, it was obvious that we should have little comfort until we had eaten a hole out of the chaos big enough to turn around in. It was a strenuous day, and it was dark before we were ready to pull out for Baddeck, across the lake, from which point the official start was to be made. Sidney Breese planned to convoy us possibly as far as the Miquelon Islands, and he already had left in the Philotonga with Commander Mann and Commander Dobson aboard, when at 9:20 p.m. we cast off from the dock below Baldwin's bungalow, waved a last goodbye to the little group on the pier, and slipped off for Baddeck Light under jib and mizzen. Our electric lighting outfit, which had been shipped from Dayton 4 months before, had not yet arrived, and there was a last-minute scramble for lamps, several of which we commandeered from Pinaud's Alexander. These necessitated extra chimneys and more kerosene, and there was signal oil to be found for the English lamp we had fitted to our binnacle, in case we should have trouble with the dry cells which we were forced to use as a source of current for the Polaris electrically lighted compass. And then, too, there was alcohol, at $7 a gallon, to start the Primus stove, which we carried in gimbals as an auxiliary to our shipmate. When these things and a few others had been attended to the accompaniment of songs from a visiting choir and innumerable farewells, we were ready to start the motor and get under way. but the air pressure had dropped again, necessitating considerable exercise with the hand pump, contributed by enthusiastic volunteers, before we got her going. Then a farewell booster, a handshake with old George Hollifield, and our fellow members of the Bras d'Or Club, and we were off at 1:40 a.m., July 18th. As we rounded Bainbrig Point, 20 minutes later, we hoisted full sail to a light southwest breeze, and under power and sail headed out Great Bras d'Or Passage for the sea. At 3:50 a.m., the motor stopped for some unknown reason, but although there was practically no wind, a favorable tide carried us briskly on our way. At 7:45, we passed out of Big Bras d'Or with a southwest breeze and streamed to the log. At last we were at sea. Brice crowded all sail on Philotonga and headed for St. Pierre, and the Alexander, which had accompanied us from Baddeck, came alongside, shouted a farewell, and headed back. Then we turned to on the motor. Taking off the air connection plug, we found that water had leaked past the ground joint into the cylinder, and in all probability this water backing into the check valves in the airline had caused trouble. When we got the parts reassembled, we overlooked the fact that the clutch was still engaged, as it had been when the motor stopped, and in attempting to start we lost our air and were unable to get it up to the required pressure again by hand. Things had stiffened up a bit, necessitating more pressure than would have been required normally. There was practically no wind, we were dog-tired, Jim was beginning to feel the effects of the ground swell, and withal the outlook was anything but encouraging. Then, about the middle of the afternoon, Philotonga hove in sight again. Brice came aboard and explained that they had decided to put back to St. Anne's after tuna instead of continuing on to St. Pierre, and as they waved us a bon voyage, chugging off under motor power, our prospects looked anything but bon. In fact, the bottom seemed to have dropped out of our luck entirely. All that night we slatted about in a glassy groundswell, absolutely the most exasperating experience in the whole category of unpleasant things. Hell, I am sure, is paved not with good intentions, but with glassy groundswells. Finally, about midnight during my watch, I could stand it no longer, and feeling that the last vestige of a chance to reach Cowes in time was gone, I took in all sail, snugged the booms in the crutches, and went below and turned in with the rest. At 3 a.m., Casey put sail on her again and was able to make about 2 knots until 6 a.m., when it went flat again and remained so until about noon, when a light southerly breeze sprang up. Thus far we had not determined the deviation of our steering compass, except as we could approximate it by comparison with the spare one, which we took forward out of the influence of the motor and iron ballast. But Casey, who has the happy faculty of using his head occasionally for the purpose for which it was intended, got the bearing of the sun as it rose, and from this we were able to get a fair idea of our deviation by comparison with the azimuth of the sun for that day as found in the tables, as follows. Sun rose east by north, or roughly 80 degrees. Latitude approximately 46 degrees 30 minutes. Declination from Almanac 20 degrees 55.5 minutes. Azimuth from Birdwood 58 degrees 57 minutes. Variation from chart 26 degrees 15 minutes. Observed bearing of sun 85 degrees 12 minutes. 80 degrees 0 minutes. Deviation 5 degrees 12 minutes. The only really important piece of equipment we forgot was our prism sighting compass. Had we brought it, such bearings as the above would have been accurate instead of mere approximations, as was necessarily the case when taken by aiming the whole ship at the object or merely looking across the compass card. But for our purpose an error of 2 or 3 degrees made no material difference. Throughout the afternoon the breeze held, but it was so light that our progress at no time was over a couple of knots. At 9 it picked up a bit, and at 10 had attained sufficient weight to warrant taking a single reef in the mainsail. At midnight we took in the mainsail entirely and made good headway for the rest of the night under jib and mizzen. Our luck was changing. We wanted heavy weather. Tuesday the 20th was one of those ominous days that requires no falling glass to convince you that something unusual is going to happen. St. Pierre, that had been so alluring when we were planning the cruise, now took on an entirely different aspect. Logically, we should put in there to correct the trouble that had been developed in our air-starting system. It seemed reasonable to waste another day or two in order that we might depend on the motor for the rest of the passage. Cold, calm reason said that time thus spent would be more than made up later by the motor, but secretly I felt that once we got into St. Pierre Harbor, cold, calm reason might persuade us that there was not a ghost of a chance of reaching Cowes in time for the races, and this being the case, what would be the point in sailing across the Atlantic at all? Secretly, I was glad that just at this juncture we got a spell of weather that put St. Pierre out of the question entirely, and I think the others were too. Tacitly we agreed to take the 100-to-1 chance and keep on for England. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon the wind had backed so far to the eastward that we were forced to come about on the other tack. Night was coming on, the fog was thick, and we were not sure just how far we were off the Newfoundland coast. The best we could do on the port tack was southeast by south, but we were working out to sea, which was more comfortable than taking chances with one of the deadliest coastlines in the world. Still under jib and mizzen, we kept her headed well into it until we were practically lying to, and all the while the wind and sea were increasing. By nightfall it was blowing a full gale. We should have had the sea anchor ready and the line rove through the bull nose on the end of the bowsprit so that we could have thrown it over from the cockpit. But the sea anchor was one of those things that hadn't been finished, and even had it been, it was then too late to work forward without a bad drubbing and a 50-50 chance of going overboard. The only thing to do was to stick it out in the cockpit and take a chance that the jib and mizzen would stand the punishment. Steadily the wind increased. I had the wheel for the first night watch, while Casey went below to grab what little rest was possible. Jim was under the weather, and anyway we felt that it was better to take watch and hold him in reserve in case it became necessary to take in sail, when Casey and I would have to work on deck. Crouched down in the shelter of the weather combing, I kept her full and by, luffing her now and then to meet the phosphorescent crests as they bore down on us. Never to my knowledge was her nose actually under it, but time and again great masses of broken water came over the weather bow. It was a roaring, wild, wonderful night. The sky pitch black, the sea a driving stampede of weird, unearthly lights. The countless crests of breaking waves made luminous patches in the blackness, as though lit by some ghostly light from beneath the sea, and the tops, whipped off by the wind, cut the sky with horizontal streaks of a more brilliant light, like the sparks from a prairie fire. Never have I seen such phosphorescence. At 12 o'clock, wet and cold from constant drenchings and tired out, I turned the wheel over to Casey. We were carrying too much sail, but we decided to wait for daylight before attempting to take off anything. Below, the sensation was indescribable. The roar of the wind and breaking seas was deadened, but the crash of water as it fell on deck with nearly every sea was terrific. Sleep was out of the question. It was impossible to stay in the weather bunks, and in fact required constant effort to stay put anywhere. Gradually I dozed off into catnaps, to wake with a start with every smash. Now and then I looked out the companionway to see how things were going. Casey, drenched and grinning, was in his element. The wind was still increasing, but there was no trace of concern in his voice as he shouted back a cheerio through the racket. He was enjoying himself, as only the man at the wheel can at such a time. Casey at the wheel offers greater possibilities for poetic treatment than his cognomial predecessor at the bat. By 3 o'clock the wind seemed to have dropped a trifle, and as it was then starting to get light, we all went on deck, and Jim took the wheel, while Casey and I doused the mizzen and secured the boom in its crutch. Running before it, under jib alone, Typhoon behaved better, or rather was easier, for she had behaved superbly under jib and mizzen, and we found that she would sail herself beautifully with the wind over the quarter. This being the case, we snugged things down and all went below to sleep until 9 o'clock. The next entry in the log reads, 9:15. Opened a can of peaches. We had eaten very little. Jim reports success with the peaches. 9:15. Although wind and sea high, set mizzen for greater speed. 12 noon. Log 201 miles. Doing 6 knots under jib and mizzen. By this time, the weather having cleared, we had got back on our course again with the wind well abaft the beam. Typhoon ran beautifully with none of the predicted rooting. The fine bow and broad stern seemed to work in perfect harmony. Whether the radical features would be justified by unusual speed remained to be seen, but there was no question that her behavior on any point of sailing in a heavy sea was superb. Although we were then well beyond the French islands, we could have made Trepassey Bay without much loss of time, but we decided to hold to our decision to keep on. About this time we made an annoying discovery. In some way, several gallons of fuel oil had got into the bilge, and during the drubbing of the night before, this oil, floating on the bilge water, had got into everything. Following up inside the sheathing as the ship rolled, it had worked through into the lee berths and cushions, and, had it not been for the fact that most of the food in the lockers on that side was in tins, it would have caused much more damage than it did. We found that we had forgotten to shut off the fuel line at the tanks, and when we heeled, the head of pressure created by the upper tank had forced the oil out of the air vent in the filler cap of the lower one. Our rotary bilge pump had not yet been connected up, and it involved considerable labor and acrobatics to bail out the ship by means of a hand pump and pail. At 5:45 the following morning, July 22nd, we spoke the schooner James W. Parker of Gloucester and asked him to report us. He gave us our position as about 10 miles southwest of Cape Race, which was a bit off, as we sighted the dim outline of the Cape shortly before noon. The log read 337 nautical miles, 359 from Baddeck, and from this point we took our departure. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 4. Typhoon reaches Cowes with 37 hours to spare. Aboard Typhoon, Bay of Biscay, September 10, 1920. We're halfway across the Bay of Biscay, headed for the point of the Spanish Peninsula. We took our departure from Ushant night before last, and should reach Cape Ortegal tomorrow evening if the easterly wind holds out. It's a crisp, sunny day and hardly conducive to writing, but we must catch up with the yarn, and it is next to impossible to do anything while Typhoon is in port. The last chapter told of the hurried departure of the little ketch from Baddeck soon after midnight, July 18th, her run under motor power out the Big Bras-d'Or passage, the discouraging experience in the calm, and finally the gale off the coast of Newfoundland, and the decision to keep on for England in spite of the fact that there seemed scarcely one chance in 100 of reaching the Isle of Wight in time for the British international races. The close of the chapter saw us about 10 miles off Cape Race, from which we took our departure at noon on July 22nd. For just a few minutes we could see the land, a distant gray silhouette, and as it was lost in the haze over the port quarter, we made out a steamer of some sort making directly for us from the same direction. My first thought was that kind friends, feeling concern at our failure to put in at St. Pierre, as we had expected to do, had put a Coast Guard boat on our trail, or possibly the U.S. Navy delegation had descended on Baddeck to see the HD-4 and Baldwin was needed. On she came, and I had that same uncertain feeling you get when the traffic cop at the City Island crossroads stops you, and you don't know whether he merely wants a ride into town or you're pinched for the third and last time for exceeding the speed limit. However, our friend proved to be only the steam trawler Afrique overcome by curiosity. Steaming completely around us, he sized us up at close range, and from the way all hands and the cook talked vociferously with both arms, and from the general sloppiness of the ship, we judged she was one of those French trawlers that have largely taken the place of the St. Pierre schooners since the Newfoundland bait legislation was enacted. Waving us farewell, she steamed back again in the direction from which she had come. There's something delightfully amateurish about a Frenchman on the water. The first 2 hours of the actual transatlantic part of the cruise were anything but exciting. A light southwest breeze over the quarter gave us about 3 knots. Then, at Casey's suggestion, we set the spinnaker, and by 4 o'clock we were doing 6.5. From then on, things improved, and by 5 o'clock the wind was sufficient to warrant taking in the spinnaker. At midnight we were tearing it off at the rate of 8.5 knots under full sail, too glad to be driving her again to think of shortening down, as we might have done had we not been pushed by the calendar. Friday, July 23rd, was a fine sunny day, about the only one we had, in fact, until we reached the English Channel. At noon, the log showed that we had covered 142.35 sea miles since 12 o'clock of the previous day, a fairly good day's run. But in the afternoon, we had to resort to the spinnaker again, and for 3 hours from 4 to 7 slatted about with practically no wind at all. Had we known that it was to be the last experience of the kind we were to have for some time, we might have taken it a bit more stoically. At this time, Dorset was beginning to feel better, and we decided to divide the nights into 3 watches of 3 hours each. Although never quite right until we hit the channel, and not able to do any work below, Jim never missed a trick at the wheel, and in fact made up for his shortcomings below decks by doing more than his share of the steering. And steering from then on was a job that demanded boots and oilies and woolen gloves and the heaviest of clothing, for we were running a rough great circle track close to the 50th parallel, and the North Atlantic in that latitude is far different from Long Island Sound. Saturday the 24th was more typical of the sort of thing we were to get. I awoke about 6 o'clock to find Casey in dripping oilskins from a foggy third watch, wrestling with the shipmate range while Typhoon sailed herself. Having allowed the fire to go out, he was relighting it for the 3rd time with no great success. Casey in the galley always suggested Briggs' classic series of cartoons entitled A Handy Man Around the House, but all his domestic shortcomings are excusable in the light of his expert seamanship and his cool judgment and iron nerve that were the despair of those who faced him on the gridiron, and his never-failing humor, all of which make him the best man on the water that I have ever known. We breakfasted leisurely on prunes, ham and eggs, and coffee, while the ship kept her course with the wind 1 point abaft the beam, a rather unusual performance, as anybody who has sailed, with the possible exception of old Joshua Slocum, will appreciate. Later in the day, when the wind hauled from south by west to southwest, bringing it 4 points abaft the beam, she kept her course long enough for the man at the wheel to go below for a smoke or a mug-up, but we found that this was possible only when the wind was absolutely steady. Close-hauled, or when running before it under jib alone, she would sail herself for days if necessary. Conditions were unfavorable for a noon sight for latitude, but by this time we were pretty sure of the deviation of our compass on the easterly headings and felt that we were not far off our great circle course. The lack of a longitude observation didn't matter either, for our Bliss log, while set to overrun a trifle, gave us a fair idea of our position. At noon it registered 588.25 miles, showing that we had made 109.25 nautical miles for the day, a rather poor showing due to the lack of wind the previous afternoon. It was the poorest showing of our record week, but the barograph curve was slumping, and increasing wind and rain indicated that our run for the next 24 hours would be better. From noon on, we managed a spell well over 7 knots, and by 6 o'clock were tearing it off at nearly 8.5 knots, which I think is close to Typhoon's limit. She was staggering a bit under full sail, and, feeling that she would be more comfortable for the night without any material loss of speed, we tucked 2 reefs in the mainsail. Thus shortened down, she maintained a speed between 7 and 8 knots throughout the night. By 10 the next morning, July 25th, the seas had grown to a tremendous size, but the wind had dropped enough to warrant shaking out the reefs, which brought our speed up again to a full 8 knots. At 12, the log registered 760 miles, indicating a day's run of 171.4 miles, and we set our clocks ahead an hour to 45th meridian time. We were well beyond the limit of the Grand Banks, in the neighborhood of Flemish Cap, but the weather was still thick. In fact, we might have been on the banks all the way across, so far as the weather was concerned. Where time is less of a consideration than comfort, I would suggest crossing the Atlantic via the Azores, as Skipper Tom Day advised us to do, rather than by the northern route. But with us, the one important thing was to reach Cowes in time for the races. In the afternoon, the wind increased again, necessitating a double reef in the mainsail, and at midnight it was blowing so hard that we were forced to take in the sail entirely and run under the jib and mizzen. We were all beginning to feel the lack of sleep, and 2 hours at the wheel was about all we could stand without actually falling asleep, and even then the second hour was a series of cat naps, ending with a start just in time to keep the boat from jibing or luffing up into the wind. Steering becomes so automatic that it is possible to sleep and still carry on until the shifting of the wind on your face or the changing motion of the boat breaks the monotony and brings you back to consciousness with a jerk. This groggy condition we experienced during that first hard week out from Cape Race was due largely to the fact that it was difficult to get adequate rest below when off watch. Casey and I had the two bunks on the starboard side, and as we were practically continuously on the starboard tack, these bunks were on the weather side, and the motion of the boat made it almost impossible to stay put in them. They are spring bunks and rather broad to accommodate the regular Navy springs, and it is not easy to wedge yourself into them. In spite of the bunk board, Casey used occasionally to fall out of his in his sleeping bag and fetch up in the galley on the lee side. I used to make a trough of the mattress and a duffel bag and tie my arm to one of the rods about the bunk with a bath towel, but even then it was impossible to keep from rolling about like jelly on a plate without constant exertion that was quite detrimental to proper rest. Jim had no trouble on the lee side, and in fact seemed so comfortable that I shifted to the unoccupied pipe berth on that side, and have been there ever since. Spring bunks may be perfectly comfortable in a quiet anchorage, but I don't think I shall ever have one on a boat again. A pipe frame with a canvas bottom loosely laced so as to sag somewhat, and with a thin cot or hammock mattress, is to my mind the most comfortable type of bed for a boat. In the daytime it is folded up against the sheathing with the bedding in it, taking up no valuable room, and when in use it may be topped up at any angle to keep you from rolling out. The secret of the comfort of this sort of berth is that it sags and adapts itself to the irregularities of your person, supporting your weight uniformly instead of only at the bumps. If you must have spring bunks in a boat for ocean cruising, make them with high bunk boards and narrow enough to enable you to wedge yourself in with your knees. The log of the Typhoon is a decidedly sketchy document. Like our navigation, it shows a lack of system that would shock a through-going mariner, but it tells the story briefly, and a few pages from it will help to keep this narrative from becoming tiresomely long. Monday, July 26th. Cloudy but no fog. Wind strong west-southwest. All feeling the lack of sleep. High seas running and almost impossible to stay in bunks when we get an opportunity. 3:30 a.m. Doused mizzen and let her take care of herself under jib alone. Motion considerably less, and all had a good sleep. 7:30 a.m. Turned out and spent most of morning rigging up the rotary bilge pump and pumping bilge which had begun to slop around again. Raised mainsail without mizzen, which seems to be a good arrangement for running before it. 12 noon. Log 910 miles. Day's run 150 miles for 23 hours. Maintained almost constant 7 knots all afternoon under double-reefed mainsail and jib. 10:30 p.m. Main boom traveler carried away. Doused mainsail with some difficulty, secured boom in crutch, and let her sail herself under jib while we all slept. Tuesday, July 27th. Thick except for a while in the morning. 4 a.m. Wind heavy west by south, course east-southeast, maintained without touching steering wheel. Log 995 miles. 6 a.m. Log 1001.5 miles. Casey improvises a strop of wire and rope to replace main boom traveler, while WWN cleans up below decks. Set mainsail. 12 noon. Log 1030.4 miles. Day's run 120.4 miles. Took noon sight, really the first good one, although the horizon was obscured by fog. Latitude 49 degrees 8 minutes. Just about what we wanted, and quite good considering frequent changes of course. If longitude from log is anywhere near correct, we are nearly halfway across. 4 p.m. Log 1057.6 miles. 5:30 p.m. A large school of porpoises played about us for half an hour or so, almost touching the ship and jumping clear of the heavy seas. They seem to travel in groups of 2 or 3 and show no fear of the boat. Wednesday, July 28th. Fog still holds. Wind heavy west by south. Barograph high but starting to dip slightly. 2 a.m. Log 1121.5 miles. 4:30 a.m. Set mizzen. 8 a.m. Log 1162.5 miles. 12 noon. log 1,192.3 miles, days run 161.9 miles, fog too thick for latitude sight. Wednesday was the 6th day out from Cape Race, and it was on this day that we got our first time sight for longitude. It was blowing hard, and we were bowling along before it at top speed under jib, mizzen, and double-reefed mainsail, when early in the afternoon the fog thinned sufficiently to give us a glimpse of the sun. Casey took advantage of the opportunity and rushed for the sextant, and I stood by the chronometer while he brought the sun down to the very fuzzy horizon. Ignoring all of our profound volumes on navigation, and armed solely with Henderson's little manual, we worked out the sight together, and found, after several errors, and much to our astonishment, that we were actually but a few miles from our position by dead reckoning. I say much to our astonishment, for you are bound to be surprised the first time you work up a sight, and find that you actually are just about where you ought to be. Neither of us had ever done any serious navigation before. Casey had played a bit with his sextant, and had gained some acquaintance with the various methods of obtaining longitude by a casual reading of several textbooks. I had written an article on the 8948 method of obtaining latitude. But until we were in mid-Atlantic, neither one of us ever had had occasion to work up a time sight with a real live chronometer. It's a damaging admission, but it goes to prove that navigation is really not the formidable thing that we are likely to consider it. But, dear reader, do as I say and not as I do in these matters, and don't start across the Atlantic unless you are sure both you and your boat are ready. I wouldn't for the world give the impression of flippancy in my attitude toward ocean cruising. What cruising of this kind I have done has instilled in me a profound respect for the sea. She detests cowardice, and is a friend to those who know and respect her, but on the other hand she is likely to chasten flippancy or overfamiliarity with pitiless severity. With 2 reefs in the mainsail, we averaged 8.19 knots throughout the entire afternoon, and drove her through the night under the same canvas, too elated over the progress we were making to think of easing down a bit. Typhoon fairly flew, and the next morning for 1 hour between 10 and 11, the log showed that she actually made a full 9 knots, the best she has ever done. This was Thursday, July 29th, the 7th day from Cape Race and the 12th from Baddock. It was foggy as usual, with rain, but nothing mattered so long as the wind held. At 8 in the morning, Jim, who was at the wheel, sighted a full-rigged ship on our starboard bow, bound up probably to some Norwegian port. She was the first vessel we had seen in a week, and she made a bully picture, tearing along with all her kites pulling. At noon, our log showed that we had covered 183.4 nautical miles for the day, the best run for the entire passage, and this brought our mileage for the week up to 1,038.7, which I think we are safe in saying is a record week's run for a boat of this size and type. Our average day's run for the week was 148.39 miles, and our average speed was 6.18 knots. Those hollow water lines of Billy Atkins and that broad run aren't such bad features after all, if seaworthiness and speed are the qualities upon which the success of a boat depends. Just by way of contrast, and to take us down a peg, the next day proved to be the worst since that exasperating one after leaving the Bras-d'Or Lakes. In fact, save for that one exception, it was the worst of the entire run to Cowes. At about 8 o'clock Thursday, the wind hauled around to the north, and from then on gradually diminished. It was during my watch, and as the wind was now on the port beam, I trimmed her to sail herself, hung up a lantern, and went below and joined the others in a good old snooze. We needed it. By 2 in the morning, the wind had died entirely, and we took in the mainsail and jib to prevent slatting. Occasionally throughout the day we got a bit of wind from one quarter or another, but our progress was slow. It rained continuously, and we spent the day below on such jobs as the sea anchor, which had never been finished, straightening out the gear, and working up longitude sights. Our position was slightly below the 50th parallel in longitude 28 degrees 21 minutes west. But the wind was hauling around to the northwest with a rising glass, and that night we were treated to a change from our almost steady diet of thick weather. A glorious sunset and later a full moon with patches of clean, high wind clouds spoke well for the following day, and another good sleep, while Typhoon sailed herself, made up for what we had lost during the hard week. The second week out from Cape Race was less strenuous than the first had been. On the whole, the wind was good, and we kept on driving her, but things had become more systematized, and, hardened up as we were, we felt none of the fatigue that we had experienced in the earlier days. When the weather permitted, we took a daily noon sight for latitude and a morning and afternoon sight for longitude, for we could not afford to waste time on a poor landfall. Queenstown and the Royal Cork Yacht Club were out of the question, and instead of heading for Cape Clear at the southern point of Ireland, which would have shortened the transatlantic run by a full 24 hours, we shaped our course for Bishop's Rock in the Scilly Islands off the point of Cornwall. As we drew down to the traffic lanes, we sighted more ships, which are always a welcome break in the monotony of ocean sailing. It happened that most of these meetings were at night, and several rather close calls woke us up to the realization that we had better start again to use our running lights, for which there was little need in mid-Atlantic, north of the steamer lanes as we were. In thick weather, even if not actually foggy, there isn't much warning of an approaching vessel. If she is going in the opposite direction, she may loom up suddenly, pass you, and be lost astern in 5 minutes, and a lighted lantern or a flare ready at hand in the cockpit never should be neglected. As we drew nearer to the shipping, we never failed to have someone at the wheel except in clear weather. One night we sighted 2 vessels bearing down on us from opposite directions. It was hazy, and they were close aboard before we saw them, the masthead range lights of each almost in line. The situation demanded a bit of quick maneuvering and much waving of our lantern. It impressed upon us the necessity of a constant lookout. As the second week drew on, our chances of reaching Cowes improved with each good day's run. On the afternoon of August 4th, our longitude sight gave us 13 degrees 45 minutes west, or about 275 miles west of Bishop's Rock, which meant that, by averaging a little over 100 miles a day for the 5 remaining days, we could make it. The wind was holding up in great style. That day it was from the northwest, and at noon our log registered 174 miles for the past 24 hours. At 5 in the afternoon we lowered the mainsail to replace the lacing in the head, which had carried away, and incidentally to tie in a double reef, and during the operation we had a bit of excitement. Intent on our work, we allowed the mizzen to jibe, which carried away the starboard shrouds at the mast and nearly cost us our stick. We luffed and lowered away just in time to keep it from going overboard, for it was blowing half a gale. The cause of the accident was the slipping of the seizing at the eye of the shrouds, which were made in one continuous piece. That is, the forward and after shrouds on either side of the mizzen are in one length of wire rope, seized to form an eye to go over the masthead. This seizing was put on wire to wire, and consequently slipped down, enlarging the eye and placing all the strain on the oak cleat, which, although set into the mast, carried away under the strain. Clearing up the tangle of shrouds and lifelines, we snugged the mizzen boom and the crutch for the night, and when we reached the channel, rigged up a jury shroud with a forestay we had put on the mizzen for just such an emergency, and this allowed us to carry our sail to Cowes. On Friday, August 6th, we made our landfall. Our morning longitude sight put us 60 miles west of Bishop's Rock in longitude 8 degrees 2 minutes 17 seconds west, and our noon sight for latitude gave us 49 degrees 40 minutes 50 seconds, which meant that we ought to pick up the light early in the evening, unless our chronometer had changed its rate. At 9 a.m., the Lapland passed us close aboard, outward bound, and apparently on a course parallel to our own. Could it be that we were exactly right in our navigation, and that she had come out of the English Channel? Or was she bound out from Liverpool and the Irish Channel? We hoped mightily that the latter was not true, although we were under the impression that this particular vessel docked at Liverpool. However, we dipped our ensign to her, she did the same, and we went our way trusting that our latitude was correct. Our afternoon longitude sight put us almost on the meridian of Bishop's Rock, but night came on without picking it up. And then at 9:25, just as we were beginning to fear that the drubbing had been too much for the little Waltham, we caught the glow of the light, still down below the horizon. It was just where it should have been, about 3 points off the port bow, and again we were very much surprised and not a little elated. Our transatlantic run had been made in 15 days, 9 hours and 25 minutes from Cape Race, and we know of no other small craft that has done it in better time. Our first day in the English Channel will always be a crisp picture of my memory when other parts of the cruise have become blurred by time. It was clear and sunny, unusually so for England, and as we reached along to a southerly breeze within sight of the Cornish coast, we passed all sorts of interesting ships and small craft, some bound up or down the channel, and some trawling or lying to drift nets. We passed a whole fleet of steam drifters, each with her mizzen set, and a number of large yawls with the characteristic red sails. Bully sailors they are, too, as we found out when we had a brush with one later on. She beat us, but the sting of defeat was eased somewhat by the fact that she was twice our size. Navigating the English Channel is simplified by the chain of wonderful lights along the south coast of England: the Lizard, Eddystone, Start Point, Portland Bill, and the rest. It is so simple that I can understand why some of the skippers of our shipping board fleet, locally known as the tissue paper fleet, are the laughing stock of the Limeys for their habit of taking on pilots at Land's End. A pilot from Land's End to Dover gets the equivalent of about $1,000, I am told, and our new-laid skippers are supporting a large and ever-growing element of the English population. No unusual incident marked our run up the English Channel. Due to the effect of a head tide, we mistook the Bill of Portland, faintly visible, for the Isle of Wight, and put in and were caught in the notorious race, which we had been warned particularly to avoid, but suffered nothing more than a few hours' delay. We were running before a good breeze at the time, with the spinnaker set. We must have been doing 6 knots through the water, but we were scarcely able to make any actual progress against the current. But other than a moderate tide rip, we saw nothing of the dreaded overfall in which so many ships have foundered. We carried the spinnaker until we were within a few miles of the Needles, which mark the entrance to the Solent. There could be no doubt of St. Catherine's Light, but the Needles light bothered us. Our light list gave the characteristics of the light as a 20-second cycle with light 2 seconds, eclipse 2 seconds, light 2 seconds, eclipse 14 seconds, whereas our count was light 2 seconds, eclipse 2 seconds, light 14 seconds, eclipse 2 seconds, which is exactly the reverse. However, we made for it, and shortly after passing St. Albans Head, I went below for an hour's sleep. When I came on deck again, we were right in the middle of a constellation of blinking lights, with rocks close aboard on the starboard side. I wouldn't have given much for our chances of getting through the channel, which is such a difficult one that large vessels usually go out spithead at the other end of the Solent, rather than risk it even in daylight. I said so, and Casey grinned. But Casey hadn't been asleep, and before I had waked up sufficiently to know just where we were, we had shot into the Solent and were sailing in quiet water for the first time in 22 days. It was a strange, depressing sort of feeling. The tide was with us now, and we covered the 15 miles to Cowes in an hour and a half in spite of the light breeze. Luffing up off the Royal Yacht Squadron near what seemed to be the King's Yacht, we dropped the hook alongside a CMB and a converted ML at 3 a.m., having covered the logged distance of 2,777 nautical miles from Baddeck in 22 days, 1 hour and 20 minutes. It had been a glorious fight without a single let-up, and as we stood there on deck, the 3 of us, in the faint light before dawn, we felt the glow of pride that comes only from a task well done. We had accomplished, Typhoon and her crew, what had seemed to be an impossible thing. We had reached Cowes with a day and a half to spare. And then, as the quaint town and the interesting craft about us changed from mysterious silhouettes to living things with form and color, we went below and slept as we had never slept before. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 5. Loafing in English Waters. Typhoon lay at anchor, for the first time in 22 days, off the squadron castle. All about her the harbor was alive with interesting craft ranging from the Royal Yacht Victoria and Albert, over on our starboard hand, down to the fleet of international 18-footers, and a heterogeneous assortment of motorcraft and steam pinnaces. Alongside us lay an ML converted into a yacht, and just astern, one of the famous CMBs, also used privately, I imagine, although you can't be sure, for the squadron ensign is the white one of the Royal Navy. The most striking thing about the fleet as a whole was the great variety in the types of craft. There were new boats and old boats, trim raiders and sturdy cruisers, many of them what might be called single-handers. The boats as a whole reflected an admirable disregard on the part of their owners for the other fellow's opinion. Each one seemed to reflect the personality of its owner. They indicated a genuine love for the sport rather than a competition in the matter of style and speed. Motorboats, strictly speaking, were in the minority, and, except for the converted submarine chasers, there was scarcely an example of what might be termed the express cruiser. The extremely high price of gasoline, or petrol as it is called in England, of course was partially responsible for this, but I think the real explanation lies in the fact that this type of craft is not compatible with the temperament of the British yachtsman. He has in his veins more of the tradition of the sea than we have, and he runs rather to the types that have been evolved through generations as the most suitable for his conditions, which, on the whole, are somewhat more severe than our own. Nowhere in England is there a body of water that would compare with Long Island Sound, except possibly the Solent and the various estuaries, and while we saw little evidence of it during our stay, the winds as a general thing are stronger than our own, as might be expected on the lee side of the Atlantic. By far the greater number of the boats about us were auxiliaries, staunch sailing craft with low auxiliary power. Many of these were 20 or 30 or even 50 years old, but all were kept up regardless of age or type. There were Falmouth Quay punts, Bristol pilot cutters, double-enders of the North Sea type, and some that showed the skill of Fife or Linton Hope, or the late Albert Strange. There were all types of rig, but the most popular were the cutter, the yawl, and the ketch. The sloop, except in racing craft, is practically unknown, and the schooner is rare. All this we could see in the early light as we snugged down Typhoon preparatory to the first undisturbed sleep we had had since leaving Baddock. Our coming to Cowes had been like that of a modest burglar. Not so our awakening several hours later. It seems that Cowes had heard of our departure from Baddock and had been expecting us, but not so soon. We were jolted into consciousness about 8 o'clock by the arrival of the customs authorities, whom we received in our pajamas. The irrepressible Casey, seizing upon the opportunity as an event demanding a certain amount of hospitality, broke out a case of Canadian rye, and in consequence the formalities incident to entering our ship were brief indeed. The little informal health certificate which our friend Dr. Macaulay had scribbled the midnight of our departure from Baddock was accepted, and we were given the formal certificate of pratique. This finished, we were legitimate prey for a horde of newspaper correspondents, photographers, and the movie men. With an admirable disregard for convention, Baldwin insisted on being photographed in his luridly striped night gear, much to the disgust of the skipper, who endeavors to maintain an air of dignity and respectability at all times. With the assistance of the customs launch, the press contingent, and our faithful friend Harry Speed, the boatman, we found a more convenient mooring off the pontoon, and if some of the assistance was a bit sketchy from over-participation in Casey's hospitality, there were enough willing hands to make the job light, and almost in less time than it takes to tell it, we were securely berthed with bow and stern lines out to the big mooring buoys which are provided for this purpose. From this time on, Harry Speed became our guide, philosopher, and friend, and in helping with our repairs, taking on stores, and looking after Typhoon, his services were invaluable. His name is not exactly descriptive, for his virtues, while manifold, do not include quixotic or impetuous haste of action. Reliability would have been a better cognomen. In the meantime, the Victoria and Albert, with the royal family aboard, had left the harbor, but many of those who came to Cowes for Regatta Week had stayed over for the international motorboat races, and for the rest of the day, and in fact for the 3 weeks our ship remained at Cowes, there was scarcely a moment that some interested visitor was not aboard. The Royal Yacht Squadron sent us an invitation to make use of the castle, and the Royal London Yacht Club made us honorary members during our visit. A list of those who visited Typhoon, had one been kept, would have been most interesting. From the highest to the lowest they came, and all were welcome. One of the first of our visitors was General John Seeley, the Lord Lieutenant of Hampshire, who came aboard and welcomed us in the name of the King and expressed a regret that His Majesty had left without an opportunity to inspect our ship, in which he felt the sailor king would have been interested. The Earl of Dunraven did us the honor of coming aboard. I say did us the honor not from any particular respect for titles, but because of his record as a sailor. All but the youngest of our yachtsmen will remember Lord Dunraven as the owner of the Valkyries that attempted to lift the America's Cup. Several days later I returned Lord Dunraven's visit. The grand old Irishman's yacht is a tremendous thing that was used as a hospital ship during the war. The absolute ideal according to the popular conception of what a steam yacht ought to be. But as he welcomed me aboard, he said, "You know, Nutting, I'm not satisfied with this sort of thing. I'd much rather have a tiller in my hand. I'm a sailor at heart. But this ship is comfortable, and she was useful during the war. But I know what you want," he continued, with remarkable insight into the innermost consciousness of a perfect stranger. "You want a good old American cocktail." And I did. As I left him, I explained to Lord Dunraven that, so far as I was concerned, he could sail any old kind of a ship he chose. Several days after our arrival, a modest sort of man rowed by in a dinghy with a couple of ladies, evidently wishing to come aboard. Casey, who was standing in the companionway, smiled reassuringly, but after several unsuccessful attempts to muster courage to invite himself aboard, the retiring gentleman rowed away. We found out later that it was the Duke of Leeds. Imagine a well-known member of our most prominent yacht club rowing about Newport Harbor in a 10-foot dink. The Englishman has not forgotten how to play. Every day during our stay at Cowes brought new and interesting craft that dropped in and out of the Solent. One of the most noteworthy of the many boats that were moored near us was an auxiliary cutter of the famous Bristol pilot type, owned by Mr. F. W. Lanchester, whose works on aerodynamics are well known in this country. I had heard the praises of the type sung by a number of the British writers, but she was the first of the class that I ever met up with. Built originally as a pilot boat, she had been taken over by Mr. Lanchester and converted according to his own ideas into a most comfortable cruiser. She was typical of her class, a little larger than the Typhoon, but much bluffer of bow and fuller in body, giving her a great deal more room below decks. In their work in the Bristol Channel, such boats are handled by two men, or sometimes, in fact, by a man and a boy, and when the pilot goes aboard the incoming ship, the boat frequently is sailed back to her mooring single-handed. There is a great deal to be said for the cutter rig for cruising, as I have always felt since the days of the old Nereus. My friend Claude Worth considers it the ultimate type, as exemplified by his auxiliary Tern 3. Another of our friends was the Solapax, a 40-footer, owned by Mr. E. G. Hawker of Poole. Solapax is a double-ender of the North Sea type, and although but 40 feet on top, has full headroom throughout under a flush deck. She is a high-sided, buoyant-looking ship, as the picture will show, and her gear, like that of Mr. Lanchester's cutter, made that of Typhoon actually look light. Solapax is 36 feet on the waterline by 12 feet beam and 6-foot draft, and is powered with a 2-cylinder 15-horsepower kerosene motor. She is rigged as a ketch, with the rudder hung on the curved stern post, like many of the Scandinavian fishing craft, and steers with a tiller which is universally used in England in preference to a wheel. Unique among the craft with which Typhoon hobnobbed was a Dutch barge-type yacht, which I knew instantly, as she luffed up near us, as the Velsa, once owned by Arnold Bennett, and on which he wrote, "From the Log of the Velsa." This boat is now owned by Mr. Herbert Reach, the editor of Yachting Monthly, who dropped in at Cowes to look over the Typhoon, and it would be possible to devote a whole volume to her many unusual features. In Denmark I had seen a number of freighters of the Dutch barge type, but I had always felt that in spite of the claims that are made for them, they were more picturesque than efficient, defying as they do most of the precepts of naval architecture. I had not realized what a really comfortable cruiser such a boat would make until I stepped aboard the Velsa. All the peculiarities of the original type had been retained in her design, including the tumbled-home topsides, the spoon bow, lee boards, and tremendous carved rudder. The bow is a bit flatter, I believe, than is customary, and must be a terrible thing in a head sea, but for cruising in shoal water where the ability to lie over a tide on the mud, get under bridges and the like is necessary, she would be hard to improve on. Her mast is stepped in a tabernacle and can be lowered by means of the deck winches, and her rig, while complicated in appearance, has many advantages for short-handed work. The loose-footed mainsail, which, by the way, is characteristic of most English cruising craft, may be triced up at the tack and is much easier to reef than our own laced sail. The bowsprit is of the reefing type popular on the other side, and may be completely drawn in when lying at a mooring or when the weather is such as not to require the jib. Below decks, Velsa is a veritable houseboat with more room than a Harlem flat, and her joiner work is of a school now practically dead. When they built Velsa, they built her for 100 years, and her construction was an eye-opener to me. I thought I knew what heavy construction was, but Velsa in this respect transcends anything I have ever seen. While most of the boats were auxiliary cruisers, there were exceptions. I remember one boat, about 35 feet long, evidently a converted ship's lifeboat, with considerable power and a stocky, short ketch rig. This boat, I found later, belonged to one of Typhoon's friends. I have forgotten the exact circumstances of our meeting with this yachtsman, but I remember distinctly one beastly rainy night we were stumbling along the unlighted streets of Cowes on our way to a dinner, when someone hailed us with, "Typhoon, ahoy!" I shouted back, "Hello, old top, can you direct us to H Lodge?" The muffled stranger happened to be going to the same place, and we trudged along together through the rain. When we arrived, he proved to be Lord Albemarle. When I remarked to him later upon the fact that many of the members of the Royal Yacht Squadron, the most exclusive club in the world, were content to play about with small boats, in contrast to the yachtsmen of some of our best-known clubs, he laughed and explained the phenomenon on purely economic grounds. There may be an element of truth in the explanation, but the fact remains that most Englishmen prefer to sail comparatively small boats. General John Seeley sails a 10-ton Falmouth Key punt, and his brother, Sir Charles, owns, or rather owned, a 35-ton yawl that was wrecked on the French coast while we were at Cowes. As we of the Typhoon were in a sort of unofficial way representing American yachtsmen, it may not be out of place to express here our appreciation of the delightful hospitality of both Sir Charles and General Seeley, to whom we are grateful for glimpses of Gatcombe and Brooke, the sort of historic country places that we Americans see pictured in architectural journals, but seldom have the opportunity to see and touch. Their kindness was characteristic of that shown us on all sides. Everyone on the Isle of Wight seems to have the tradition of the sea in his soul, and we who dropped in out of the sea were fortunate in consequence. Cowes is the home of the famous Saunders shops, and we had an opportunity to see a good deal of the sort of work that this concern is now turning out. The Saunders motorboats are interesting more from the standpoint of their construction than from the design, which is of the usual V-bottom type. They are made entirely of consuto linen-sewn plywood, with which the hull is planked in 5 pieces, 2 for the sides, 2 for the bottom, and 1 for the transom. In the framing, the experience gained in the building of airplanes is apparent, and the finished boats are considerably lighter, I believe, than our own craft of this type. Over at Southampton, the Thornycrofts also are building interesting boats. Besides their speedboats, which are a development of the famous CMBs, this concern is building a number of light, fast cruisers, one of the best examples of which is owned by my friend Theophile Desnos, the Vice Commodore of the British Motorboat Club. On a trip to London with Mr. Desnos, the run from Cowes across the Solent and up Southampton Water was made in his Eileen II, and little as I am interested personally in the express cruiser, I must confess I enjoyed slipping along past the best of them at 15 knots. On the way up Southampton Water, we passed group after group of odd craft, rusty and covered with the scars of hard usage, the remains of a vast fleet developed for the highly specialized uses of the war and worthless for any other purpose. There were mystery ships, double-enders at which you would have had to look twice to tell whether they were coming or going, patrol boats, sweepers, and the like, all bearing mute testimony to the terrible waste of a war which, due to our own reactionary selves, has left the world little in return for its heroic sacrifices, either material or spiritual, except a burden of debt and a great cynicism and disillusionment. And then there was the cruise over to the Hamble River, which, of all the places in England, probably is the most interesting to the man who sails his own boat. I had an invitation to attend a regatta at Burnham on Crouch, over east of the Thames estuary, which I was unable to accept. This is another rendezvous for single-handers, but I can't see how it would be any more delightful than, say, Bursledon on the Hamble. The expedition to Bursledon was made on Redshank, the little sloop owned by my friend Ingham Reeves, to whom I am indebted for 2 of the most delightful days spent in England. His little auxiliary is a masterpiece in teak and mahogany, with the tanned sails that are so popular in England. The run from Cowes across the Solent was made under power, and as we turned into the Hamble from Southampton Water, we sighted my friend Parmenter, an American from Paris, who had sailed across the Channel and was cruising in British waters in a little French raider. His red sails were slatting idly in the calm, and we took him in tow, and all had dinner at the old ship house, the home of Mr. Reeves. I had heard that there were a lot of old M.L.s in the Hamble, and sure enough, a half-mile or so from the mouth, we came upon the first group of these weather-beaten, battle-scarred little ships, moored 4 abreast and extending as far as the eye could see. For the first time I realized the magnitude of the job of building such a fleet. They extended for miles, and the strange and varied gear with which they were cluttered gave evidence of the extent of their work in the war. Most of them, I understand, had been sold to some French concern, to whom I suppose I am indebted for Typhoon's present steering wheel, which I lifted from one of the most dilapidated of the fleet. Since there were enough steering wheels to supply all the yachts that might be built in the next 10 years, I feel no very great remorse. One of the principal reasons for visiting the Hamble was to meet Claude Worth, whose Yacht Cruising is one of the best-known books on the subject. He had just returned from a cruise along the French coast in his 53-foot auxiliary Tern 3, which is the embodiment of the experience he has gained with a number of cruising craft of all kinds. Here also was the Maud, the Fife-designed double-ended ketch made famous in Worth's book and now owned by our good friend Dr. Bowers. F.E. Knight, the author of The Cruise of the Falcon and The Cruise of the Alert, was not aboard his houseboat, and we missed him, but we met Dr. Harrison Butler, whose designs of tabloid cruisers are famous, and also many of the other sailormen with whose names I was already familiar through their articles in the British yachting papers. At Swanwick, not far from the old ship house, were discovered recently the remains of an old Viking ship, which has lain buried in the mud since about the year 800 A.D. At any rate, it was long before the Norman conquest that a roving band of Norsemen descended on the Hamble River, which even then proved so attractive that the crew decided to remain, killing off the men and old women and settling down to a life of domestic happiness, thus spoiling a brilliant cruising career. In Typhoon's forecastle there is a part of a plank from the old ship, with the treenails still in place, and showing the marks of the huge square-headed iron nails used in its construction. After we had been at Cowes a week, we lost Baldwin. We realized when we started that it would be necessary for him to spend some time with the Admiralty in London, and then to rush back to Baddock. But when it actually came to his leaving, it was just plain hell. I tried to pound the typewriter that morning while he packed up, and when old faithful Harry Speed rowed him away to the Southampton steamer, there seemed no joy in the world at all. Judging from Casey's face, on which the characteristic grin was struggling hard to stay put, he too was having a hard time of it. We were confronted with the problem of filling Casey's place, and I thought of the old crowd who were in the habit of dropping in at the motorboat office to talk boats, and I wished, as I have so often since, that they might have been along, old George Bonnell, with whom I had cruised so many strenuous miles, or Sid Breese, or Coke Stevens, or Bayard Rodman, or any one of the members of the New York Canoe Club. W.P. Stevens in particular would have been in his element. W.P. has a very high regard for British yachtsmen and British yachting, and his articles are better known in England than they are here. Thomas Ratsey, the Dean of Yacht Sailmakers, a man who not only practices sailmaking as a business but loves it as well, and still sails the Dolly Varden to frequent victories, although she is well over 40 years old, said to me, "We admire Stephen's articles because of their absolute fairness and honesty. In fact, I can do no better than say that we consider W.P. Stephens a man without guile." Mr. Ratsey lost 3 sons in the war, and now runs his business single-handed under the name of Ratsey and Lapthorne, a branch of which we have at City Island. His shop is a veritable treasure house of yachting lore, and his home also reflects his interest in the subject. Given such an interest and a craftsmanship that transcends the term and should be spoken of as an art, no wonder Ratsey's sails are masterpieces. In speaking of the veteran sailmaker, Lord Dunraven told me that if he were making an estimate of British society, he would list Tom Ratsey as one of England's foremost gentlemen, and if that grand old Irishman's opinion is as good as his American cocktails, it is worth a great deal. We are grateful to Mr. Ratsey for his hospitality and his kind interest in the Typhoon. Before we left, learning that we carried no trysail, he insisted that we take his own from the Dolly Varden. We have since had occasion to use this sail in many a tight place, and I don't really see what we should have done without it. But to get back to the matter of a crew. It would have been foolish for Dorset and me to attempt the long grind back to New York alone, but it began to look as if this might be necessary. We had opportunities to sell Typhoon, but I had determined to bring her back. I couldn't leave her over there after putting into her the thought and energy that I had, and after what we had been through together. I was determined to bring her back, even if we had to do it alone. In spite of his hard time of it on the way over, Dorset was keen to see it through. We had several applications from people who seemed not to realize the nature of such a cruise, and whom we were forced to turn down. Then along came a couple of young chaps from a little sloop that had been moored alongside us for several days. They were expecting to go to Canada with a party in the fall, and were of the opinion that they could arrange their affairs to come with us. They were good small boat sailors, and their experience as captains in the Tank Corps during the war ensured their staying qualities. Of course, I don't mean staying qualities in the literal sense, for once started there is nothing to do but stay. I refer more to those qualifications such as endurance, adaptability, and cheerfulness, without which I imagine a long passage at sea would be hell indeed. Our problem seemed solved as they rushed off to London, but due to lack of time they were unable to make the necessary arrangements, and we were left within 2 days of the date we had set for starting, still without a crew. That evening the solution came in the form of a boatload of Sea Scouts. I had seen and admired these youngsters in the Humble River the day before, and as they luffed their long, rakish whaleboat alongside Typhoon with all the snap and skill of an American Coast Guard crew, I had an idea. They, too, had had one, for it seems that there were all sorts of stories afloat about the plans of the Typhoon. They clambered aboard, and their interest in every last detail of our equipment and their keen intelligence was most refreshing. Fox, the scoutmaster, a stalwart youth of 23, explained that he had tried to bring up his nippers in the way that they should go, and they certainly did reflect a lot of good hard training. They all wore the characteristic British Sea Scout uniform, jersey and shorts with bare legs. Fox explained without further formality that he would like to go back with us, and that if we needed another hand, Hooky, one of his boys, a youngster of 18, with an overall length of 6 feet 2 inches, would like to go too, or rather he felt that they would be able to do it, for there wasn't one of all the boatload who was not itching to sign on. But the next day brought news of paternal disapproval in Fox's case, and of course I advised that he forget it. But again that night the youngsters gathered aboard. Fox was in a quandary, but decided to flip a coin, and the matter was settled. It was then late, but we were scheduled to sail the following morning, and the crew decided to row, there being no wind, the 14 miles over to the Hamble and back, to enable Fox to get his gear off the Black Rose on which he had been cruising. They were back in 3 hours, and at last things looked bright again. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 6 Across the Channel to Brittany. Typhoon had remained at her moorings during her entire stay at Cowes. While she had stood up well under the drubbing of her run across the Atlantic, which was really her trial trip, there were a number of minor repairs to be made before taking her to sea again. You will remember that a day or two before reaching the Scilly Islands, we had come near losing our mizzenmast. Due to the shock of a jibe, the seizing had slipped down the mizzen shrouds, which are in one piece, to the side, and this opened up the eye and allowed all the strain to come on the shoulder cleat, which had carried away. New cleats had to be fashioned and mortised into the mizzen head, and the shrouds had to be resized in a manner that would prevent a recurrence of the trouble. A strop had to be made for the main boom to replace the temporary one Casey had rigged up when the boom traveler carried away in mid-Atlantic. In a number of places where the shrouds chafed the mainsail and mizzen, the stitching had worn through, necessitating a day's work with the palm and needle, and there were other trifling things, unimportant in themselves, that took what time our hospitable friends would allow us. Then there was the motor. Jim took it down completely, and after this major operation the vital parts lay strewn all over the cabin floor. Among other little troubles, we found that in some way water had worked into the cylinder, and the rings were frozen in their grooves. I don't know just how this happened, as our exhaust line runs out of the deck and is kept plugged when the motor is not running. When the job of reassembling the motor had been completed, still laboring under the delusion that we needed very high air pressure in order to start successfully, we took the air tank to the J.S. White shops to have it charged with air compressor. We didn't realize then, what we found out later on, that the motor will start on as low as 100 pounds of air if everything is right. We imagined we wanted about 300 pounds in order to make sure of starting without using the blowtorch, but we split the tank before this was reached. After welding it, we tried it again and split it a second time. Welding it again, we finally got 200 pounds and went back and wasted it in a futile effort to start. When we turned on the starting lever, there was no snappy response, and it seemed as if something were obstructing the air line. Taking down the air connections to the cylinder again, we found a certain mushroom valve, the function of which we were unable to fathom unless it was placed there to prevent too great a rush of gas to the air tank when charging the latter from motor compression. At any rate, we took it out, and thereafter had little difficulty in starting with even 100 pounds, although we noticed that to prevent hammering it was necessary to exercise care in opening the charging handle when the starting air was low. From then on, when for any reason we lost our air pressure, we had no difficulty in getting it back by means of the hand pump that was supplied with the motor. When we arrived at Cowes, we still had about half the food with which we had started, and, except for a couple of hams and a strip of bacon that had become insubordinate and had to be made to walk the plank, the food was still in good condition. Anticipating a stop on the French coast and another in Spain, we took on only a small supply of such things as fresh bread and tinned milk, meats, and fruits. The water in the main tank had held out well and had kept in perfect condition. In fact, although we used the main supply for washing as well as cooking and drinking, it had not been necessary to tap the water breakers, 6 of which were lashed along the sides of the cockpit. Oak water breakers, I think, are much overestimated as a means of carrying fresh water. Ours had been filled a week or 10 days before we sailed, and had been emptied and refilled several times, but even so the water was discolored with tannic acid and really unfit to use for any purpose except washing. I suppose it would be possible to correct this condition, possibly with soda, but we were not entirely free from it throughout the cruise, although later on we were able to use the water from the breakers for cooking and even for making tea and coffee. Feeling that we could depend upon the main water tank, we discarded 2 of the breakers at Cowes, and later on at the Azores knocked the head out of a third and used it as a pickle barrel for our salt pork and salt beef. F. E. Knight, in his books The Cruise of the Falcon and The Cruise of the Alert, speaks of the necessity of getting down to simple food when making long ocean cruises. While we came to this later on, we had not thus far realized the necessity. Our original stock of food had been remarkably complete, and included a big supply of tinned beefsteak and onions, corned beef, vegetables, and fruit, and had such things been available later on, the problem of meals for the homeward cruise would have been simple. But fancy food of this kind, at the few places on the other side where it is available, is tremendously expensive, and I would advise anyone contemplating a long cruise to lay in a good supply of flour, potatoes, salt beef, salt pork, sea biscuits, and, in fact, the sort of thing that is carried on sailing ships that are not equipped with the cold storage facilities of our modern steamships. Before leaving England, there is one institution we must mention because I hope that sometime there will be such a one in our own country. This is the Royal Cruising Club, whose membership includes many of the real cruising yachtsmen of England. My friend, Mr. Claude Worth, the Vice Commodore, told me many interesting things about the activities of this organization and presented me with a number of the charts which it publishes. These charts cover much of the English coast, at least that part of it which is suitable for cruising, and also parts of the French coast. They are conveniently arranged in small sheets and of a scale about that of our own 1 to 80,000 scale U.S. Coast Survey charts, and they contain all the information required by a small boat, much of which is not shown on the regular Admiralty charts. At the outbreak of the war, the data compiled by the Royal Cruising Club was of inestimable value to the Admiralty, which, I believe, cooperates with the club to some extent in the work of preparing the charts. Why can't some such club be started on this side of the Atlantic? It was on Tuesday, August 31st, that we finally took leave of Cowes. The quaint town that had come to mean so much to us had sobered down again after its annual fling, to drift placidly along for 50 weeks until the next regatta should stir it into life again. The English yachting season already was drawing to a close, the Britannica had gone into her winter quarters, and we began to realize that there were long miles ahead of us and that it was time to be on our way again. Had we started earlier, I had planned vaguely to cruise possibly as far as Dover or the Thames estuary, and then cross the Channel to the Belgian coast and visit Zeebrugge, where the vindictive and the gallant M.L.'s wrote one of the most brilliant pages in naval history. From Zeebrugge I had thought of following down the French coast as far as Ushant, and from there taking a departure for Cape Ortegal or Cape Finisterre at the point of the Spanish peninsula. But Cowes, the Solent, Southampton Water, and the Hamble had proved fascinating and had held us too long. Besides, the English coast from the Isle of Wight to Dover is far less interesting to the yachtsman than that section we had already passed from Land's End to Cowes. The coast of France, especially the Brittany coast, I had had a hankering to visit, and the quaint Channel Islands, Alderney, Guernsey, and Jersey, those little bits of the British Empire that lie nestled close to the Cape La Hague. It is a wicked coast, this coast of Brittany, broken and rock-strewn and therefore fascinating. But to get to New York before bad weather should set in meant direct courses and hard sailing and left no chance for exploring a coast that in itself is worth a season's cruise. And so we decided to make directly for Ushant, or some point on the mainland which would allow us a glimpse of Brittany without taking us far out of our track. By 1 o'clock of August 31st, everything was in readiness for the start. The Sea Scouts had come down in their rowing cutter to cheer their 2 comrades on their way, and Mr. Bruce Atkey and his children had come aboard for the run down the Solent. A little group of friends waved us farewell from the pontoon as we slipped our mooring and worked out into the harbor under motor power. Circling the fleet of yachts, that had dwindled greatly since the big week, we chugged our stately way past the Royal London Yacht Club and the castle of the Royal Yacht Squadron, dipped our ensign, and headed down the Solent for the Needles. Halfway to Hurst Castle we met an incoming pilot cutter under power. She whipped out a snappy bon voyage by semaphore, and Fox, who proved to be an expert with the code, shot back, "Many thanks." At 2:55 p.m. Yarmouth was abeam, and here the motor, that had been performing perfectly, slowed down and seemed unable to carry the load, although it picked up instantly when the clutch was thrown out. We were approaching the deep, narrow passage between Hurst Castle and Fort Norton. In fact, a fair tide was carrying us down at an alarming speed, and there was not wind enough to give us steerage way under sail. We cleared the kedge anchor, ready to let go, in the hope of picking up bottom in time to prevent being carried through the Narrows with its mill-race tide, and possibly onto the rocks that lie beyond. Examining the stuffing box, we found that it had heated due to the fact that the gland had been drawn up too snugly, and after this was backed off and the shaft and fittings had been cooled with water, the motor was started again without even the necessity of a fuse, and thereafter maintained a constant 422 RPM. Shooting through the Narrows with tide and motor power, we bent on to Totland Bay, threw out the clutch, and stood by while a boat from shore took off our passengers. As we drew out again and headed for the Needles, we passed an inbound liner. The ship proved to be the old New York, and she must have known us, for as she passed, her ensign came down in salute. Months later, in New York, I happened to meet a man by the name of Melville. During our conversation, it developed that he was the first officer of the New York, and had been on the bridge and given the order to dip the ensign. The world, as somebody I believe has said before, is small after all. Threading the Needles in broad daylight with a fair tide and motor power was not nearly so exciting as it had been that memorable night when Casey shot Typhoon through under full sail, and by 4 o'clock we were clear of this ticklish place and were again in open water. Outside we found a westerly breeze, which by 6 o'clock had freshened enough to warrant putting on sail. Under full sail and motor power we were able to hold a west-southwest course, which is about southwest by west magnetic, for the deviation of our steering compass we found, by comparison with the spare one, to be about 1 point north on westerly and southwesterly headings. By 7:30 we were off St. Albans. The log registered 17 miles, and we concluded that the tide was still with us, for St. Albans Head is about 19 miles from the Needles. But the wind was dying, and we faced a night of chugging under power. Until the new members of the crew should be broken in, we decided to run 4-hour watches with 2 men to the watch, and at 8 o'clock Charles and I went below for a rest, while Dorset and Fox carried on till midnight. When he became familiar with the ship, I felt that Fox, who was the only other man besides myself who had had any previous cruising experience, would be able to act on his own initiative, and for this reason I put him and Dorset in one watch and took Charles in the other with me. This arrangement would enable us to carry on indefinitely in bad weather, and when things were quiet we could reduce the watches to 2 hours with one man on deck at a time. The last entry in the log for August 31st is 10:45, full-rigged ship about 2 miles on port hand, going our way, sails shining in the moonlight. Hardly a breath of wind, oily swell, head tide since passing St. Albans. Wednesday, September 1st. Barograph high and rising slightly. No wind. Running under motor power. 1 a.m. Log 45.25 miles. 1:15. Breeze springing up from northwest. 1:50. Portland bill light abeam. 4 flashes every 20 seconds. 3:10. Engine slowed down. Picked up again when clutch was thrown out, but stopped when clutch was thrown in. Got Jim up, started motor, and pumped up air. This rest seemed to cure the difficulty, which may have been due to clogging or improper fuel adjustment. 4 o'clock. Log 61.00 miles. Stopped motor, turned out port watch. 5 o'clock. Breeze freshening. Course west-southwest. 8 o'clock. Wind dying. Log 68.75 miles. 8:30. Wind dead. 9:30. Northwest breeze springing up. 11 o'clock. Log 74.75 miles. Course west by south 1/2 south. 11:40. Wind heading us. Course southwest by west. 12 noon. Course southwest. Log 78.50 miles. 3:45 p.m. Changed course to southwest by west. Log 96.75. 4:45. Set up main backstay and mizzen forestay, as wind is all we can stand under full sail. Log 102 miles. 5 o'clock. Took double reef in mainsail. 7 o'clock. Log 116.15 miles. Course west-southwest. All 3 of crew seasick. 8 o'clock. Took off mainsail entirely and lashed boom in the crutch. Stowed Charles and Fox, who seemed to be greatly perturbed over being sick, especially so soon after partaking of tinned peaches, his favorite fruit. Dorset feeling better. 9 o'clock. Got Jim up again at the wheel while I took off mizzen. Typhoon was doing nicely under full jib and mizzen, but really requires someone at the wheel, and I feel the need of a rest. Under jib alone she will sail herself with wind abeam or abaft the beam. As there is considerable shipping, even in this part of the channel, hung out a riding light, and at 10 p.m. joined the invalids below. I figure we are midway between Start Point and the coast of France, and about 50 miles off land. 10:30. Wind north-northwest. Course west-southwest. Log 131 miles. Glass rising. Typhoon steering herself. All turned in. Thursday, September 2nd. Cloudy. Wind northwest. Barograph high and steady. All slept late while Typhoon sailed herself under jib alone. 4 a.m. Fox went on deck and reported glow of 2 lights below horizon off port bow. 6 a.m. Lights proved to be 2 lighthouses, one on a small island. 7 o'clock. WWN prepares breakfast of oatmeal and tea as crew are still a bit groggy. 10:30. Raised mizzen and steered southwest along French coast, now plainly visible. The islands abeam seem to be les 7 îles, as nearly as we can judge from our small-scale chart. 11:30. Started motor to fetch point that makes out ahead of us. 12 noon. Log 154.00 miles. 1:30 p.m. Changed course to west to clear outlying island, which seems to be Ile de Bats. Slow work bucking strong headwind and tide, and decide to put in instead of beating farther. 3:30. Ran through fleet of small fishing boats with red and some blue sails. These boats are practically uniform as to size and rig, about 25 to 30 feet in length, with tiny jib and mainsail double reefed. One of these craft tried to overhaul us, man standing on bow like Maxfield Parrish's pirate, gesticulating madly and yelling, "Pilote, pilote," at the top of his voice, left him yelling astern, and took a chance of getting through the rocks with lead line going constantly. Picked our way between 2 lighthouses on rocks, luffed up in the lee of one of them, and slid gently onto a mud flat. At low tide, the section we had come through looks like the Sierra Mountains, and Typhoon proved herself a sensible little ship in picking out the only available soft spot on which to go aground. Log 172 miles. As it is 15 miles from Cowes to the Needles, where we streamed the log, we had covered 187 nautical miles. At last we had hit French soil, but whether the picturesque little town that lay across the rock-studded harbor was Saint-Paul-de-Léon or Roscoff, we were unable to tell from our chart. We are always getting into places for which we had no large-scale charts, and that fact recently was seized upon by one of our newspaper friends as proof that we were indeed amateur sailors. I should like to remind this man, however, that we carried more charts than an Atlantic liner, and if we had taken on large-scale sheets of all the sections of the European coast on which our sketchy itinerary might land us, we should have had little room for anything else. The only part of our itinerary that was adhered to strictly was the run to Cowes. From there on, as I already have explained, we had no very distinct plans, and, while we don't advise this sort of thing, the fact remains that there is great fascination in exploring unfamiliar coastlines armed solely with general charts. By studying the lay of the land, the range lights, and the other local aids to navigation, and by constant use of the lead, it is possible to get into the worst harbors, as we had proved on many occasions, but this sort of thing, of course, is not sensible yachting, and should never be attempted in bad weather except under motor power. When in doubt, better stay outside. Kedging off was not a difficult process, as the tide was rising, and to get the tender overboard, to place the small kedge anchor and back Typhoon off with a windlass took but a few minutes. The motor, which we had allowed to run idly during this process, died for some unknown reason, and we lost our air pressure in an unsuccessful effort to start it again. While working on the motor, we had a bit of an accident. We had lighted the Primus stove, which is hung in gimbals under the bridge deck, and while opening the valve on the air tank, I knocked the stove out of the rack into a pile of kindling in the coal box. The burner broke off, releasing the kerosene under pressure and causing something of a conflagration, which was put out without difficulty with one of the pyrene guns. In the meantime, Fawkes had gone ashore to forage. Knowing no French, and lacking confidence in his ability to make himself understood by the sign language, he armed himself with a pencil and a paper plate on which he drew the items required for our dinner. In an hour he returned triumphantly, stone broke, but the proud possessor of 4 mackerel. He reported a fine protected little inner harbor back of a stone quay, and after an elaborate dinner we beat in under sail and moored at dusk at the very back door of what proved to be Roscoff, one of the quaintest of the coastal villages of Brittany. Already the quay was alive with Bretons in wooden sabots and picturesque tam-o'-shanters, vastly excited over the fact that a strange, rakish-looking craft, manned by a crew of mad foreigners, had come into their very midst without a pilot. One of the greatest fascinations that cruising holds for me is landfalls. The long passages in themselves sometimes are tiring and often are monotonous, but they serve to make keener the joy of dropping in out of the sea on some strange seafaring nook and fraternizing with its people, with whom one who loves the sea is bound to find much in common. It would have been difficult indeed to have struck upon a more delightful place than the one we had found totally by accident. For centuries, Brittany has withstood the onslaughts of modern civilization, and this picturesque corner of France still lives largely in its legendary past. Even the religion of the Bretons is colored with legend and superstition, and the costumes are those of another century. Everything in Roscoff is old. The stone buildings, constructed at a time when men built for permanency, are gray with age and weathered by the winds that blow in from the sea, and even the people give the impression of age. So far as the men are concerned, this impression is a reality, for Brittany, like the rest of France, gave all her young men to the defense of her country, and but few of them returned. One of the first of those to greet us on the quay was an Englishman by the name of Carnegie, who took me in tow for a stroll about town and a glass of vin rouge before turning in. Despite the hospitality of this man, who became our good friend, the first evening ashore was a melancholy experience. The unlighted streets were melancholy, the gray houses were melancholy, and the people themselves, though hospitable, seemed melancholy. We turned in that night with a depressed sort of feeling, for you see we had not experienced Roscoff by daylight, and we did not realize what lay in store for us. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 7. Crossing the Bay of Biscay. Biscay, monsieur, you please, biscay? Cigarette, s'il vous plaît, cigarette, cigarette? It was some such chorus as this that aroused us that first morning at Roscoff. Shrill and insistent and repeated ad infinitum, it emanated from a dozen tousled little heads that packed the companionway and jostled each other for an intimate view of the mad foreigners. Cute little devils, I thought, as we turned out, dressed and ate our breakfast under a barrage of excited comment and insistent pleading for biscuit and cigarettes. Although usually tolerant in my judgment of the conduct of others, I did feel that the tender age of 4 to 7 was too young for cigarettes, but when a generous handout of biscuit, sea biscuits, only served to attract other and equally ravenous visitors, I dropped both descriptive adjectives. From then on, they were just plain devils. But you can't be too hard on a regular kid, and during our 3 days at Roscoff they had the run of the ship. Although the weather was gray and dreary, the town that had seemed so melancholy the night before took on an entirely different aspect in the morning. The buildings seemed less drab, and the people more alive. After all, Brittany is a corner of France, and no part of France could be dull or uninteresting. Furthermore, Roscoff proved to be something of a summer resort, and while not exactly a true ville, the hotels and bathing beach, in spite of the lateness of the season, added a bit of life and color to the gray little town. But there was none of the garish artificiality that seems a part of most summer resorts the world over, and those who come to Roscoff come because of a love of its native quaintness. Among those who spend the summer months on the coast of Brittany, are Monsieur and Madame Chaumier of Paris, and while the skipper was ashore wandering about the town to avoid the curious visitors who were increasing in numbers as the news of Typhoon's arrival spread through the village, these people came aboard and left an invitation for me to look in on them at Les Capucins. What Les Capucins might be, I hadn't the slightest idea, but I went straight away and discovered one of the most delightful places on the coast of France. Originally a monastery built by the Capuchin monks, the place, with its extensive grounds, walled in the French manner, had been taken over by Monsieur Chaumier and converted into a villa with every appointment of a modern country home. There were tennis courts and wines and American cigarettes and the largest fig tree in the world. The grim, forbidding walls that were built to cloister somber monks were softened by vines and flowers that were a symbol of the happiness and kindly hospitality of two people who unwittingly had come closer to the true spirit of Christianity than the venerable brotherhood that they succeeded. And there was a guest from London, a Miss Enid Guest, to be exact, who knew my good friend, Miss M. Chaplica, the Oxford ethnologist and explorer, and so I was convinced that blundering into a little niche in a rock-bound coast was right and proper and just as it should have been. Always pretty strong for blundering, I have now become convinced that it is the only policy. Never have I been able to plan for myself better than chance has done it for me. On the second day the wind held westerly, and we were easily convinced that little would be gained trying to beat to Ushant against it, and so the Chaumiers and all their friends took me for a tramp along the cliffs that skirt the coast. There were quaint farms where respectful, God-fearing peasants eke out a difficult existence. The air was rich with the smell of burning peat, and the downs were bright with purple heather. I like the heather, the weather-beaten kind that scorns the easy lowlands and clings to rocky wind-swept crags. There's character in such a flower. With the agility of the elusive mountain goat, and at great sacrifice of editorial dignity, the skipper gathered great bunches of heather from inaccessible places, and later lost his reputation for physical prowess by being soundly beaten at tennis by the lady from London. Madame Chaumier spoke quaint, delightful English, and her husband made up for his inability to handle the language by constantly running off to reappear with American cigarettes or dusty bottles of old wine. No wonder, then, that we again called off our plan to sail the following day, Sunday, September 5th, on the slim excuse of a headwind, and spent still another day with our friends. In the meantime, we had an opportunity between visits to look around the town. An interesting and typically Breton institution with which I first became familiar at Saint-Pierre-Miquelon was the municipal laundry, an open-air stone tank about the size of a swimming pool where the women of the village wash the clothes. Standing, each in her own wooden tub, a score of elderly matrons pound away furiously at the family linen laid out on the stone flags about the basin, and rinse it in the common pool, a practice delightfully communistic in principle, but decidedly at variance with modern ideas of sanitation. But the thing that impressed me most was the ancient, weather-beaten cathedral. I looked in during the Sunday service, and in the space of a few minutes got a better idea of what the war had meant to France than by the reading of a dozen books. There were hundreds of black-clad women with the quaint white headdress that is typical of Brittany, and a few old men also dressed in black, each holding stiffly a low-crowned hat with broad brim and black ribbons hanging down behind. Each reverent pair of shoulders seemed bent not only from a life of physical toil, but with a sorrow that only their church could ease. There was not a young man in the entire congregation. When at last we were ready to cast off at high tide on Monday noon, September 6th, our friends were all on hand to see us off. Carnegie came with a bottle of wine. M. Motz, a young physician from Paris, brought the father of the whole crab family. A kind American lady, whose name I have forgotten, brought a basket of fruit, and the Chaumiers came loaded with interesting packages for the entire personnel. The wind was west by north, and strong enough to warrant leaving the double reef in the mainsail. Hoisting the jib, we let Typhoon pay off from the quay, and then hoisted all sail, and worked our way out beyond the harbor lights. During low tide we had studied the character of the harbor bottom and its range marks, and we were able to sail out smartly without hitting any of the numerous submerged mountain ranges. Once outside the harbor, we held her close hauled just to clear Île-des-Bats and streamed the taffrail log. At the risk of boring a large percentage of the readers, I am going to run in extracts from the log occasionally, for I know there are at least a few enthusiasts who are strong for detail. 2 p.m., log 6.25 miles, came about on starboard tack heading southwest. 3 o'clock, log 11.5 miles, Île-des-Bats light abeam, sun coming out. 4 o'clock, log 15 miles, running through fleet of little fishing craft with red sails, close in to a rock-strewn coast with beautiful sandy beach beyond. Came about. Course north 1/4 west. 4:10. Caught good-sized mackerel on trolling spoon and started fire in shipmate in anticipation of crab and fish dinner. 4:30. Came about. Log fouled with fish line and not working since 4 p.m. 5 o'clock. Log 18 miles. Caught another fish of some strange local brand. 5:15. Tacked again close in to rocky coast. Another mackerel. 5:40. Île-des-Bats lighthouse fading astern. 6 o'clock. Log 21 miles. Came about and stood in again for fish. 7 o'clock. Log 26 miles. Tacked again. Dinner of crab meat and vin rouge, with which we drank the health of our Roscoff friends. 8 o'clock. Log 28.25 miles. Tacked. Course west-southwest. Vierge's 5-second flash visible occasionally through the mist and rain about 3 points off starboard bow. 9 o'clock. Log 30 miles. Came about. Course north. 11 o'clock. Log 36 miles. Change course to west-southwest. Fresh breeze. 12 o'clock. Log 40 miles. Tacked to north 1/2 east. Drizzle. No lights visible. Tuesday, September 7th, 1 a.m. Log 41 miles. Tacked to west-southwest. 2 o'clock. Log 44 miles. Wind dead. 2:15. Sheeted all sail flat to prevent slatting. All hands below. 4 o'clock. Went on deck. Both Île-des-Bats and Vierge lights visible for a while. Hardly steerage way. 9 o'clock. Cooked breakfast of fish, bacon, and tea, concession to English contingent, slatting about in oily groundswell, too thick to see land, although we must be only a few miles from Vierge, the tall lighthouse which was visible for a while in the morning. Charles out of the picture due to the swell. Pumped up pressure to 150 pounds and tried to start motor, without results. 12 noon, still slatting. Weather too thick for noon latitude sight. Visibility about 100 yards. 3:30 p.m., sun breaking through. Heavy ground swell from northwest indicates that we will soon get wind. Lashed booms to rigging to prevent slatting and just have steerage way. 4 o'clock, time sight for longitude. Chronometer 3 hours 47 minutes 29 seconds. Observed altitude 27 degrees 41 minutes 30 seconds. Longitude from above 4 degrees 27 minutes. 5:10, light on Vierge visible again, just about where it was before. If anything, we have lost a bit. Longitude of Vierge from light list is 4 degrees 34 minutes. It bears southwest by south about 4 miles, so that our original longitude by observation, 4 degrees 27 minutes, is not more than about 2 miles off, which proves that chronometer rate is not far out. 7:40, light breeze springs up from north. Drizzle. Course west by north. Several flashing lights at entrance to La Bervras on port beam. Vierge scarcely visible through drizzle on port quarter. 12 o'clock, log 46.85. The end of another blue day. Deleted paragraph of purely personal and highly colored opinions on oil motors. Wednesday, September 8th. Paragraph high and steady. No wind, but less groundswell makes life a bit more tolerable. 3 a.m. Steamers passing close aboard. Vierge 5-second flash bears south-southeast. A light, probably Île-des-Bats, dying out astern. Another flash every 5 seconds, bears southwest by south. 3:30. Drizzle with fog, which cuts out everything but Vierge, a faint glow. 6 o'clock. Log 48.5 miles. Clearing. 7 o'clock. Log 48.6. Barely steerage way. 8 o'clock, flat, oily calm. During the morning we shot a mess of puffins or gullymonts, which I took for bullbirds like those found off the Newfoundland coast. They have small wings and resemble penguins. Fox goes overboard and retrieves them. 12 noon. Log 49.0 miles. Faint breeze from northeast, gradually freshening until 2 p.m. We are doing 2.5 to 3 knots. 2:50 p.m. Fog suddenly envelops us, shutting out Vierge, for which the Lord be praised, as we have been within 6 miles of it for 43 hours. Hell, as we had occasion to observe once before, is paved with glassy ground swells. 3:30, clear and sunny again, doing about 4 knots. 5 o'clock, log 57.5, fog shutting in, foghorn bellowing somewhere off port beam. Decide to go outside Ushant, as the channel inside the island is a ticklish one even in clear weather. 5:30, rocks visible for a moment far off port bow, bearing southwest, and we head for them so as to get a departure from something definite. 6:45, several islands appear in sky and rapidly join together into rocky land as fog thins for a few minutes. Suddenly 2 powerful flashes pierce the clouds far up above us, and soon the black and white striped shaft of a towering lighthouse takes form through the murk, almost close enough to hit with the proverbial biscuit. We have gone farther than we thought due to a favorable tide. Those rocks we saw were actually Ushant, and we nearly ran down the light on the western end of the island, which stands 223 feet high and is visible 21 miles in clear weather. There can be no doubt of the identity of the light, for her 2 flashes every 10 seconds and the siren at 2-minute intervals coincide with the description in the light list. Fortunately, we have cleared Ushant instead of hitting inside it, for this is the worst spot on the entire French coast to be mixed up with in thick weather. 7:20. Picked up red flash of La Jumette on the south side of Ushant. Roar of surf brought to us by the wind, which is now over the quarter. 7:40. Squared away 220 magnetic for Cape Ortegal on the point of Spain, 300 miles across the Bay of Biscay. 8 o'clock, log 65.75 miles, wind directly astern, running wing and wing before it with mizzen boom lashed to shroud, so that in yawing we can favor the mainsail without running a chance of jibing mizzen. Below, reading E.F. Knight's Cruise of the Alert, in which he tells of taking practically the same route from the Solent to Finisterre on his treasure-hunting cruise from England to the desert island of Trinidad. 12 o'clock, log 78.35, wind shifting to east, glass dropping slowly. A tanker bound up channel passes within 100 yards of us, porpoises jumping all about us and blowing like a school of punctured tires. The run across the Bay of Biscay was uneventful except for a bit of a blow on the night of September 9th. The notorious bay certainly did not live up to its bad reputation. This was really my first opportunity to try out my powers as a navigator, for Casey Baldwin had done most of the heavy navigating on the way over, and for this reason I decided to lay a course for Cape Ortegal, which is the northernmost point of Spain, rather than for Finisterre, which is somewhat farther east. This would permit of a bad landfall without much possibility of missing the coast of Spain entirely. The Reynolds current that sweeps in around the point of the Spanish peninsula would tend to set us to the eastward, but I decided to hold for Ortegal even at the risk of a bit of coastwise work at the other end, which after all would be interesting. The most possible town indicated on our general chart was Ferrol, which seemed to be on a sort of indentation a third of the way from Ortegal to Finisterre. I knew nothing of Ferrol, and the chart certainly did not enlighten me, but at any rate the town seemed to be near the coast and looked like the logical place to put in for provisions for the run to the Azores. Originally I had thought of following down the coast to Lisbon, Portugal, which is in practically the same latitude as the Azores, and hopping across from there, but this was now out of the question. There was no time to travel 2 sides of a triangle when the hypotenuse would do. Thursday, September 9th. Beautiful sunny day, light breeze from northeast, course southwest 1/2 south. 1 a.m., log 82.55 miles, lights of Ushant dropping below horizon. 3 o'clock, several steamers passing, Ushant light just visible from cabin top, bearing east-northeast 1/2 east. 4 o'clock, log 92.05 miles. 6 o'clock, log 102.0 miles. 8 o'clock, log 111.0 miles. 10 o'clock, log 118.25 miles. Glass still dropping slowly. 12 noon, log 123.15 miles. Days run 74.15 nautical miles. Wind dying. Observed altitude 47 degrees 24 minutes 30 seconds. Latitude from above 47 degrees 43 minutes 26 seconds. 2 p.m. Log 127 miles. Doused mizzen and set spinnaker. Changed course to southwest 1/2 west. 4 o'clock. Log 131.75. Observed altitude 19 degrees 37 minutes 0 seconds. Chronometer 4 hours 42 minutes 37 seconds. Longitude from above 5 degrees 40 minutes west. 6 o'clock, log 141.95 miles. 8 o'clock, log 154.55 miles, doing about 7 knots. 10 o'clock, log 166.15 miles. School of porpoises close aboard. 12 o'clock, log 176.35 miles. Friday, September 10th, cloudy. Wind still astern. Barometer rising rapidly. Course southwest. 2 a.m., log 186.75 miles. 4 o'clock, log 198.25 miles. 8 o'clock, log 221.45 miles. Cloudy, drizzle. 9 o'clock, log 227.35 miles. Rain stopped. Wind falling and hauling a bit east. Barograph straightening out. 10 o'clock, log 233.15 miles. 10:35, tack fitting on spinnaker boom carries away. Took in spinnaker and jibed as wind is nearly east. Raised mizzen. 12 noon, log 245.75 miles. Days run 122.6 nautical miles. Noon sight, observed altitude 48 degrees 33 minutes 40 seconds. Latitude from above 46 degrees 11 minutes 27 seconds. 4 p.m., log 268.75 miles. Longitude sight, observed altitude 26 degrees 26 minutes 30 seconds. Chronometer 4 hours 8 minutes 26 seconds. Longitude from above 7 degrees 10 minutes west. Find we are a bit too far west and alter course to southwest by south 1/2 south. Steering compass. 6 o'clock, log 283 miles. Blowing pretty hard. Propeller starts to spin due to drag of water. 6:30, put a double reef in the mainsail. 8 o'clock, west-west-north on wheel from 8 p.m. to 12 o'clock, and drove her in the hope of getting in before Saturday night. Seas came over occasionally. One sea doused me and put out lantern and binnacle lamp. Sailed by the stars for hour and a half. Clear and noticeably warmer, and, though wet, not uncomfortable. 12 o'clock, log 326.75 miles. Turned her over to Fox and doused mizzen. Motion easier, although it's still coming over. One sea goes clean over the mizzen boom, which is in its crutch. New experience for Fox, who takes it stoically. Saturday, September 11th. Bright sunny day. Wind southeast moderate. Barograph dropping gradually. 10 a.m. Shook out double reef in mainsail and hoisted mizzen. 12 noon. Log 390.75. Days run 145 nautical miles. Noon sight, observed altitude 50 degrees 13 minutes 0 seconds, latitude from above 44 degrees 19 minutes 11 seconds, which is about 22 miles north of latitude of Itasca Point. 2 p.m., log 399.35 miles, wind dying out. 4 o'clock, log 401.65 miles, no wind. Longitude 8 degrees 0 minutes 0 seconds, which puts us exactly on our course and about 10 miles off land. 6 o'clock, log 403.25 miles. Becalmed. Had a drink to cheer up and ate a leisurely supper, including some of Gilbert Fairchild's dasheen chips, a new vegetable that the Department of Agriculture is introducing. Flattened in all sails and lashed blocks to travelers to prevent slatting. Got underway several times during the night, but hardly worthwhile. Sunday, September 12th. Foggy. Barograph going up like a stepladder. 2:30 a.m. Breeze springs up from south and after a while settles to west by south. course due south. 8:50, strange ketch-rigged craft looms up through the fog dead ahead, bound east. A husky double-ender like some of the Scandinavian craft, with white top strake and brown sides, carrying everything she has, dirty white sails, wing and wing, topsails, and brown square sail. Soon lost in fog. 9:10, Fox, on watch, yells, "Land on starboard bow!" As we approach cautiously, this proves to be a rocky promontory with the swell breaking into fantastic lacework along the base, which is abrupt and apparently without outlying rocks. As we approach, a plateau takes form with the silhouette of a solitary horse grazing on the skyline, and on beyond to port, a cove with romantic yellow sandy beach just visible through the fog. Off farther to port, a small rocky island, and later high mountains beyond. Stood in to about 300 yards from point, and came about on port tack to beat along within sight of the coast till we identify something to give us our position. No large-scale charts. Not an advisable way to explore a foreign coast, but lots of fun. 10 o'clock. Pass close to another headland, a mountain much larger than the first. Beyond it stretches a yellow beach, behind which are sandy hills with strange trees standing out along the skyline. More like a picture by Zuloaga than sunny Spain, as Sorolla would paint it. 3 little boats put out from some hole in the rocks. They seem to be rigged with lateen or dipping lug rigs. 10:10. Rain and increasing wind, but sea smooth in the lee of the land. Mountains visible to the eastward over our first headland make it look tiny in comparison. 12 noon. Log 430.75 miles. Days run 67.25 nautical miles. Rounded a headland 1,000 feet high and stood into another little cove. Beautiful patchwork of cultivated fields, stretching up to the sky beyond sandy beach, with a group of people, tiny and motionless, evidently astonished at apparition of foreign craft. 2 p.m. Stood in again to another sandy beach, rounding a tall mountain, the sides of which are cultivated down to the very cliffs and the tops lost in drifting clouds of fog. Ahead of us, several stucco buildings with red roofs, and on a ridge a silhouetted line of tall trees with slender trunks and full tops like palms. Even phlegmatic Charles is moved to enthusiasm by the sight. 3:30. Slow work tacking around point. Several big seagoing yawls, topsail schooners, and a steamship rounding the cape, cutting it close as if coming from a harbor on the other side. 4:45. Cleared the point. A tall rocky promontory with a lighthouse perched up 300 feet above the sea. The top of the mountain is serrated into shapes like the proverbial castles in Spain. In all probability it is Cape Pryor, and if so, our landfall was practically perfect. 5 o'clock. More small fishing craft with dipping lug rigs and red and white sails. As the night was likely to be thick, we put into a small bight and anchored in the lee of another rocky headland, where a couple of fishing boats were hard at work hauling nets. Had a difficult hour trying to find out where we are. Ferrol seems to be further along the coast, but how far we were unable to determine by the sign language. In the evening, a dozen fishermen and boys came aboard with all sorts of interesting tributes, including gigantic lobsters and crawfish as long as a man's arm, and a curious sort of shellfish that grows in clusters on the rocks. Also some vigno, which is similar to the French vin rouge. These well-meaning visitors insisted on our boiling the shellfish, which are funny little heart-shaped, clam-like creatures with long necks by which they attach themselves to the rocks or to the bottom of your boat if you stay for any length of time at anchor in Spanish waters. We boiled and ate them according to instructions which were given in pantomime. Since we could not understand their Spanish, they assumed that we were hard of hearing, and all carried on a running fire of conversation at the top of their lungs. Knowing Casey would have approved such hospitality, we treated our visitors to some of his Canadian rye in exchange for the vino tinto, but had occasion to regret this exceedingly, for the entire company, not being used to concentrated beverages of this kind, overestimated their capacity and went to sleep, necessitating considerable physical and moral persuasion to get them safely aboard their own boats at midnight. Monday, September 13th. Wind southwest, foggy with occasional showers. 8:30 a.m., get underway and beat down the coast past several groups of small fishing boats, each with its sail furled on the long yard that is hoisted up on the stocky mast above the heads of the fishermen. The boats seem to be anchored and are constantly disappearing behind the long swells. 12 noon, log 448.75. Fog shuts in thick and blots out cliffs. Wind dies, leaving us slatting again on a glassy swell. 2 p.m. San Carlos of Santana, a trim little steam packet, comes out of the fog, exchanges salutes, and offers us a tow in to Ferrol, which we refuse with thanks. A light breeze from the west gives us steerage way, and the tops of the cliffs, and later the surf breaking 50 to 60 feet up the bases of them, are visible through the fog. This is the Death Coast, and it's well named. 3 p.m. Fog shuts in again, but finally we get a steady westerly breeze and round a tall rocky point, halfway up which clings a little lighthouse, evidently marking the entrance to Ferrol. Beyond the point, a wonderful fjord opens out ahead of us, with gently sloping mountains on either side, the tops of which are still shrouded in clouds of fog, which follow down some of the valleys almost to the water's edge. Gaining speed before a freshening westerly breeze, we sailed for several miles through the most picturesque body of water any of us had ever seen. Cultivated patchwork fields extended up the less barren slopes, and were lost in the clouds, and on either side, at points of vantage, were the remains of ancient Spanish fortresses. We overhauled several of the little fishing craft bound home after a day outside, and had a chance to study them at close range. They are double-enders with a pronounced reverse curve to the sections at either end, giving them very fine hollow water lines but extremely full deck lines. The curved stem extends nearly a foot above the shear line, and the rudder is hung on the sternpost. As we neared Ferrol, we met another of these boats rowed by women singing a rollicking Spanish song as they bent to the oars. Racing along past a jolly, rambling old fort with battlements and stone sentry boxes at the corners on the port hand, and another more modern and less interesting one to port, we shot into the harbor of Ferrol, a vast basin sparkling in the sunlight, alive with a myriad craft, all save the fighting ships busy on some useful errand. Passing the Spanish Navy close aboard, we dipped our ensign, roused the sleepers into life, and received a belated salute from both, I should say all, of the ships, for His Majesty's Navy, while it isn't much to look at, still numbers several vessels of assorted periods, and Ferrol is the home of the Spanish Navy. Beating smartly up to the town, we dropped the hook near the quay, and right under the walls of the ancient dockyard where Philip II built the ill-fated Spanish Armada that sailed from Ferrol in 1588 and met disaster at the hands of Drake off the Isle of Wight. The log showed that we had traveled 455 nautical miles from Roscoff. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 8. Typhoon in Sunny Spain. If Ferrol were typical of all Spain, we'd be perfectly content to let the week we spent there suffice for the rest of our lives. But it isn't. Ferrol, like all other naval and military posts the world over, is provincial, stupid, and complacently benighted. About the only virtue that the place possesses is its picturesqueness. In this respect, it lives up to the backdrops of the Metropolitan Opera. In every other respect, it leaves much to be desired, except for its harbor, which ranks among the finest of all Europe. No sooner had we dropped the hook between the quay and the ancient walled dockyard than a boat put out from the landing stage bearing a young man who proved to be the amateur sailor of the town. I say the amateur sailor, for, while there were several other men in the place who owned sail and motorcraft, and used them occasionally just for the fun of the thing, they were unique in a town in which there seemed to exist no interest in sport, at least of the outdoor variety. The young man's name was Martin. He is the son of the British vice-consul and was educated in England, which may account for his interest in boats. He and his father, and the Vickers engineers who built the battleships, needed no further explanation from us than that we were cruising because we liked that sort of thing. Most everyone else in town, including the pinafore naval officers, seemed to consider us either liars or fools. I've been thought a fool in a good many different languages, including the Scandinavian, and I don't mind it at all. In fact, it is a relative sort of term implying a difference of opinion, and therefore is more or less of a compliment coming from some quarters, but I still object to having my veracity impugned. Following on the heels of Martin came the customs officials in a steam launch, a benighted bunch with an interpreter who seemed to have great difficulty in explaining to them that we were merely one of those incomprehensible yachts that occasionally descended on them to disturb the even tenure of their existence. Our Canadian rye seemed to be the only thing on the ship that was perfectly understandable, and when they appeared reluctant to leave, I thought it a subtle compliment to the liquor. It seemed, however, that I had neglected a very important part of all such formalities. I had not come across with the usual gratuity, an oversight that was corrected after I had been delicately reminded by one of the officials. Whether grafting is inherent in the temperament of these people, or is a necessary result of the inadequate pay that everyone in the government employ receives, I can't say, but since the art is practically universal, I imagine that both explanations apply. The interpreter, Senor Tomé, very decently volunteered to pilot us about the town, which proved to be much larger than it appeared from the water, numbering something over 32,000 souls. The narrow streets, which are paved with flagstones extending to the buildings on either side, ramble along picturesquely except in the newer part of the town, which is more systematic and consequently less interesting. The buildings, even the shops, which are dwellings above the first floor, are all balconied in the true Spanish fashion, and from many of these balconies black-eyed señoritas leaned and bridged with their eyes the barrier that convention maintains between the sexes. In this rather backward part of Spain, the assumption seems to be that women are characterless creatures that must be kept virtuous by coercion. Therefore, the respectable ones are carefully guarded until they are safely married, and then, after a few weeks of social equality, they again retire into oblivion until their daughters are old enough to be taken out. The men, on the other hand, flout the laws they make for the other sex and seem to recognize no restrictions. They are a soft lot, as a whole, without a vestige of sporting spirit. They are puny both mentally and physically, and seem to spend most of their time telling of their decidedly unromantic adventures. That first evening we all had dinner at a quaint little sailors' restaurant where native fishermen sat and smoked over their vino tinto, or sang to the accompaniment of a guitar and violin. These Gallegos, as the natives of the ancient province of Galicia are still called, are a hardy, honest, industrious lot. They work with their hands and work hard, and they were more to our liking than the gentlemen of the restaurants and cafes. And so, as the food was plentiful and the vino was likewise, we began to feel more reconciled to Spain. Before going aboard that night, we took another turn about the town, which, like most Latin cities, began to liven up at nightfall. Here and there we came upon public fountains where crowds of women gathered with huge jars on their heads to obtain the next day's supply of water. It seems that but few of the houses in Ferrol are provided with modern plumbing, and the water must be carried in this way. I can see now how it is that the majority of the populace, not being particularly energetic, feel that the effort necessary to keep clean is too great a one and let it go at that. There was the usual following of small boys wherever we went, who begged for pennies or cigarettes, and many of whom seemed to be soliciting patronage for the demi-monde. At the cafes along the principal thoroughfare, naval officers and languid scions of Ferrol's best families sipped coffee or liqueur at tiny tables set in the street under cheerfully striped awnings, and pensive señoritas, with the ever-present dueña or watchful parent, minced their way along the flagstones. It was all very romantic on the surface, but rather medieval to Western eyes accustomed to a degree of independence and equality of the sexes. The next day was spent largely in cleaning up ship. We never seemed to be able to catch up with this job while underway, due to the fact, I presume, that the skipper is a rather shiftless sort of person himself, and fails to impart a spirit of industry to his crew. And then there was an article to get off, and shopping to do, which was engineered by our friend of the day before, Senor Tomé, who insisted on providing the crew with a combination guide and beast of burden in the form of an amply proportioned lady of middle age. Through the good offices of this shrewd person, all sorts of interesting provisions were bought at the municipal market at fair prices. They were carried to the ship in a huge basket on her head. In the evening, having had enough of the town for one day, we staged an elaborate dinner on the Typhoon, which, as it proved, was most appropriate. For this day, September 14th, was the skipper's birthday, a fact that dawned on him the following morning. As we worked our way into the harbor, we had noticed several shipbuilding establishments along the shore, with husky wooden trawlers under construction, and on the following day, at the invitation of Mr. Martin, who owns one of these yards, Typhoon sailed across the bay to witness a launching, which proved to be quite a social event and attracted the flower of Ferrol. On the way across, we encountered a boatload of ravishing senoritas having some difficulty in managing their craft with the aid of a single youthful male, and so mustering what few phrases of Spanish we could remember, bolstered up with elaborate pantomime, we offered them a tow, which was gratefully accepted. Dropping the hook, we rowed ashore to inspect the trawler. In model, she was a decidedly interesting little vessel, with pronounced sheer, quite hollow water lines at the bow, and a gracefully modeled stern. The construction was unusually heavy, and while the joiner work was not of the finest finish, it showed considerable skill on the part of the local boat builders. The cost of the job, we learned, was about a quarter of what it would have been in this country. In launching the ship, a method entirely new to us was employed. There was no cradle and no ways except a short track for the keel ending at the water, which was a fathom or so deep right up to the bank. There were bilge blocks to support the hull until it got way on, but once started she just slid down on her keel, and before she had time to list over she was waterborne at the stern and slid off the bank as gracefully as a seal. It was the prettiest launching I have ever witnessed, and it proves that someone in Spain is using his brain for the purpose that the Lord intended. After the launching there was a reception at the home of Mr. Martin, and it was here that we met our friend Ashburn, a young lawyer from Newfoundland, who was spending the summer pitting his wits against the red tape of Spanish officialdom in an endeavor to have one of his father's schooners released from some legal entanglement. It was through Ashburn that we met the members of the English Club, the personnel of which is that of the Vickers organization, and from then on, due to the kindness of these gentlemen, Mr. Ashburn and Mr. Martin, our time was well taken up. An interesting afternoon was spent inspecting the dockyard where the Spanish naval vessels are built, the same establishment in which Philip II built the Armada in the 16th century. Modern machinery had been installed in the ancient stone buildings, and, while the volume of work turned out was not large, the two vessels then under construction, a battleship and a cruiser, stacked up favorably with the most up-to-date naval practice. Over at one side of the Navy Yard basin there was a British ship, the SS Grangetown, whose skipper we had met at the English Club. She was discharging coal, not a particularly interesting process ordinarily, except in Spain, where the work is done by women. 100 or so disheveled females of assorted ages formed a continuous line up and down the gangplank, carrying the coal in baskets on their heads, with the breakneck speed of a funeral procession. The coal was shoveled into the baskets by men, who received twice the wages paid to the women, and who seemed to play favorites, as some of the baskets were but a third full. At the shore end, the laggers were exhorted to greater effort by an energetic matron, chosen, I presume, because of her facility in juggling the Spanish swear words. The demurrage on a few jobs of this kind, which seemed to take forever, ought to be sufficient to install a modern system. What hope is there for a country that totes the coal used for its navy on the heads of women? Captain Oliver of the Grangetown proved to be a most unusual man. A Canadian by birth, he had served throughout the war, and his record was an enviable one. He had been aboard the Vindictive, and was one of the 28 survivors of that heroic landing party of 220 men that stormed the Zeebrugge Mole and wrote one of the most brilliant pages in naval history. One of Captain Oliver's first commands was the ill-fated submarine E-13 that ran aground off Copenhagen in an endeavor to reach the Baltic in the summer of 1915. Some of the readers may recall an article on this dramatic event by the writer, who was on his way from Russia to Copenhagen when it occurred. While lying helpless on the island of Saltholm, which was in neutral territory, the unfortunate craft was shot up by a German cruiser and a number of her crew were killed. When the little Danish gunboat that had tried to intervene approached to rescue the survivors, Captain Oliver had presence of mind enough to jump into the sea, and because of this fact had to be treated as a distressed seaman, escaping the internment which was the fate of the remainder of the survivors. He returned to England on a Danish battleship with the bodies of his dead. It was strange that I should have met up by accident with the very man whom I would have risked my neck to interview in those early days of the war. It was on Sunday, September 19th, that Typhoon finally got underway again, but whether to put in at Coruña or to make directly for the Azores was still undecided. Coruña, from what we could gather in Ferrol, was not much of a place. To be sure, Coruña did have railroad facilities and a bull ring, obvious advantages that even the civic pride of Ferrol could not dispute. But other than that, there seemed to be little virtue to the place. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we weighed the hook and started a long beat out the narrow passage against both wind and tide. Several of the small fishing boats were going our way, and when we found that it required all we had to overhaul them, our respect for these little craft went up another notch. Not all of these boats have the dipping lug rig as we first thought. Some of them use the straight lateen with a long yard extending practically to the stem head and with the reef points along the top of the sail. They are not only fast, but seem to sail almost as close to the wind as a sloop. It took us 2 solid hours to beat out the fjord, for the wind coming down the ravines was erratic and the tide was strong. By the time we reached the fortified point where the fjord joins the bay, the wind died, leaving us slatting about in rather too close proximity to the rocks. At 5:30 a light northwest breeze sprang up, and by 6 o'clock we had crossed the middle bight and cleared the eastern point of the large bay on which Coruña is situated. As we skirted this rocky promontory, the hills ahead of us were purpling in the evening shadows, and the heavy swell coming in from the sea broke in fantastic designs 60 to 80 feet up the rocks. And then, just as the lighthouse began to flash and the lights of Coruña opened up across the bay, the wind died again and left us wallowing amid a school of porpoises. By 8 o'clock it was pitch dark, and as we made our careful way into the harbor, a big liner all lit up like a grand hotel got under way and bore down upon us with both red and green lights showing. We were in an awkward situation, with only about a knot steerage way, and it took a bit of quick work to get our port light in place in time to prevent being run down. We had been conserving our precious kerosene supply, which we had been unable to replenish at Ferrol. When the big fellow was nearly on top of us, he changed his course and passed within 20 yards of our stern. With a light southwest breeze, we felt our way in with the lead and anchored off a brightly lighted waterfront, on which there seemed to be some sort of an amusement park like a miniature Coney Island. There was great excitement as Jim sighted a tramcar. It must have been designed after Fontaine Fox's Toonerville trolley, but it was still a tramcar, and it stood for progress, and we began to feel that Coruña was not the insignificant place that Ferrol considered it. Lying quietly at anchor among the shadowy shapes of all sorts of interesting craft, we resisted the temptation to row ashore, prepared a good dinner, and turned in. Our stay at Coruña was a short one. 18 hours after we dropped the hook, we were again on our way. But in this short time we saw enough of the town to neutralize the bad impression of Spain we had formed during the previous week. A sail about the harbor that had seemed so mysterious as we felt our way in at night gave us a pretty good idea of the place even before we went ashore. Several sizable ships gave evidence that it was a port of considerable importance, an intimation of which fact had been conveyed to us rather forcefully the night before by the liner that had nearly run us down. To make up for the rather inadequate docking facilities, there were scores of heavy lighters lying at anchor and looking far less romantic by daylight than they had at night. An ancient battleship returned our salute promptly, and the crew of a trim little coasting vessel with a sort of lateen schooner rig waved us a cordial greeting as we gained headway under jib and mizzen for a look around. Over at the north end of the harbor, near the cigarette factory, scores of trim trawlers of the type we had seen launched were berthed along the piers with nets slung up to dry. Tugs and workboats steamed or putted their busy way in all directions. We had never had much opportunity to maneuver Typhoon in tight places, and it was good sport, this picking our way about among the craft of the harbor with a good fresh breeze. She handled beautifully. Completing the circuit of the harbor, we shot into the inner basin through a narrow opening in the outer pier, and luffed up alongside the quay, lost headway, and had our lines over the bollards with a snap that seemed to meet with the approval of the crew of a little coasting vessel moored just ahead of us. And then, of course, there gathered the usual curious throng. Wherever you go in your own little ship, you are pretty sure to find someone who speaks your language. Why bother, then, with letters of introduction when the only people you really care to see are the ones that are most likely to see you coming? This time it was Señor José Pan, a gentleman in the shipping business who had lived for 12 years in New York and consequently did literally speak our language. Under his guidance we did the town, or rather Fox, Dorset, and I did, for Charles, having run the spout of an oil can through his foot, was compelled to stay on the ship. Now Coruña is really a remarkable place. It is the capital of that subdivision of ancient Galicia, now known as the province of Coruña, and numbers between 40,000 and 50,000 inhabitants. While its early history is shrouded in legend, it is pretty generally believed that originally the town was a Phoenician settlement. At any rate, it is mentioned under an earlier name by the historian Pomponius Mela, who wrote in the 1st century. Its churches and some of its fortifications date from the 12th and 13th centuries, and its later history is most interesting. In 1588, Coruña sheltered the Invincible Armada on the eve of its departure for England. In 1598, the city was captured and burned by the British under Drake and Norris, and in 1747 and again in 1805, it was the scene of a naval victory of the British over the French. While knocking about the town, we found in the Jardín de San Carlos a statue to Sir John Moore, who was mortally wounded in an engagement between the French and English during the Peninsular War in 1809, and was buried in the ramparts. As may be gathered from the photograph of the waterfront, Coruña is as up-to-date as any town of its size in Europe, with an added picturesque quality that stamps it immediately as a part of Spain. The streets are clean, the parks are well kept, and the people have a healthy, intelligent look, in contrast to the provincialism of Ferrol. Over on the ocean side of the little peninsula on which the town is situated, there is a beautiful beach where Sorolla might have painted his famous bathing group. In the outskirts of the town there is an athletic field, a significant feature, and of course there is the bull ring, without which no city in Spain would be worthy of the name. As none of us had ever seen a bull ring, Señor Naya looked up the caretaker, or whatever he is called, who piloted us about the works. We found him in a quaint little shop adjoining the amphitheater, busily engaged in building, of all unexpected things, a modern motor cruiser. The little boat, a 30-footer I should say, was of the raised deck type, and, except for a bow that reflected extreme originality on the part of the builder, and huge bulging port lights like the lenses of those old-fashioned bull's-eye lanterns, she might have stepped bodily from the pages of Motorboat. The bull ring was a modern concrete structure capable of seating half the population of Coruña. There had been a bush league fight the day before, and the gruesome evidences of it were everywhere apparent. Behind the scenes, it was much as if we had penetrated the training quarters of an American ballpark, except that the paraphernalia had a more sinister look than the bats and gloves and other gear of the diamond. Here was the sword with which yesterday's bulls had been dispatched, bent and black with blood, the handle wrapped with tire tape like Babe Ruth's favorite bat. There the broken gaudy remnants of barbed banderillas that are thrust into the neck of the bull to enrage him. Convenient to one of the exits from the ring was an efficient-looking sort of butcher shop, where the carcasses of the bulls are cleaned for market, and out behind there was a repair yard or service station where the gored horses are patched up and sent back to the ring to satisfy the bloodlust of the multitude. Everything was there just as Blasco Ibáñez told of it in his novel Blood and Sand. There is an undeniable fascination about a bull ring, but you go away rather ashamed to look a horse in the eye. A stroll back through town, a dinner at Senor Naya's favorite restaurant, and we were ready to be off for the Azores. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dev. Chapter 9. Typhoon Picks Up the Azores. It is about 850 nautical miles from the northwest corner of Spain to the island of San Miguel, the largest and nearest of the Azores, and we figured that Typhoon could make the run in from 8 to 9 days. 100 nautical miles a day is a pretty fair average for a long passage, taking into consideration calms and headwinds, but to be on the safe side, we had provisioned for a run of something over 2 weeks. This may seem to be figuring it a bit too closely, and, as a matter of fact, it was, but the sort of food we wanted to stock up with was difficult to obtain, and furthermore, our finances by this time were so low as to allow of no riotous expenditures. Having made a good landfall after the run across the Bay of Biscay, I was sufficiently confident of my navigation to ignore the possibility of missing the islands altogether, and as we felt reasonably certain of good weather and favorable winds, we took a chance, looking to the Azores as the logical place to cash a check and to take on our final food supplies. I must confess that we were inclined to think a bit too lightly of a run of 850 miles at sea. At 3:40 p.m., September 28th, we cast off from the quay at Coruña with our friend and benefactor, Senor Naya, aboard for the run out of the harbor. It was our plan, after rounding Cape Hercules, to put into the little cove on the other side of the peninsula opposite Coruña and set our friend ashore in a fishing boat, but as we were tacking out of the harbor, we encountered some acquaintances of his in a little sloop who offered to take him back to town with them. After several unsuccessful attempts, they luffed up alongside Typhoon, he jumped aboard, and we said goodbye to a real Spanish sportsman. At 6:00 p.m., after several short tacks, we rounded Point Hercules with its ancient lighthouse standing nearly 400 feet above the sea, and squared away almost due west to clear Cisargas Island, just visible 20 miles away. As we passed the sandy cove on the seaward side of Coruña, great masses of cumulus clouds, piled in fantastic shapes, hung above the town, all afire with the horizontal rays of the sun as it sank into the sea behind a wall of cold blue clouds. All about us we could see rain squalls hanging like black trailing curtains from the sky, and just before dark we encountered one of these with a vicious kick to it. Then, as night came on, the wind died down to a light breeze, a half-moon broke through the clouds, and the sky cleared. At 11:00, as we came abreast Cisargas Light, the flash of Viano, farther down the coast, jumped above the horizon, and soon after the flash of Hercules dropped below the sea astern of us. Once past Cisargas, our course took us farther off the land, which from this point bends down toward Finisterre, and I turned in, feeling that our second crossing of the Atlantic actually had begun. Tuesday, September 21st. Bright and clear, wind east-northeast. Our speed during the night had been only about 3 knots, and in the morning the mountainous shore in the vicinity of Cape Torrinana was still plainly visible over the port quarter. Several steamers passed between us and the land, one of them about a mile off, shipping water with every sea, while we were perfectly dry. During the morning we were surrounded by countless porpoises, and, thinking that a porpoise steak would help to conserve our food supply, I got out the old Winchester Express, the 5095 that George Kennan had carried in Siberia, and put aboard Typhoon at Baddeck, and prepared for action. Trying out the old cannon on a shark that swam leisurely a foot or so beneath the surface, without success, I went forward and plugged a strapping young porpoise as he jumped clear of the water. The mushroom bullet tore a hole clear through him, leaving the sea crimson for a yard around, but we were running free, and by the time we had come about and got back to the spot, he had sunk. They are nice, friendly fellows, these porpoises, and we should never have thought of shooting one except for food. By noon, Charles was down and out from the swell, and Fox also felt it necessary to part with his lunch, which he did cheerfully as usual. He is the only man I have ever known who could actually sing while seasick. The wind had risen, and it was necessary to be on the alert for the rain squalls that hit us occasionally. These sudden blows are the most dangerous thing with which the man who cruises has to contend, no matter where he sails. In the daytime you can see the black cloud long before it reaches you, but at night you must literally keep a weather eye open, for if one of them strikes before you have time to shorten sail, you are in for a knockdown or some torn canvas. A hard one hit us about 5 o'clock, while I was below cooking the dinner, but Jim and Fox got the mainsail off in time, and we came through it nicely. Neither of the English contingent was successful with his dinner, but Jim thus far had shown no signs of distress, and seemed at last to be getting his sea legs, much to my delight, for there is nothing quite so lonesome as being the only well person in a crew of dead and dying. Why it was I didn't get it, except for about 5 minutes during that blow off the Newfoundland coast, when pretty well tired out, I don't know, but the fact is that no amount of motion or oil or tobacco had the slightest discouraging effect on my appetite. After dinner, just about dusk, another black squall bore down on us, and while Jim nursed her through at the wheel, I lowered the mainsail, sheeted it in, and muzzled it with the end of a halyard. While I was busily engaged in the process, Fox shot out of the companionway, clad only in a rubber poncho and the determined expression of one who is endeavoring to catch a train. Reaching the lee rail, he wilted in the waterway, soaked by the rain and the seas that tore along the deck, but in 5 minutes he was below again, singing and laughing at the ridiculous spectacle he had made. We really needed a couple of reefs in the mainsail, for it was blowing half a gale, but we decided to risk it and carry on. Whenever it was necessary to raise and sweat up the mainsail single-handed, I was thankful that Typhoon was ketch-rigged, for this would have been impossible on a yawl or a schooner of the same size. Reefing, too, was much easier kneeling along the cabin trunk or standing in the lee waterway than it would have been on a schooner, with its longer main boom extending over the quarter, where there is less protection and more chance of interfering with the man at the wheel. Wednesday, September 22nd, equinox. Wind east-northeast, course west by south, glass rising. Several more squalls hit us during the night. At 2 a.m., Jim, who was at the wheel again, called me, and I got on deck with oilies over my pajamas just in time to get the mainsail down before an unusually severe one overtook us. The squall lasted but a few minutes, but it was still blowing hard, and as I had experienced some difficulty in getting the sail lowered, even when Jim luffed her a bit, we decided to leave the mainsail down and run for the rest of the night under jib and mizzen. The motion was easier, and we were able to get a good rest. In the middle of the morning we put the sail on her again, and for the rest of the day bowled along in the bright sunshine with a fine wind still over the starboard quarter. 12 noon, log 206.3, day's run 134 nautical miles. Meridian altitude site 48 degrees 7 minutes 0 seconds, latitude 41 degrees 50 minutes 35 seconds. This put us a bit too far south, and we changed our course from west-southwest to west by our steering compass, which is west by south magnetic. Took 2 afternoon sights for longitude, neither of which was satisfactory, as the result placed us in about the same longitude as the coast of Portugal. If we get an unsatisfactory result tomorrow, we shall assume that the rate of our chronometer has changed, and bend south a bit in order to strike the parallel of San Miguel and follow it until we make a landfall. We cannot risk missing the islands. The skipper cooked a late dinner, which was eaten by candlelight and was more successful than our recent meals have been. Charles took a little nourishment and held on to it. Fox, playing safe, had his at the wheel, and Jim, for the first time since leaving Baddock, took his sitting upright at the table. Quite a victory, for there was a heavy sea running, requiring considerable juggling. We celebrated the victory with our last can of pears, the peaches already having been exhausted. By this time our kerosene supply was finished, except for enough to fill the running lights in case we made a harbor at night. Instead of the cabin lamps, we had been using candles for several days, and, since leaving Spain, we had burned aeroplane gasoline in the Primus stove, not a very successful fuel as it continually blows out, Even in the binnacle lamp, we used candles cut into 3-inch lengths, which had to be renewed at 2-hour intervals. Of course, there was no real need of the running lights, well out of traffic as we were, for you can always see a vessel long before she can make you out. A threatening cloud bank that we had watched approaching blew over without a kick, and we sailed the rest of the night in bright moonlight with just enough wind to make it interesting. We appreciated such nights as this, after the hard, thick weather of the northern run, and it was the rule rather than the exception throughout our entire western passage. The barometric high spot of the entire North Atlantic lies just south of the Azores, and the glass is seldom much below 30. Even during the heavy blows, until we got well through the Gulf Stream, the weather was clear and there was no fog at all. Thursday, September 23rd. Wind northeast, light. Barograph rising steadily. 11 a.m. Set spinnaker and lower mizzen, as wind is too nearly astern to gain anything from it. 12 noon. Log 329.8. Day's run 123.5 miles. Set clocks back 1 hour, as we are about 15 degrees west of the meridian of Greenwich. Meridian altitude 48 degrees 21 minutes 30 seconds. Latitude 41 degrees 22 minutes 39 seconds. Took 2 afternoon sights for longitude. The first put us somewhere near the Azores, which wasn't any better than the position on the Portuguese coast obtained yesterday. But the second gave us 14 degrees 49 minutes west, which stacks up about right with our dead reckoning. After a good dinner, I took the wheel at 9 p.m. It was another wonderful moonlight night, and, comfortably propped up against the mizzen crutch, there was nothing to do but enjoy the beauty of it. Typhoon running straight before the wind, under main and spinnaker, practically sailed herself. Although we carried a square sail and yard, we never actually used it throughout the entire cruise. Theoretically, it is a good sail for running before a stiff wind, for it eliminates the possibility of tripping the boom when the boat rolls, but the problem of setting it without a jumper stay on the mainmast or some special fitting had never been satisfactorily worked out, and consequently, whenever the wind was too strong for the light spinnaker, we depended on the mainsail, altering the course a point or so and taking the wind over the quarter. At midnight, Jim came on deck all doubled up with an attack of acute indigestion, not altogether complimentary to the skipper's cooking, and was forced to go back again to his bunk. The following comment appears in Fox's diary. Jim woke me up at 1 a.m. with one of his shoes, which caught me on the nose. I got the castor oil and the instruction book from the Red Cross cabinet, and then took the wheel, and WWN took Jim in hand. Jim improved wonderfully as WWN advanced with the castor oil. Friday, September 24th. Wind east by north, dying, course west. Another passage from Fox's diary. 5 a.m., sun still down under cold blue bank of clouds, then orange streaks that turned into vivid red later, extending them from east to north. Red sky and morning may be the sailor's warning, but I enjoy it. Dawn and sunset are the most beautiful parts of the day. I rout out Charles, whose glum face spoils the picture. I point out the dawn, but he can see no beauty in it. Just ask me to get him a biscuit. Breathes there a man with a soul so dead. He moans about our speed, wants to go 24 knots. Told him he was almost dead when we did 6 knots, and asked what state he would be in if we did 24. Pointed out that 1 knot, which is about our present speed as wind is almost dead, is much better than riding out a gale and going astern, wet through, cold, hungry, and sick. Turned in on deck, as 1 hour's sleep there is worth 2 in cabin. 12 noon, log 386.5 miles. Day's run 56.7 miles. Wind practically dead. Noon sight, observed altitude 48 degrees 23 minutes, latitude 40 degrees 57 minutes 33 seconds. Jim, Fox, and the skipper had a swim. Water fine. 4 p.m., flat calm, but not so exasperating as others we have experienced. With mizzen doused and in crutch, jib flattened down, spinnaker set, and a foreguy on the main boom, there is none of the usual slatting and clattering of blocks on travelers. An occasional breath of air fills the light sail and gives us steerage way. 5 p.m. Fox cooks a good dinner of boiled spuds, fried corned beef, spinach, onions, and tea. The days are now very short. Saturday, September 25th. Becalmed. 10:45 a.m. Charles, who was on deck washing the breakfast dishes, shouted for me to come up. His enthusiasm was alarming, for Charles is not given to such emotional outbursts. Rushing up the companionway, we found, not the man-eating shark or the approaching twister we had expected, but a little land bird, somewhat like an American oriole, running about the deck within a few inches of Charles's toes, and apparently much interested in the process of dishwashing. We guessed that he was thirsty, which proved to be the case, for he went forward, flew down to the chain bobstay, and tried to drink the seawater as the boat plunged into the swells, ducking himself in the process. We fed him biscuit crumbs and gave him fresh water, and then he set out on a tour of inspection, visiting the lazarette, the cabin, the forepeak, and nosing about every nook and corner of the ship. He displayed no fear of us and allowed us to hold him in our hands. It would be interesting to know how he got 400 miles offshore, possibly blown off in a gale or carried to sea on a ship. 11:45. Light breeze from north-northeast. Lowered mizzen and jib and set spinnaker. 12 noon. Log 389.1 miles. Day's run 2.6 nautical miles, the worst yet. Noon sight, observed altitude 47 degrees 59 minutes 20 seconds, latitude 40 degrees 47 minutes 59 seconds. 1 p.m. Porpoises sighted ahead. Ran for Winchester as we need the meat. While approaching them, another and much larger school was sighted off to starboard, coming directly for us and jumping out 50 or 60 at a time. There must have been 200 of them, but they were headed south on urgent business and passed 200 yards ahead of us without coming near the ship as they usually do. Probably they were following a school of fish, as there were a number of gulls above them. Took afternoon sight for longitude. Observed altitude 20 degrees 50 minutes 30 seconds. Chronometer 4 hours 56 minutes 33 seconds. Longitude from above 16 degrees 6 minutes. As I work up the sight, our little mascot is investigating things below decks. He has been walking over my books and over Charles's prostrate form, and is now taking a bath in a teacup in the galley. 6:30 p.m. Charles was lying down at sunset, and our sociable little friend turned in beside him, his head under his wing, not 3 inches from Charles's face. Later on, we put up an empty oatmeal box for him, placed him in it, and he went to sleep immediately. Most remarkable bird. Sunday, September 26th. Cloudy. Occasional breeze from south by east. Course west by south. Our mascot died during the night, and was given a fitting burial in a jam bottle. Fox heartbroken. 12 noon. Log 437.1 miles. Day's run 48.0 miles. Too cloudy for noon sight. Becalmed again. Longitude sight. Observed altitude 16 degrees 33 minutes. Chronometer 5 hours 23 minutes 25 seconds. Longitude 17 degrees 17 minutes. An exasperating day. Saw nothing to break the monotony but a barrel covered a foot thick with sea growth. Monday, September 27th. Fine sunny day, but flat calm. 8 a.m. Had bully swim. Water fine. Lay about the deck taking sun bath and watched strange sea life over the side. Water wonderfully clear. 12 noon. Log 446.5 miles. Day's run 9.4 nautical miles. Noon sight. Observed altitude 47 degrees 53 minutes 20 seconds. Latitude 40 degrees 17 minutes 12 seconds. Spent the afternoon on odd jobs about the ship, and all had another swim. Replaced foot of mainsail, painted bits, spider bands, cleats, etc., and scraped and varnished part of rail. Fox finally weakens and submits to having his head shaved, as Jim and WWN did a couple of days ago, but Charles still holds out, true to his traditions of propriety. 2 p.m. Sighted masts over horizon on starboard bow, evidently coming our way, and changed course to west-southwest to intercept her, as she is second ship we have seen in a week. Occasional cat's paws give us steerage way. Glass falling sharply. 5:15. Vessel we have been heading for, a 3-masted schooner, evidently an American, close hauled on starboard tack. Changed course to north and luff up ahead of her. 5:30. Spoke the schooner. She proved to be the Marjorie McGlashan of St. John's, bound for Malaga with a load of salt fish from the Canadian Labrador. Asked the skipper whether there was any wind where he came from, and he said he hadn't had any for 6 days. Asked him, if convenient, to report us. He dipped his ensign, and we acknowledged the salute with ours. 6 o'clock. Schooner is hull down over our port quarter, disappearing entirely between the long swells. The sun sets, big and red, right over our bowsprit, and the full moon rises directly astern of us. 8 o'clock. We are doing between 1 and 2 knots, too slow for the log to register. 8:20. Wind freshening a bit and backing so that we can now hold due west. Full moon and perfectly clear. Tuesday, September 28th. Sun rises astern as full moon drops in west, reversing last night's sunset. Typhoon sailed herself during Jim's and Fox's watches from 9 p.m. to 3 a.m. When I came on at 3, we were doing about 3 knots. Wind increasing from southwest with big seas and the glass falling. 6 a.m. Took double reef in mainsail. 9:15, lowered mainsail. 12 o'clock noon, log 495.8 miles. Day's run 49.3 nautical miles. Rain squalls in afternoon. Blowing hard with big seas coming over occasionally. Running before it would be a cinch, but close hauled the motion is fierce. Cooking impossible. Nothing to eat today but a can of chicken and some beef broth. Wind southwest. Course about west-northwest. Just before dark, decided that we had better heave to rather than fight it out under jib and mizzen all night. Crew sick and skipper in need of rest. Got out Thomas Ratsey's trysail, and Fox and I bent it on with some difficulty, Fox gamely sticking to the job between 6 spells at the rail. Doused jib, and I had my first sousing on the bowsprit. She rose to a tremendous height and then fell, and I thought the whole bow would go under, but she fetched up with the stick awash, and all I got was a splashing and a bootful of water. Doused mizzen and wore ship to get back to port tack. Took the wheel for a while to try her out, then went below and let her take care of herself. Wednesday, September 29th. This has been a decided improvement over yesterday. During the night, Typhoon rode well under the trysail, varying from close-hauled to wind abeam, occasionally taking a crashing sea aboard that I thought would smash the dinghy, which is lashed bottom up over the port waterway. At 6 a.m., Charles took the wheel and kept her full and by, and she made a knot or so. But at 8 a.m., there was another rain squall, and after that the wind that had been from southwest gradually dropped. 8:30. Wind sprang up from north, and by 9 o'clock was blowing hard. The seas picked up to a tremendous size in a remarkably short time, much larger than they were yesterday, although the wind seems to be no stronger. 10 a.m. Lowered trysail, lashing it to the main boom, and raised mizzen and jib and squared away on west-southwest course with wind abaft beam. 12 noon. Log 517.5 miles. Day's run 21.7 nautical miles. The noon sight was taken under great difficulty, with broken water coming over, and the tremendous seas making it impossible to see the horizon except for an instant at a time. One sea came completely over me while taking the sight on the bridge deck. Observed altitude 47 degrees 16 minutes, latitude 39 degrees 57 minutes 52 seconds. We are doing only about 3.7 knots under jib and mizzen due to the heavy seas, which is not enough. WWN takes off trysail, which had been left stopped to the main boom, and sets double-reefed mainsail, which gives us a decent speed. Longitude sight taken under difficulties. Observed altitude 19 degrees 32 minutes, chronometer 5 hours 9 minutes 24 seconds, longitude 19 degrees west. This puts us still 300 miles from San Miguel, a rotten showing, thanks to calms and bad weather. 6 p.m. Jim and Charles under the weather. Fox takes wheel till 9 p.m., while WWN cooks a supper with the blowtorch. 7:15, wind dropping. 10 o'clock, beautiful night, moon still almost full. Thursday, September 30th, wind northwest, course southwest by west 1/2 west. Barograph straightening out after long rise. This is a bully day with bright sun and fine breeze. The sea is comparatively smooth, but the long, sweeping swells run about 800 feet between crests. Everyone feeling good after a breakfast of porridge and tea and a lunch of chicken and rice. Even Charles is waxing talkative and cheerful. We were becalmed for a while this morning from 8 to 10, and poor old Fox at the wheel said, "They were the worst 2 hours I ever spent in all my bloody life." These long swells with practically no wind are the worst thing we have to contend with. Fox had her hog-tied to prevent slatting, but when I came up at 10 a.m. we got a northwest breeze, shook out the reefs, and squared away under full sail. 12 noon, log 609.3 miles. Day's run 91.8 nautical miles. Noon sight, observed altitude 45 degrees 53 minutes 30 seconds, latitude 38 degrees 57 minutes 16 seconds. 4 p.m., breezing up and clouding over. Longitude sight, observed altitude 23 degrees 8 minutes 30 seconds, chronometer 4 hours 54 minutes 18 seconds, longitude 20 degrees 14 minutes west. 6 p.m., tied a single reef in mainsail as it looks bad to windward. Friday, October 1st, 2:30 a.m. Wind northwest. Just came down after 5 hours at the wheel. The weather has been an interesting study. Early in the evening we could see several rain squalls at a time to windward of us, with the streaks of rain plainly visible beneath the patches of dark cloud. Since 9:30 the wind has been up and down a half-dozen times. Once during a rain squall it was so strong that I got Fox up to lower the main peak till it blew over. Barograph went up very high and started down again a couple of hours ago. Over here a rising glass may mean more wind from the north, but tonight's squalls would hardly come with a high glass at home. 9:45, wind dropping a bit, and we shook out reef from mainsail. 12 noon, log 609.3 miles. Day's run 102.1 nautical miles. Noon sight, observed altitude 48 degrees 32 minutes 40 seconds. Latitude 38 degrees 4 minutes 36 seconds. This puts us within 10 miles of the latitude of San Miguel, and we change course to west by north to counteract current which sets to southward just east of the Azores. Longitude sight gives us 21 degrees 50 minutes west, about 150 miles from the eastern end of San Miguel. As usual, we are without adequate charts of the islands. San Miguel, the largest of the Azores, is about 3/8 of an inch long on our North Atlantic chart. A town marked Fayal is shown on the eastern end, but there seems to be no harbor. Saturday, October 2nd. Wind about north-northwest, course west-northwest. Barograph dropping. Another bright sunny day. 12 noon. Log 711.4 miles. Day's run 123.9 nautical miles. Noon sight 48 degrees 28 minutes 40 seconds. Latitude 37 degrees 45 minutes 16 seconds, which puts us on the parallel of the town of Fayal. 3 p.m. Clouding up. Take longitude sight earlier than usual. Observed altitude 39 degrees 29 minutes 0 seconds. Chronometer 3 hours 26 minutes 23 seconds. Longitude 24 degrees 9 minutes, 48 miles east of San Miguel, which we should see before sundown if chronometer rate is correct. 4 o'clock, log 850.6. Land ho! Charles at the wheel sights land a point or so off the starboard bow, a high, faint silhouette, partially visible through a bank of clouds. Everyone greatly elated, as our food is very low. As we rounded Point Hercules, Coruña, at 6 p.m., September 20th, the time of the landfall is 11 days 22 hours. The logged distance from Point Hercules is 846.3 miles. 6 o'clock. As the sun sets, the volcanic peaks of San Miguel are completely shrouded in a black bank of clouds, evidently raining. Charles picks up land off Port Bow, a small island about 20 miles off, probably Santa Maria, as Formigas, though nearer, is a mere rock. The wind is heading us, and as San Miguel is broad off starboard bow, we shall have to beat all night to get in. By way of celebrating the landfall, Fox, Charles, and the skipper made baking powder biscuits for supper, the skipper directing the operations with cookbook in one hand and rolling pin, whiskey bottle, in the other. 9 o'clock. Close hauled and practically hove to, waiting for the moon, which will be up in about an hour. We are southeast of San Miguel and somewhere in the neighborhood of Formigas Rock. Jim goes on deck occasionally, while Fox and Charles turn in, and the skipper reads Conrad's Arrow of Gold. 9:40. Moon rising. Must be in the lee of San Miguel, but can't tell exactly where we are, as there are no lights visible, not even the glow of a town. You'd think they'd put up a decent lighthouse to keep their islands from being rammed by a liner. 12 o'clock. Jim and I turn her over to Fox and Charles. Full sail, wind freshing. Sunday, October 3rd. This has been an exciting day, the most exciting one thus far, and I suppose we should be discouraged if we allowed ourselves to indulge in such feelings. Here we are, hove to again under Tom Ratsey's trysail, in a howling gale that has left us with a broken mizzen, all messed up below, and thoroughly tired out. At 12:30 a.m., Fox and Charles tied a double reef in the mainsail, and by 1:15 the wind was so strong that it was necessary to lower the mainsail entirely. Occasionally, when the moon broke through the clouds, San Miguel was visible 10 miles or so to windward, and at 3:30 we picked up a flashing light on the island. The wind strengthened steadily, but we pounded into it throughout the night under jib and mizzen, and it was impossible to sleep below because of the racket and the ever-present danger of being pitched out of the berths. At 6 a.m., Jim and I took her over and drove her for 2 hours longer, and then, working into the lee of the island where the wind seemed a trifle lighter, we raised the double-reefed mainsail in order to beat up closer under the land, as we were unable to make much progress to windward under jib and mizzen. By this time we were within 5 miles of the land, a mass of mountains, the tops of which were lost in clouds. The eastern end seemed to be a sheer cliff, on the top of which was perched a row of tiny toy houses, probably the town of Fayal, but there was no sign of a harbor. In the lee of the land, the water was a confused, tumbled mass like a giant tide rip, caused by the seas from the north and south sides of the island coming together, the steepness and irregularity of the waves making them much more difficult to negotiate than those of the open sea. Once, in trying to tack, we missed stays and received a knockdown that nearly buried the companionway, and we were forced to take off the mainsail entirely. She was easier under shortened rig, but the wicked seas and the wind, now a full gale, made it impossible for us to come about. We missed stays as often as we attempted it, and the slatting of the canvas was terrific, but if we hoped to make the shelter of the island, it was necessary to get her onto the starboard tack. In order to do this, I finally decided to jibe rather than risk slatting the canvas to ribbons. We should have dropped the mizzen peak before attempting the jibe, but we neglected this, and under the terrific strain the mast cracked at the deck. The shoulder cleat at the mizzen head had carried away just as it had when we were approaching the English Channel. Lowering the mizzen immediately, we improvised a forestay from the throat halyards so that the pitching of the ship would not carry away the stick entirely. We considered raising the double-reefed mainsail in a last attempt to make the lee, but finally gave it up, as it most certainly would have meant losing the sail. It was hard to give up the chance of making the land when we were so close. We could see the green slopes and the houses and the fields very plainly now, and the smoky smell of the land was like that of a Harris Tweed on a rainy day. Lowering the jib, we found that she rode easily in the trough with her head a couple of points up to the wind, and after great difficulty from the seas that were coming over, we got the trysail up. When this job was completed, Fox and I turned our attention to securing the jib, which could be completely lowered only after the outhaul on the boom had been released. As we were doing this, a staggering sea hit us, and both started away from there. I got the lifeline, and Fox went clean over it, but fortunately caught the main shrouds. Not seeing that he had caught the rigging, I got a death grip on the seat of his oilskins, and he came back with a jerk and the characteristic remark, "Safe again in the arms of a bobby." At the same time, Jim, who was aft trimming the trysail, stopped a flying block with his forehead, and Charles jolted himself pretty badly in falling down the companionway. Lying out on the bowsprit, I got the gaskets around the jib to save it, as the bowsprit, and in fact the entire bow, was going under every time we dove into the steep ones. The forestay seemed to have loosened up, and every moment I thought the mainmast was going too, but we rigged up a backstay and nothing carried away. That experience on the bowsprit was the most convincing argument for a knockabout rig that I have ever encountered. At 2:30, after sweating in the trysail, we went below and cooked up a makeshift meal in the mess that had once been a fairly presentable galley. The experience had been a trying one, but in spite of the buffeting they had received, and the disappointment of being blown out again when almost within touch of the land, the crew took it all like Spartans. Although ready to hang over the side, they were not beyond appreciating the rather grim humor of the trick fate had played on us. I admired them. To carry on with a joke in your teeth, in spite of hell and sickness, is the real test of a sailorman. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 10. From Santa Maria to San Miguel. When we left Typhoon in the last chapter, she lay hove to in a gale that drove her to sea again after she had almost reached the protecting lee of the island of San Miguel. The passage to the Azores had been a much slower one than we had expected, and it was then Sunday, October 3rd, the 13th day after leaving Coruña. Our mizzen-mast had been broken while endeavoring to make the lee of the island, our food was almost exhausted, and the crew were sick. In taking an account of our situation, about the only thing I could find to be thankful for was the fact that we actually had made a landfall, and therefore were relieved of any uncertainty about our navigation. At worst, it could be only a few days until we should make the islands again. The last entry in the log for Sunday reads, 4:30 p.m. Fox lying on the floor, mixing a batch of baking powder biscuits with the last of our flour, while the skipper reads the instructions from Horace Kephart's Camping and Woodcraft. A big sea just came over us, partially filling the cockpit, pouring in the companionway, and drenching the stove through the Liverpool head. Nothing seems to have carried away on deck. Outline of San Miguel faintly visible over port quarter. Monday, October 4th. All last night and all today we have been hove to under the trysail, letting Typhoon work out her own salvation, which she is doing nobly. Tonight I have been reading Conrad, while Jim, Fox, and Charles, tired out from a day of idleness, are asleep after a sketchy meal prepared with difficulty due to the erratic motion of the boat. There is a certain fascination about our predicament, blown far off our course after we had almost reached our goal. Our food is low, the kerosene practically gone, the last candle used last night between twilight and moonrise — we are splurging with a cabin lamp tonight — and there is nothing left to smoke. The night was strenuous, with now and then a crashing sea all over us that caused a tremendous noise below and shivered the ship as though she had hit a rock. She varies from close-hauled to beam-to, and we could avoid the crests to some extent by keeping a man at the wheel. We could not dodge them, there is not steerage-way enough for that, but we could hold her pretty well into them. And such seas they are, by far the most impressive I have ever seen. Unlike the steep, erratic ones we encountered in the lee of the island, they are long, swinging hills and valleys of water, made up of a succession of lesser seas, and the distance between the main ridges must be from a third to a half a mile. They blot out the horizon, except for an occasional glimpse from the top of one of them, and to watch these big fellows, towering like snow-capped mountains, bearing down upon us, and then to feel the little vessel rise easily over the crests, is fascinating indeed. But it is best to do so with but a head out the companionway and a hand on the slide, for once in every few minutes we get a thorough drenching. The water is all dark and ruffled by the wind, with long streaks of white, the shredded remains of broken seas, and just astern of us all day long 2 little Mother Carey's chickens have skimmed the surface of the water, sometimes actually dragging their toes in it, waiting for scraps of food, a trick they must have learned from the gulls. And then there is the singing of the wind in the riggings, the regular tap, tap, tap of the halyards on the masts, the roar and hiss of the breaking crests, and the constant swish of our own bilge water. This noon, Fox took the wheel to steady her, and Charles, with his arms about my body, held me against the mizzenmast for a latitude sight. The altitude of 47 degrees 15 minutes puts us in latitude 38 degrees 12 minutes 26 seconds, which is about 30 miles north of San Miguel, but we are not sure of our longitude, as conditions were too bad for a sight this afternoon. We decided not to attempt to make sail. She might carry the double-reefed mainsail alone, but we can't afford to risk losing it now that our mizzenstick is broken. If we could run before it, the risk would not be so great, but close-hauled or reaching, with a 10-ounce cross-cut sail in a wind like this, even double-reefed, would be tempting Providence. Furthermore, it would require a man on deck. We are making less leeway than if we had put out the sea anchor, but we are getting pretty far to the north. Rotten sunset behind gray clouds with wicked yellow edges and a yellow reflection in the sky. Tuesday, October 5th. Another day hove to. There must be gales, interminable ones, as well as glassy swells in hell. Got the crew up early and shifted the trysail to the port side, and have been on the starboard tack all day. The crew have been sick, but feel better this evening. Fox, who has not sung much today, was performing the solemn rite from the cockpit when a big solid one came over, filling the well and taking him with it. From the cabin I could see him disappear over the combing, and, rushing up the companionway, I found him, a limp, pathetic figure in the waterway. He had caught the lifeline. Another big sea came clear over us this afternoon while I was trying to bring the sun down to an impossible horizon. Although we tried several times, we were forced again to go without a longitude sight. We did manage to get an observation at noon of 46 degrees 50 minutes 0 seconds, which places us in latitude 38 degrees 50 minutes 14 seconds, and this, if correct, means that we are about 48 miles north of San Miguel. 8 p.m. The seas are coming over a bit more frequently, but the motion below is not so bad and the crew have regained their sea legs. Fox is singing again. The sunset was not promising, behind gray clouds with whitish-yellow light in the sky, but the barometer has been going up slightly. Today we used the last of our rice and condensed milk. Wednesday, October 6th. Wind dropping at last and barograph still rising. At 8 a.m. we took in the trysail and set the double-reefed mainsail, and soon after we were able to shake out the reefs. We are headed southwest, and although in doubt as to our exact longitude, we ought to pick up San Miguel before dark. 10 a.m. Set jib and put over the bliss log. 11. Sighted steamer approaching broad off port bow. 11:30. Crossed her bow and found that she was headed northwest by north. 8 p.m. Sighted island off port bow, high and mountainous and of somewhat the same character as San Miguel. Probably it is Santa Maria, although Jim is confident he can recognize our first landfall. 4:15. Charles sighted what appears to be land in a low-lying mass of clouds far off on the starboard beam. If this is actually San Miguel, the land we are approaching must be Santa Maria. By nightfall the wind had died, and we lay for the rest of the night in a flat calm, waiting for a wind to determine which island we should make for. Thursday, October 7th. All morning we lay becalmed, hoping for one of the squalls which we could see in progress all around us. Occasionally a light air sprang up from one quarter or another, and finally, about noon, we set the spinnaker to a northeast breeze, which gave us steerage way. Gradually the wind backed to the northwest, and taking in the spinnaker we set it as a balloon jib, and were able to make a knot or two toward Santa Maria. A diligent search through the food lockers produced a smoked herring and 1½ pilot biscuits, which were consumed straight away with a can of chicken soup, as there seemed now but little chance of our failing to make the land. Our progress throughout the afternoon was exasperatingly slow, and by sunset we were still 3 or 4 miles off. As the sun sank behind the mountains, we were able to get a perspective of the island, which till then had been but a flat mountainous silhouette. Behind the rocky cliffs that formed most of the shoreline, the land rose in gentle slopes to the higher peaks. Here and there a windmill, with gaunt arms outstretched like those of a crucifix, stood out sharply against the yellow sky. And, nestled in what appeared to be coves near either end of the island, were little towns with tiny red-roofed stucco houses like those we had seen on the cliffs of San Miguel. As darkness came on, we headed for the town near the northern end, expecting that its lights would guide us in, but by 8 o'clock, although we could not have been more than a mile off, we lost the land entirely, and there was not a light visible. We had not seen a fishing boat or any sign of life, and it seemed that we must be approaching a deserted village. Slowly and carefully, with only a breath of air to help us, we held our course and finally picked up what appeared to be a small blinker light in the direction of the town. Then another light appeared far up in the hills, and still another, a moving one that wandered about the hillside, probably a lantern carried by someone walking along a road. We waved a lantern, hoping that someone would see it and guide us in, but there was no response. And then, as the black form of the cliffs loomed up against the scarcely lighter sky, the lights entirely disappeared, and a strange sound, like that of a phonograph or some strange musical instrument, came out to us. Drawing in closer, we could hear the dull rumble of the surf, and the mysterious noise we had heard grew louder, and proved to be the mingled cries of thousands of night birds in some rookery along the cliffs. Knowing nothing of the character of the shore, we came about and made a number of short tacks along the coast, hunting for the little cove we had lost, which finally appeared as a low spot in the skyline of the cliffs that towered above us. It was all quite mysterious, working our way in with the lead line, with no lights, no charts, no moon, much like the gun-running expeditions that Conrad tells about. We kept the lead going until we got 4 fathoms and could see the phosphorescence of the surf breaking on a point to starboard of us, and then let go the hook. The faint, ghost-like forms of the houses were just discernible, but in all the place there was not a single ray of light. It reminded me of that eventful night when Matey and I anchored the Nereus in Miquelon Roads, and, as we had done then, we turned in wondering what sort of a place we should find by daylight. There was a difference, though, for on that night we had a bull-bird stew with dumplings, whereas this time we turned in empty. It had taken us 17 days to make the run from Coruña, longer by a day and a half than our passage across the Atlantic from Cape Race to the Scilly Islands. Friday, October 8th. Turning out early, we found that we were anchored in the middle of a natural amphitheater, the beauty of which made us forget that we were hungry. The shore of the cove was lined with a row of little stucco houses, blue, pink, yellow, all with red tiled roofs. Back of the houses, tiny rock-bound fields extended ladder-like to the very sky. A single road stretched from a pink-and-white church on the right through the village and lost itself far up in the hills to the left. It was one of those bully roads for which the Portuguese seem to have a passion. But best of all, the village was alive. A donkey, almost hidden by his load, minced his way along the waterfront, and at a little shingle landing beach, a knot of people already had gathered to meet the strange little vessel that had dropped in on them so mysteriously in the night. Fox and I rowed ashore in the dink, and were welcomed by a most hospitable and picturesque crew, who shouted instructions to us as we made our way in among the rocks and surf. As we touched the shingle, a dozen willing hands grabbed the little tender, carried her far up the beach, and then welcomed us most heartily in perfectly good old slangy American. Out of the noise and confusion that ensued, we gathered that we had made the town of San Lorenzo, and that most of the inhabitants had served their time in the shoe factories of Massachusetts. After 17 days at sea, our legs were a bit wobbly, and then, too, we were ravenously hungry, a fact that these good people seemed to take for granted. One hospitable soul, Agustinho de Lara, giving up all thought of his day's fishing, led us to his own little home and insisted that we eat and drink before there could be any further parley or sightseeing. After a dinner of salt fish, wonderful bread, and what we recognized immediately, even after weeks of estrangement, as eggs, and many glasses of the local vinho, Fox was dispatched for Jim and Charles, and I was led to the home of the most prominent citizen, who had heard of our arrival and requested the honor of a visit. Our host proved to be one Albino Augusto Pereira, a distinguished citizen of Villa do Porto, on the other side of the island, who spends his summers here among his grapevines. A table was set with cakes, fresh figs, oranges, bananas, apples, and other things, the names of which were strange to me, and as we ate and drank countless glasses of vinho, he sat and enjoyed it all, while the other members of his family and neighbors, hat in hand, crowded the doors and windows and lined the walls. Realizing that the state of our finances would not permit us to stock up as we should have liked to do, we explained to our host that we needed a few simple supplies to take us as far as Ponta Delgada, possibly some dried fish, flour and potatoes, and a bit of vinho, and he dispatched a runner to the nearest town up in the hills for a special dispensation, for it was against the law to trade with foreign vessels. When we could eat and drink no longer, the entire company went for a tour of inspection about the town. The place seemed to be devoted to the raising of grapes, and the ladder-like fields on the slopes back of the town were green with vines, and each little house had its own wine press. That of Señor Pereira was the most pretentious one in the village, consisting of a huge stone basin in which the grapes are pressed by means of an immense lever and wooden screw. Not the least important of our company was the priest, an impressive-looking gentleman with white shoes and a black and white checked suit, which would have looked more at home on Broadway than in this out-of-the-way corner of the world. At our request, he led us to the little pink and white church we had seen from the boat. It had been built a couple of 100 years ago, but was in a remarkable state of preservation, due to the mild, almost tropical climate of the island. Although but about 20 feet by 25 feet inside, the room was large enough to accommodate all of his little flock. It was bare of furniture, except for an elaborately carved and painted altar at one end, and the floor was carpeted with long pine needles. In a sort of anteroom or confessional, separated from the main room by a wooden grill, our friend had a collection of curious stalactites which he had gathered from a cave on the island, and he insisted on our taking some of them for souvenirs. Like all the islands of the Azores, Santa Maria is of volcanic origin, and the lava is used in the construction of the houses, the building of roads, and for the fences of the tiny fields. Except for the small trees, suitable only for firewood, thatching, and the like, there is little timber on the island, and the heavier beams of the houses, the doors and the shutters with which the windows are all closed at night, are all made of driftwood picked up along the shore. This wood is brought to the islands from the tropics by an offshoot of the Gulf Stream, and it is all honeycombed with the borings of the teredo, as large as a man's finger, giving a curious decorative effect to the woodwork. Along the waterfront, great thickets of bamboo grow wild, and in the little protected valleys we found orange and banana trees. Instead of matches, these people still depend on the flint and steel, and for tinder the pith of the big central shoot of the century plant is used. There are no stoves, the cooking being done in the most primitive way over a fire of sticks on a stone slab or shelf built into the side of the kitchen. The bread is baked in stone ovens, which are brought to the required heat by first building a fire in them, just as our ancestors did a century or so ago. In our tour of the town, we dropped in at the home of Manuel Perry, another progressive townsman, who owned the only still in the place, with which he made brandy from the local vinho. The result is a white liquid of extreme potency, much like vodka or the Scandinavian schnapps, and for quick and sure results it is far ahead of anything we can boast even now that the late constitutional amendment has flooded our fair land with liquid dynamite disguised as whiskey. We learned from Señor Perry a thing that made us wish that Typhoon were a tanker instead of a modest little yacht, namely, that since the Portuguese escudo, which before the war was nearly on a par with the dollar, is now worth only about 16 cents, it is possible at present to buy 17.5 gallons of vinho or 3.5 quarts of brandy for the equivalent of a single American dollar. At the risk of overpopulating this delightful place, we might add that one of the quaint little houses might be rented for an entire summer for about $25. By this time the courier had returned with permission from the authorities to let us have anything we required, and we found that Señor Pereira, anticipating this permission, had prepared a stock of provisions for us of such generous proportions that we began to worry about our ability to pay for them. But it seems the kind old gentleman expected no remuneration, and at the suggestion of our English-speaking friends, we carefully avoided any mention of the matter. There were gifts from the other townsmen of bread and vinho and brandy, and as no one would accept a cent, we gave the money to the kids instead. On the way back to the tender, we found an old lady selling herring that the fishermen had just brought in, and offered her an English shilling for a mess of them. She gave us a peck, which was all she had, and seemed to feel a bit conscience-stricken that she hadn't more to offer us. Before we left, we took the opportunity to inspect the little fleet of half a dozen fishing boats, which in many respects were like those we had seen in Spain. They are double-enders with fine water lines but full deck lines, due to the reverse curved sections at the bow and stern. Each boat was equipped with what at first glance seemed to be a tiny tender about 5 feet long, but which proved to be a sort of live well in which the herring are towed home alive after they are taken from the nets. They are miniatures of the larger craft with open seams to permit the circulation of water, and the wood in their construction is sufficient to keep them afloat even with a load of fish. All of our friends gathered on the little beach to see us off, and their genuine friendship would have been impressive indeed to most dwellers in cities where such attachments are not made in a day. It seemed unbelievable that we had been there but a few hours, and it was only after many promises to write to them that they would permit us to leave so soon. It was just another instance of the hospitality that is the rule rather than the exception among people who live close to the sea. After presenting our friends with our spare American ensign, we got under way at 3 p.m. with double-reefed mainsail and jib, and headed for Ponta Delgada, which is situated toward the western end of San Miguel, and is about 55 miles northwest of Santa Maria. The strong southwest wind with which we started died early in the evening, and we spent the remainder of the night rolling about in a flat calm with everyone below. Saturday, October 9th. St. Miguel is about 40 miles long, and at sunrise the island lay stretched out ahead of us in plain view, except for the western end, which was lost in haze, and the tops of the tall volcanic mountains, which were shrouded in clouds, as they always seem to be. Occasionally, parts of the island were obscured by rain clouds. We could see several towns, one of which we took to be Ponta Delgada until the western end of the island took form, and finally the city itself. A light breeze from the southwest gave us steerage way for an hour or so, and then a breath from the southeast came, only to die as its predecessor had done. Disgusted with our slow progress, we slatted about for several hours in the middle of the day, swimming occasionally to break the monotony, until a strong breeze from the land sprang up, allowing us just to fetch Ponta Delgada on the starboard tack. As the sun set, we were still several miles from the town, which seemed to be a big place with a forest of masts rising above a stone breakwater. Several little coasting vessels farther inshore either were getting a stronger breeze or else were extremely smart sailors, for we found it difficult to hold our own against them. One little vessel in particular, with an odd rig, that we found later to be a three-master with tremendous lateen sails, put it all over us and anchored in the harbor long before dark. On none of our charts was the island of San Miguel more than about an inch long, so we were totally in the dark as to the layout of the harbor. Before long we were literally so, and were forced to make our way in carefully with the help of the lead. Guided by the clock tower and the lights along the waterfront, we reached the inner harbor without difficulty and anchored off what appeared to be a public landing. We had been told at Santa Maria that Ponta Delgada was under quarantine for bubonic plague, and that no vessels were allowed to put in there, but we got in without so much as a challenge, and were not discovered until the following morning. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 11. 10 Days at Ponta Delgada. There is something romantic about an island, any island. Islands have figured prominently in tales of adventure since the beginning of time. The idea appeals to the imagination. If the island happens to be hundreds of miles from anywhere, and if, besides, it happens to be a strange volcanic place with ragged cliffs, mysterious valleys, and peaks rising in fantastic shapes to the very clouds, the romantic picture is complete. Such are the Azores. This little archipelago far out in the Atlantic, a link, you might say, between the Old World and the New, rears its ragged shapes from the ocean floor 2.5 miles below to a height, in the case of the island of Pico, of over 7,000 feet above the sea. For centuries, these islands have attracted venturesome mariners. From the ancient coins that have been dug up from time to time, it is supposed that they were first discovered by the Carthaginians, but whether or not those hardy seafarers actually ventured this far, the fact remains that they were known to the geographers of Europe long before America was dreamed of. Mentioned first by an Arabian writer in the 12th century, as a group of 9 islands lying far out beyond the Canaries, they remained the western outpost of the world until Columbus and the 16th century navigators pushed on across the Western Ocean. They were a natural rendezvous for the early Spanish and English expeditions to the New World, and it was off the islands of Flores that the famous fight occurred between the British ship Revenge, under the command of Sir Richard Grenville, and a Spanish fleet of 53 vessels. Skipping lightly over the intervening centuries, it was at Ponta Delgada, the metropolis of the islands, that the NC-4 dropped in out of the sky on her historic transatlantic flight, and it was here that the Typhoon came to anchor on the night of Saturday, October 9th. And there you have the history of the islands from soup to, well, let us say, nuts. When we dropped the hook off the clock tower after our run across from Santa Maria, we imagined that we were in for serious complications, for we had understood that Ponta Delgada was under quarantine for the bubonic plague, and that no vessels were allowed to put in there. And so it was with a feeling of guilt, as a perfectly sober man might feel at a Lloyd's Harbor dinner, that we responded to the hail of the customs officers and the harbor doctor the following morning. But these gentlemen seemed perfectly satisfied with our papers, though a bit surprised, and welcomed us to the town, explaining that while there were a number of cases of the plague, no actual quarantine had been declared. We lay not far off a stone seawall which seemed to enclose a tiny basin where bumboats and little coasting vessels congregated. Beyond the basin, tinted stucco buildings, balconied and red-tiled like those of some Mediterranean port, rose picturesquely, and partially seen through a triple archway on the left stood the cathedral, whose lighted clock tower had guided us in the night before. On the other side of the harbor a dozen steamships were moored to huge buoys or lay along the breakwater, and at the farther end were crowded a heterogeneous assortment of fishing boats, little steam tugs, and sailing craft. The small fishing boats were much like those we had seen in Spain and at Santa Maria, double-enders with the characteristic lateen rig, but the coasting vessels were a distinctly new type to us. It was easy to see that they were a development of the small boats, for they retained the pointed stern in the lateen rig, but they were different in model. 60 feet or so in length, they were fairly narrow, with parallel sides turning in rather abruptly, producing a bluff bow. The water lines at bow and stern were fuller, and there was less dead rise to the midship sections. All of the craft of this type that we saw were 3-masted, with long bowsprits and huge lateen sails, the yards of which, when hoisted, extended far above the rather short masts. One of these vessels, probably the one that had beaten us to port the night before, was discharging her cargo at the quay, and, soon as the customs officials were through with us, we put the dink over the side and rowed across for a visit. The skipper, a prominent townsman from some place along the coast, showed us about his little packet with justifiable pride, but he seemed to be more interested in our ship, which was unlike anything he had ever seen. His crew, a dozen of his fellow townsmen, were at mess when we arrived, squatting about the deck, each man with his own individual chest of food. It seems that these coasting vessels are seldom away more than 3 or 4 days, and consequently are not equipped with a galley, each man bringing his own supply of grub and vinho prepared by his wife at home. After the skipper and most of the crew of the schooner had been shown over the Typhoon, in every feature of which they showed a lively interest, we went ashore for a look at the town, which proved to be larger than it had appeared from the water. During the war, our government had maintained quite an establishment here, consisting of a battery and a flying station, but all that now remained, so far as we could see, was a solitary marine and his dilapidated flivver. There were numerous cafes, now closed, that bore names which suggested that they had sprung up to take advantage of the golden opportunity presented by the spendthrift Yankees, and these gave silent testimony that for a while, at least, Ponta Delgada had had its fling. Since the exit of the lucrative Americans, the town had settled back into a monotonous existence, depending for its support largely on the vessels that put in there on their way back and forth across the Atlantic. In the case of the American Shipping Board vessels, the income must be considerable, for there is seldom a time when there are not several of them in the harbor. We found that 8 of these ships, besides several of other nationalities, had been driven into Ponta Delgada for repairs by the gale that we had weathered in comparative comfort. One concern, the only one with facilities for making such repairs, has every reason to be grateful to heaven and a tolerant American public for the existence of the shipping board. They are certainly making hay while the sun shines, and the sun shows no indication of setting. The town of Ponta Delgada is composed largely of 2-story, balconied stucco houses, closely packed along narrow, cobbled streets, with here and there an open space with a cathedral or public building to break the monotony. One street is pretty much like another, and, after we had done a few of them, we returned to the ship tired out. Our legs had not yet become accustomed to the ways of the land, and at first we attributed our fatigue solely to our lack of training, but we never really became rested while we were in the Azores, and the explanation is the enervating climate. It is not only warm, but extremely humid, a condition caused, I imagine, by the clouds which seem to cling continuously to the mountain tops. And then, too, there were the pineapples. It was the height of the pineapple season, and if there is one thing that looks better than a can of peaches to a salt-encrusted mariner, it's a fresh pineapple. We went in rather heavily for pineapples, and they produced a condition inside us that was decidedly detrimental to physical exertion. The whole crew lost its pep. My first official act on Monday morning was to call on the American consul, Major Drew Linnard, who received me cordially, in spite of the fact that I arrived an hour before the office opened, due to some confusion with the local time. "Are you a captain?" inquired the butler. "Yes, in a small sort of way," I replied, and he disappeared to return shortly with the information that the consul would see me, in spite of my unconventional calling hour. Major Linnard, expecting another tale of woe about rotten boiler tubes or engines racked loose from their beds by the recent storm, seemed relieved at finding merely a social caller looking for human companionship. I explained that we had dropped in on him on our way across the pond, and didn't want anything except, possibly, an introduction to someone with sporting instinct enough to cash a check. "What kind of ship are you in?" he queried. "A yacht," I replied, "the Typhoon." "How big is she?" 45 feet. "I mean, how long is she? What's her tonnage?" "She's 45 feet long, 36 on the waterline, and her displacement is about 15 tons. "Crossing the Atlantic in a 45-foot cockleshell? Well, you are a nut," he said good-naturedly. "Nutshell, then, if you like," I corrected. "Typhoon is not a cockleshell." And then Linnard went on to tell me of his meeting with Peters and Griswold and the other Harvard chaps who had been there 6 weeks earlier in the Lloyd W. Barry on their way to Europe, and how they had hailed Peters to the consulate and started proceedings against him for cruel and inhuman treatment of his crew. The Barry was registered as a commercial vessel, she carried a cargo of flour for the fun of the thing, and Peters, inexperienced in the intricacies of Admiralty law, sweating under Linnard's grueling cross-examination, had just about concluded that he was in for serious complications for violating something or other when cocktails were served and the whole crowd had dinner at the consulate. It was the first I had heard of the Berry since I had left Griswold in New York in June, with the tentative plan that we should meet at Cowes, and I was glad to hear that the little schooner was making good. I learned later that she reached Southampton some time after we had left the Solent, and after undergoing some repairs had proceeded to the Mediterranean, still, I suspect, with her cargo of flour. Armed with a letter of introduction to an American by the name of W. W. Nichols, and with a promise that Major Leonard would visit the Typhoon that afternoon, I left the consulate and went forth in search of funds. Mr. Nichols, who is in the shipping business, is one of those rare souls who seem to derive great pleasure from helping other folks out of difficulties. He not only cashed the check, but he offered to help us in obtaining such rare provisions as salt pork and salt beef, which are unobtainable in the Azores except from visiting ships. For my $100 check, I received a sheaf of paper money that would make the proverbial cow blue in the face. And right here I must say a word about the money of the islands, for it is the most remarkable that I have ever encountered. The unit of the currency is the 1,000 reis note, or millireis, which corresponds to the escudo, or millireis of Portugal, but is not so valuable. The ratio is 5 island millireis to 4 escudos, or Portuguese millireis, and to distinguish between them, the island money is called weak money, and the money of the mother country strong. And then there is the matter of the exchange. Before the war, the escudo was nearly on a par with the American dollar, but when we were there, it was worth about 16 cents, and consequently I received 750 millireis, or 750,000 reis, weak money, for my $100 check. To try to do any shopping without an experienced mathematician to help you is hopeless, unless you are content to put yourself at the mercy of the shopkeepers. You ask the price of an article and decide to take it without a struggle, which of course is wrong, and seeing you are a soft creature, the shopkeeper tells you that the price is in strong money, whereas yours is weak. By this time, becoming hopelessly confused, you call him something uncomplimentary in the sign language and hand him a millireis note and trust to luck. Going on the supposition that humanity is about 50% honest, you take only about a 50-50 chance of getting short-changed. There's really no other way, for you could never hope to count the strange paper things you receive, all sizes, colors, and denominations, in both weak and strong money. But then you get such a wad of it back and feel so disgustingly wealthy that you oughtn't to kick if he does hold out a little. Anyone who can juggle such money really deserves a commission for his skill. Who was I that I should kick anyhow? Don't we do the same thing over here? The only difference is that we don't like the term petty larceny, so we stick it on the bill under cover charge or service. In the afternoon, Major Leonard and George Cobb, the vice-consul, came aboard the Typhoon and seemed much impressed with her, especially with her living quarters. They considered our accommodations much more comfortable than those of the Berry, which, though a considerably larger boat, had her best space taken up with her cargo hold. And then they dragged me off to the consulate for dinner and a delightful evening, the first of several I was fortunate enough to spend at this hospitable place. In the morning we busied ourselves about the ship. Fox and I took care of the work on deck, while Charles cleaned up below and Jim started in seriously on the motor. We had not used the power since leaving the French coast, although Dorset had spent some time in a fruitless endeavor to remedy the trouble while we were at Ferrol. We were determined to get the motor going if possible, for with our longest legs still ahead of us, we could not risk slatting about in any more flat calms if we were to be sure of reaching New York before Thanksgiving. Already we had wasted too much time whistling for a wind, and every hour's delay increased our chances of encountering bad weather. This time we were successful, and before long the motor was performing faultlessly. As to fuel, we still had the greater part of the oil with which we started. In the evening, when I returned to the ship after another visit ashore, I found her close to the rocks off the sea-wall, moored stern to and slapping with her broad transom the seas that were being kicked up by a rising wind from the southeast. She had been lying to the 60-pound anchor, and it seemed that her 1-inch manila line had chafed through on the ragged bottom and that she had fetched up on the rocks. But the boys had acted quickly, placing the big hook out to windward with the tender and hauling her off with the windlass before any damage had been done. They had pulled her off stern to, and, as she seemed to ride comfortably, had left her in this position, a thing we had occasion to regret, for it blew a living gale during the night, and the pounding in the short seas was terrific. Of course, we should have anchored farther up the harbor originally, but it was then too late to do anything. The shoal, rocky bottom was so close to leeward that I didn't dare to attempt to lead the line forward and let her swing around, for fear that she might strike with her deep heel, and there was so little line out that to work her ahead with the windlass might result in breaking out the hook. And so we endured the discomfort throughout the night. The next day we got her around bow to the wind without difficulty, and thus encouraged, I decided to try to beat out of our predicament under sail, a thing that we should not have attempted in such close quarters without the mizzen, which of course was out of commission due to the broken mast. Raising the mainsail, we worked her up to the hook with the windlass, sailed over it, broke it out without losing headway, raised the jib, and got away on the port tack. We came about nicely the first time, but missed stays on the second tack, dropped off and tried it again, only to miss a second time. With the mizzen to help us about, the maneuver would have been simple enough. We were out of the harbor now, but we were dropping steadily down toward the rocks, and, not knowing the depth of the water, we were forced to anchor again. One of the little steam tugs, seeing our predicament, was hovering about us, and, suppressing our pride, we threw him a line and were towed to a safe berth farther up the harbor. We had not been here long when an officer appeared on the stern of the Independent Bridge, one of the crippled American ships, and semaphored over requesting that I come aboard to discuss repairs, which I did straight away. The officer proved to be W.J. Huber, the first mate. He grasped the difficulty at a glance, and agreed immediately with the suggestion to run Typhoon alongside the Independent Bridge and lift out the broken stick with a cargo boom, a much simpler solution than taking her to the ship repair people, who were already crowded with work. Warping Typhoon alongside and lifting out the mizzen was the work of but a few minutes, and the ship's carpenter, a Dane by the name of Anderson, hereinafter referred to as Chips, got busy immediately on the repairs. The mast was cracked at the point where it passed through the deck, and the first idea was to shrink a long bronze collar around the bad spot, but after this was made it was spoiled in attempting to drive it home while hot, and the idea was abandoned. Since the mizzen is stepped in a bronze socket in the cockpit floor, there was a length of only about 2 feet below the break, and, as there was plenty of room between the throat-halyard block and the gaff jaws, we decided to cut 2 feet off the butt end of the stick. Then new shoulder cleats had to be made for the masthead, and Chips made a good job of them, mortising them deeper into the mast and riveting them right through the stick. The wire shrouds, of course, had to be shortened and re-spliced, and this job was simplified by taking all the slack off one end of each pair, and then changing the position of the eye for the mast and resizing it. Typhoon and her benefactor became fast friends. The Independent Bridge and the other cripples in the harbor were undergoing repairs of one kind or another, interminable repairs, and consequently the officers had plenty of time for social activities. Captain Wingate, Second Officer Radowski, Third Officer Bell, and Glazier, the chief engineer, took a fancy to the little ship, and when we were not aboard eating their bully meals, they were swapping yarns in our cabin. They re-rated our chronometer for us and supplied us with a light list and a couple of charts that seemed to be missing from our stock. With the repairs completed, the problem of supplies confronted us, and this proved a problem indeed. There happened to be a food shortage in the islands, and an embargo had been placed on certain articles. Consequently, it was necessary to smuggle a number of things past the little soldiers on the quay. Dear reader, if you have ever attempted to smuggle a dozen eggs in an ordinary business suit, you will appreciate our difficulty. With an egg or two in every pocket of coat, vest, and trousers, you have a terribly aloof, touchy sort of feeling as you gingerly pick your way through the crowd at the landing and take your seat in the tender. You may get through the ordeal with but a small percentage of breakage, but the embarrassment caused by even a single broken egg is most disconcerting. We took but a few dozen eggs. Through the good offices of Mr. Nichols, we were able to connect up with 100 pounds of salt beef and a big sack of flour on the West View, another American cripple, whose skipper, Hilary Williams, Lieutenant Commander, U.S. Navy retired, instructed his steward to let us have it at cost. Even this had to be smuggled from the ship at night, for it seemed to be against the law to transfer supplies from one ship to another, and there were serious-minded little soldiers stationed on each vessel to enforce the law. Most everything else we needed was obtainable from the principal ship chandlery and supply store, and we laid in what I thought would be a sufficient supply for 5 or 6 weeks. It was about this time that we met Manson Dillaway, who was stopping at Mrs. Brown's pension, where lived our benefactor, Mr. Nichols, and my friend David Vaughan, an American artist with whom I had spent a number of pleasant hours in discussing the things which to me are almost as vital as the sea and its ships. Dillaway, an ex-Army flyer and an Admiralty lawyer of Boston, had come to Ponta Delgada to see to the disposal of a schooner that had been dismasted and towed into that port. While not a sailor, he is nevertheless a mighty good sort, and as he was ready to leave for home, we suggested that he make the run with us on the Typhoon, an offer which he accepted with alacrity. Most of the repair work on the disabled ships that always seem to crowd the harbor of Ponta Delgada is done by one big concern with a reputation for charging like sin. This company owns the tug that had towed us out of our awkward predicament, and also the water boat from which we had filled our tanks and breakers. One morning a boat with a diver and full equipment came alongside the Typhoon, with the information that the captain had been instructed by his company, the same one, to recover our light anchor which had been lost when the line parted several days before. With the assistance of Fox, who showed them about where it lay, they succeeded in finding the hook, and I began to feel that my bill with the concern in question was mounting to gigantic proportions. Steeling myself for the ordeal, I called at the office to settle the account. I feared that they might consider towing the Typhoon out of her difficulty as a salvage job and charge accordingly, and I sort of felt that divers were an expensive luxury. Introducing myself, I explained that I had come to settle up, and then waited for the jolt. But it never came. These gentlemen explained that, since Typhoon was not engaged in trade, they could not think of charging for services which it had been a great pleasure to them to be able to perform. They admired the Typhoon, they said, and only wished that they might have been of greater help to her. Ashamed of my fears, I thanked them and left with a great and glowing confidence in the human race. As I was leaving the place with my guide, a barefoot youngster with a complimentary admiration for all Americans, we had an adventure. There was a great noise of shouting and clattering from up the street, or rather the shouting came from numerous excited gentlemen standing in doorways and other points of vantage, and the clattering from a runaway that had the street pretty much to itself. It was a warm day, and we needed a lift, my friend and I, and so, exercising as much care as I could, for the horse was a small, delicate-looking animal, I stopped it, vaulted into the little cart, got my companion aboard, and drove smartly back in the direction from which the thing had come, assuming a casual sort of expression, as though we always did that sort of thing in America when we wanted a ride. The effect on the doorways was delicious. Presently we came upon a crowd of breathless people led by a very red and very rotund person with a whip, who seemed on the point of apoplexy. Assuming that he was the bereft proprietor, we alighted smartly, turned his property over to him, and left him, gasping and surprised that we had not charged for salvaging the outfit. After going through the formality of paying our harbor dues, I called at the consulate for our health certificate, and to say good-bye to the Major and Mrs. Linnard, whose hospitality will live in my memory along with that of Les Capucins and my friends of Cowes. After a dinner at a café with a name reminiscent of the American occupation, the U.S. Club, the entire crew of the Typhoon dropped in at our little rendezvous in the back room of the ship chandler's, where seafaring men congregate to, as the Scriptures say, look upon the wine when it is red, although I must say that their interest in the beverage was somewhat more than ocular. When it was learned that we were actually pulling out that evening, Our friends, who had been improving the opportunity offered by an unlimited stock of local and imported beverages, started in to ransack the entire place for suitable gifts to bestow upon the crew. Glazier appeared triumphant with a box of Dutch cigars and a bottle of black and white. Someone else discovered chocolate and cigarettes, and Captain Wingate, totally disregarding the importunities of numerous clerks and the proprietor, nearly precipitated a riot by mounting a stepladder and sweeping off the entire contents of a shelf of fancy canned goods, which he ordered delivered to the Typhoon. Then all hands repaired to the Independent Bridge, where another dinner was served, and after receiving a final tribute of medicines, a large saucepan, and saltpetre for our pickle barrel from the steward, and taking aboard a couple of dozen pineapples which Dillaway had ordered, we were ready to cast off. So far as I know, the noisiest moment in the history of Ponta Delgada up to that time was when the American collier Orion beat off a German submarine while the local artillery officers were hunting for the key of their ammunition locker, or possibly it was when the armistice was signed. But these demonstrations could not have surpassed the uproar that broke loose as the little black ketch slipped her moorings and sailed out the harbor in the gathering dusk. Every ship in the place, regardless of nationality, broke out her siren and blew salute after salute, which we returned on our foghorn and with many dips of the ensign. It was a tribute from big ships that plow the seven seas to a tiny craft that played their game for fun, a tribute that blurred the eyes of her crew and brought strange lumps into their throats as she rounded the breakwater, met the heave of the open sea, and squared away out into the path of the moon. It was Thursday, October 19th, 10 days after we had come to anchor at Ponta Delgada. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 12. Off on the Last Leg. The send-off was an inspiriting one, but after the excitement was over, it was a relief to sit at the wheel and feel the little ship alive again after her period of inactivity. For hours I stayed on deck, enjoying the poetry of it alone in the moonlight, the easy rhythmic motion as she lifted to the seas and dipped into the hollows, the regular swish-swish of the bow wave, the occasional dash of spray. It was one of those nights when one loses all sense of time and worry and feels in harmony with the scheme of bigger things. We had been advised to run clear down to the 20th parallel in order to make sure of the northeast trades, but it was then so late that we decided to try a middle course. It was obvious that our best chance for favorable wind, even at this time of the year, lay to the southward, but I figured that if we went down to the tip of the horse latitudes, say to the 30th parallel, our chances for a good slant would be reasonable, and we should not have to cover anywhere near so great a distance. Our course for the first week or so, therefore, would be about southwest. This plan worked out fairly well. It was not many days before we picked up an easterly slant, which, though it varied from northeast to east, may have been the tip of the trades, for it stayed with us an entire week, and enabled us to log 1,031 nautical miles, which was within 6 miles of our best week's run on the record passage from Cape Race to the Scilly Islands. Nothing but an occasional squall or a school of flying fish broke the lazy monotony of this southern run. One day was pretty much like the next, with almost constant sunshine and tropical temperature. In fact, until nearly the middle of November, we swam during periods of calm, or hung over the side of the mizzen rigging for our morning bath. Even the nights were so warm that blankets or sleeping bags were out of the question. The water was filled with Gulf weed like that encountered in the Gulf Stream, sometimes in windrows miles in length, and in fact, so far as appearances were concerned, we might have been in the Gulf Stream almost from the time we left the Azores. There was no way of telling when we actually hit the stream, and things went smoothly until the 13th of November, when we must have been about in the middle of it. It was on this day that we encountered that spell of unusually severe weather that worried shipping along the entire Atlantic coast, and furnished the copy for those harrowing press accounts which led people to believe that Typhoon's westward passage was a continuous round of danger and hardship. But before telling of our experiences in the gales, let's look back over a brief synopsis of the log. While this makes pretty dry reading, the facts may be of value to those who may be planning to make a similar passage. Once clear of San Miguel, we found the wind almost due west, so that the best we could do was south-southwest 1/2 west, magnetic. Close-hauled, Typhoon behaved better than she had ever done. For anticipating headwinds, we had trimmed her accordingly. On the run from Nova Scotia, Typhoon had been trimmed by the stern for running before the wind, and while her behavior was all that could be desired when the wind was abaft the beam, she showed a tendency to pitch when close-hauled. With the greater part of a ton of coal in the lazarette and 750 pounds of chain aft of the engine, her bow was so light that she pivoted about a point 3/4 of the way aft, or approximately at the cockpit. This was comfortable for the man at the wheel, but when close-hauled in a rough sea and a light wind, the result was that she slatted the wind out of her mainsail. While at Ponta Delgada, we had shifted the chain from its position aft to a temporary bin just forward of the mainmast, and this weight forward brought Typhoon more nearly to her designed running lines, causing her to pivot about a point somewhat farther forward and consequently improving her sailing qualities. Wednesday, October 20th. Barograph rising. Strong wind from west kicks up Big Sea, putting Jim, Fox, and Dillaway under the weather, although Charles shows no sign of weakening. At 1 a.m. we were forced to lower the mainsail, sailing under jib and mizzen for the rest of the morning. 12 noon, log 62.5. The island of Santa Maria just visible over port quarter bearing east-northeast. 1 p.m. Hoisted mainsail and let Typhoon sail herself throughout the afternoon. Course southwest by south. 4 o'clock. Sighted ship off port beam. Thursday, October 21st. Barograph still rising. Wind backs in morning from west to southwest by south. Course west. Unusual condition of rain, backing wind, and rising barometer. 12 noon, log 123.2, days run 60.7 nautical miles. 4 p.m., rain. Barograph dropping. No seasickness, but everyone feeling listless due to the weather. Flies particularly tenacious. 7:30 p.m., wind dropping, finally dies completely. Flattened in all sail and turned in. As the crew have not yet got back their sea legs, thought they had better have a night's sleep, which would have been difficult had we driven her under the motor. Another argument for an enclosed motor room. Friday, October 22nd. Wind west-southwest, strong. Rain in morning, clearing in afternoon, glass steady. Course northwest by west. 12 noon, log 169, days run 45.8 nautical miles, bad showing due to calm. 3:30 p.m., wind backing, changed course to west-northwest. 3:50, wind hauling aft, rain squall, changed course to west-southwest. PM longitude sight, chronometer 5 hours 8 minutes 13 seconds, observed altitude 19 degrees 31 minutes 0 seconds, longitude 27 degrees 0 minutes 0 seconds west. 6:30, started motor, which ran perfectly but found the clutch slipping. After working an hour, gave it up till daylight. Saturday, October 23rd. Glass high, bright sunny day. 10 a.m., started motor after adjusting clutch. Log 221. Wind light, scarcely enough to keep sails full, but with motor running, slatting is eliminated. 11 a.m., log 225.9, doing 4.8 knots at 455 RPM. 12 noon, log 231, 5.1 knots. Days run 62 miles. Noon sight, observed altitude 42 degrees 56 minutes 0 seconds, latitude 35 degrees 27 minutes 42 seconds. 3 p.m., log 245.2. 3:10, stopped motor as stuffing box is hot. Light breeze from northeast. PM sight, chronometer 6 hours 18 minutes 37 seconds, observed altitude 7 degrees 29 minutes 30 seconds, longitude 27 degrees 58 minutes 0 seconds. First dinner of stewed salt beef, pretty bad, with dumplings, biscuits, potatoes, tea, and pineapple. Cabin looks like a tropical jungle with our cargo of pineapples hanging from the roof. 5 o'clock. Log 245.6. Started motor. 6 o'clock. Log 249.6. Heavy swell. Lowered mainsail to prevent slatting. 7 o'clock. Log 254.5. 4.9 knots under motor alone. Rain all night under motor. Faint northeast breeze, hauling to southeast. 12 o'clock. Log 275.7. Sunday, October 24th, 6 a.m. Log 301.5. Barograph high, dropping slightly, course west. 12 noon. Log 332.3. Days run 101.3. Noon sight, observed altitude 43 degrees 18 minutes 20 seconds, latitude 34 degrees 44 minutes 28 seconds. PM sight, chronometer 4 hours 52 minutes 31 seconds, observed altitude 24 degrees 8 minutes 30 seconds, longitude 29 degrees 31 minutes west. 9:30, wind strengthening, tide 2 reefs in mainsail. 11 o'clock, lowered peak of mainsail during squall. 12 o'clock, lowered mainsail and sailed under full jib and mizzen. Monday, October 25th. Glass rising after slump during the night. Bad night with seas coming over. Motion below made it difficult to stay in bunks, which were wet due to leaks around cabin trunk. 3:30 a.m. Raining hard. Moon hidden by dense clouds. So dark we can't see jib. Rain knocked sea down somewhat, and after it cleared, the wind fell. 9 o'clock. Fox and I started to hoist mainsail, but by the time we had shaken out reef, it was blowing half a gale from the north, with a dreary cold rain, and we doused it again and went below. The skipper attempted a sort of synthetic bread, which finished up as pancakes. Terrible. 12 noon. Log 417.2. Days run 84.9. We are doing under 4 knots with jib and mizzen and should have mainsail up, but peak halyard got adrift and blew out of block, and there is too much motion to attempt to go aloft and reeve it. 4:30 p.m. Got out and set Tom Ratsey's trysail, which adds considerably to our speed. 5 o'clock. Log 437.9. Course west, wind north by east. 6 o'clock. Log 444.3. Doing 6.4 knots under jib, trysail, and mizzen. About this time we began to notice Gulf weed, which became more frequent until we got through the Gulf Stream. Tuesday, October 26th, 7th day from Ponta Delgada. This has been an ideal day, and we hope it will be typical rather than the exception from now on. The barograph, already high, has been rising, and the wind at last is from the northeast, just where we want it for speed, and although strong, the motion is much easier than when close-hauled. All night and until 4 p.m. we ran under jib, mizzen, and trysail, and then after splicing the topping lifts and reeving the throat halyard, we set the mainsail, and by 5 p.m. we're doing 7.4 knots, the mainsail adding 2 knots to our speed. 12 noon, log 538.2. Days run 121 nautical miles. Noon sight 43 degrees 21 minutes. Latitude 34 degrees 0 minutes 25 seconds. PM sight. Observed altitude 18 degrees 20 minutes 50 seconds. Chronometer 5 hours 37 minutes 19 seconds. Longitude 31 degrees 48 minutes west. 7 p.m. Wind hauled a bit east, necessitating jibing to port tack. New course west-southwest. 8 p.m. Rain squall. Doused mizzen. Not much good anyhow, running so nearly before the wind. We left Ponta Delgada just a week ago and have done but 564 nautical miles. A poor showing. Note: unusual activity in galley today with following results. Breakfast, porridge and tea. Lunch, soup, baking powder biscuits, baked sweet potatoes and pineapple. Dinner, salt beef, boiled potatoes, fried onions, biscuits, cocoa, cheese, and marmalade. As conditions are favorable, we baked 6 dozen biscuits and a pot of beans and cooked enough salt beef for hash in case of bad weather. We find that salt beef is least objectionable when prepared as hash with potatoes and onions. Wednesday, October 27th. Clear and sunny. Glass high. Strong breeze from east. course west-northwest. During the morning, we averaged as high as 7 knots under mainsail alone. 12 noon, log 667.1, days run 128.9 nautical miles, noon sight 43 degrees 18 minutes, latitude 33 degrees 42 minutes 41 seconds. 2 p.m., set spinnaker with considerable difficulty due to strength of wind and almost lost Fox overboard during process. 2:25, spinnaker tack lets go and sail is recovered and stowed only after a fine display of comic acrobats. Thursday, October 28. Fox, who is displaying alarming devotion to the galley these days, goes on deck at 7 a.m. and returns proudly with a 4-inch flying fish, which he picked up on the bridge deck. Charles finds 2 more on forward deck. 12 noon, log 807.0, days run 139.9 nautical miles, latitude from noon sight 33 degrees 56 minutes, longitude from p.m. sight 36 degrees 46 minutes, running under mainsail alone. 11 p.m., squall during skipper's watch. Friday, October 29th. Glass high, wind strong, east-southeast magnetic. Day devoted largely to cooking. 12 noon, log 963.0, days run 156.0 nautical miles, no noon sight. 2 p.m., schooner 5 miles south headed northeast, first ship we've seen in a week. P.m. sight. Observed altitude 12 degrees 29 minutes 30 seconds, chronometer 6 hours 34 minutes 12 seconds, longitude 39 degrees 36 minutes. Note, although the first week's run from Ponta Delgada logged only 564 nautical miles, the good showing of the last 3 days has brought our mileage up to 994.2, which gives us a daily average for 10 days of 99.42 nautical miles. Saturday, October 30th. Another ideal day. Crisp and sunny, wind east-southeast, course west by north, glass high but dropping slightly. 12 noon, log 1,121.5, days run 158.5 nautical miles. Took careful noon sight, starting early to make sure of getting sun at highest point. Observed altitude 44 degrees 16 minutes 30 seconds, latitude 31 degrees 42 minutes 21 seconds. It seems that I have been careless with the noon sight lately, and I have been getting latitudes too far north. Set clocks back 1/2 hour to local apparent time. Everyone energetic due to good meals and fine weather, and considerable work done both above and below deck. Sunday, October 31st. Weather continues bright and warm. Glass dropping slowly. Wind still south of east. Course west-northwest. Thermometer between 70 degrees and 80 degrees. During my watch, 12 o'clock to 3 o'clock a.m., got a smart thump on the head caused by a small flying fish, which I caught and kept alive in a pail. 12 noon, log 1,257.8, days run 136.3 nautical miles. Noon sight 44 degrees 38 minutes 20 seconds, latitude 31 degrees 1 minute 10 seconds. 12:25. Raised jib and mizzen as wind is enough on quarter to fill all sails. All had bath, holding on to mizzen rigging. Rigged up fish line, as there are a lot of what seem to be bonito chasing the schools of flying fish, but as usual far out to sea we caught nothing. The little flyers are quite common now. They leave the water singly or in schools, a few rods ahead of the Typhoon, and fly for as much as 100 yards, generally to windward, before plopping into the sea, their filmy wings glistening in the sunlight. Took 2 p.m. sights for longitude, and got 43 degrees 39 minutes and 43 degrees 40 minutes, respectively, which is hard to explain since it indicates that we have traveled only about half the logged distance since yesterday's sight. Monday, November 1. Bright sunny day, barograph high and steady. Temperature 78 degrees. Wind drawing more to the south. Course west-northwest, practically true west. With wind slightly abaft beam and all sails pulling, we averaged above 7 knots during the morning. 12 noon, log 1,408.8, days run 151 nautical miles. Noon sight 44 degrees 34 minutes 40 seconds, latitude 30 degrees 44 minutes 17 seconds, passing through great windrows of Gulf weed. PM sight. Chronometer 6 hours 48 minutes 16 seconds, observed altitude 15 degrees 31 minutes 30 seconds, which gives us 45 degrees 10 minutes longitude west. This again puts us way under our logged distance, and as there is no adverse current in this section of the Atlantic, either the sight is incorrect or the chronometer has changed its rate. Tuesday, November 2nd, 14th day from Ponta Delgada. Cloudy. Barograph high and steady. Thermometer maximum 84 degrees, minimum 74 degrees. Night sultry. Wind south-southwest. Course northwest, full sail. Dillaway finds 9-inch flying fish on deck. Awkward beam sea makes it unpleasant below and floods companionway several times. 12 noon. Log 1,570. Day's run 161.2 nautical miles. This is the best day's run of the Western Passage, bringing the total for the second week up to 1,031.8 miles, which is within 5 miles of our best week on the Eastern Passage. Noon sight 43 degrees 41 minutes. Latitude 31 degrees 19 minutes 32 seconds. Large whitish cumulus clouds on the windward horizon with ominous gray sunset behind hazy clouds. 6:45 p.m. We expected something to happen, and it did. About dark, Fox at wheel called me just in time to reach the deck before the worst squall we have had hit us. It was one of those fierce jolts like the one that knocked Nereus down on her way to Newfoundland. Just had time to let go throat and peak halyards when it struck, flattening out the sea and putting us almost on our beam ends. The rain and wind were so strong that you could not tell where the surface of the water was. Jim and Charles got the mizzen down, and we ran off under jib alone. Nothing seems to have carried away except the lazy jacks and the gaff jaw band. Squall lasted but a few minutes. Got main boom in crutch and hoisted mizzen. Wednesday, November 3rd. Cloudy with succession of rain squalls. Wind south-southwest, course northwest by west. Jogged along through the night and all morning under jib and mizzen. Repaired lazy jacks and other slight damage caused by the squall. 12 noon. Log 1,658. Day's run 88 nautical miles. Latitude 32 degrees 6 minutes. Raised mainsail. Elaborate cooking operations under supervision of J. Dorset occupy most of day, although the motion is bad, requiring skillful juggling. Among other things, Jim accomplishes 2 pies, which bore quite a resemblance to the genuine American article. They were made from dehydrated apples supplied by Mr. Gilbert Fairchild, and were voted excellent even by the conservative English contingent. The shipmate range is working its passage these days. PM sight. Observed altitude 11 degrees 48 minutes. Chronometer 7 hours 20 minutes 13 seconds. Longitude 52 degrees 46 minutes. Night's terribly long now. Dark about 6 p.m. and sunrise at 7 a.m. Thursday, November 4th. Still cloudy, although first night watches were clear and starry. Wind half a gale, hauling ahead of us, and is about northwest by west. Shifted course from northwest to north. Barograph rising slightly. 10:30 a.m. Staggering under full sail, lee rail buried continuously, heavy seas coming over frequently. Fox and the skipper reef the mainsail in the nude. 10:45. Wind still rising. Reef, jib, and mizzen for the first time. Mizzen reefs easily, but jib was a fierce job. While working forward, and especially on the bowsprit, we were continually washed by the sea. Worked without a stitch of clothes, and the exhibition was one that would have graced a Daughter of the Gods. Typhoon behaves nicely when all sails reefed. 12 noon. Log 1,778. Day's run 120 nautical miles. Noon sight. Observed altitude 41 degrees 43 minutes. Latitude 32 degrees 39 minutes 55 seconds. PM sight gave us 52 degrees 40 minutes, and a second observation gave the same longitude, which seems to prove that our very encouraging position of yesterday was wrong. Wind gradually hauling. Best we can hold is north magnetic. Hope we shall soon be able to take starboard tack, for my bunk, although protected by a poncho which is rigged up as a sort of lean-to, Is suffering from drips from the cabin trunk. Friday, November 5th. 12 to 3 a.m. My watch. Steered herself for 2½ hours close-hauled while I read below. Wind still hauling, and I brought her back on starboard tack. Now holding west 1/2 south. 7 a.m. Wind dying. 9:35. Started motor, 440 RPM. 12 noon. Log 1,827. Not reliable due to Gulf weed continually fouling log rotator. Noon sight. Observed altitude 40 degrees 41 minutes 42 seconds. Latitude 33 degrees 23 minutes 16 seconds. 1 p.m. Motor stopped but was restarted immediately, possibly caused by water in fuel. All had swim and Dillaway was left behind when motor started. Came about and picked him up, none the worse except a bit winded. 1:20. Motor speeded up of its own accord from 440 to 480 RPM. Cause not apparent. 1:50. Shut off motor as cooling water had stopped circulating, sticking check valve. A light westerly breeze springs up and we set all sail again. Course north by west. Rig up line as we are passing through School of Bonito chasing flying fish. Had one strike but failed to land him. A disappointment as we have about exhausted all the variations on salt beef. PM sight. Chronometer 7 hours 21 minutes 2 seconds. Observed altitude 12 degrees 24 minutes. Longitude 53 degrees 6 minutes. 8 p.m. Picked up the lights of a ship to starboard. Saturday, November 6th. Barograph high and steady. When I went on watch at 4 a.m., sky was clear, wind light, west, hauling to west-northwest. Clouded up at 5 a.m. with rain squalls. Doused mainsail, raising it again a half hour later. 12 noon. Log 1875.8. Readings from now on are inaccurate due to impossibility of keeping rotator clear of Gulf weed. Noon sight, observed altitude 39 degrees 29 minutes. Latitude 34 degrees 17 minutes 20 seconds. 12:45. Wind died and veered to north by west. Came about and held west by north, but confused sea detrimental to progress. Jim produces biscuits and apple tarts using last of our sugar supply. Sunday, November 7th. Wind northwest by north. Course west by north. Barograph high and steady. Cool enough for clothes. 2:30 a.m. Usual squall. Lowered mainsail. 12 noon. Noon sight. Observed altitude 39 degrees 36 minutes. Latitude 33 degrees 52 minutes 38 seconds. Close hauled and plunging into it. Motion below fierce. 3:45 p.m. Wind veers to north 1/2 west, allowing us to ease sheets and make much better weather of it and more speed. Sight for longitude gives 55 degrees 40 minutes. 4 p.m. Footing it again at 6 knots. Banks of cloud passing over throughout the night, but although puffy, there were no serious squalls. Burned out wick of binnacle lamp necessitating candles. Monday, November 8th. First completely cloudy day since leaving Ponta Delgada. Cooler and more like fall at home. Wind northeast to east. Large swells. Barometer high but falling. Course west by north to west-northwest. 12 o'clock, too cloudy for noon sight. 2 p.m. After taking down and cleaning airline valves, pumped air to 100 pounds by hand and started motor, 457 RPM. 2:45. Drained water from Collador strainer and motor speeded up to 463 RPM. 3 p.m. Wind east, light. Speed 4.8 knots. 3:10. Water stopped circulating, necessitating loosening check valve in water pump, which had jammed again. 3:13. Started motor. PM sight. Chronometer 6 hours 35 minutes 25 seconds. Observed altitude 22 degrees 20 minutes 30 seconds. Longitude 57 degrees 43 minutes. 7 p.m. Shut off motor and doing 5.5 knots without it. Grateful silence. Tuesday, November 9th. 21st day from Ponta Delgada. Wind died during night, and although light northerly breeze held throughout the morning, rest of day practically flat calm except for heavy swell. 9:15. Started motor. Course west-northwest. It ran irregularly, showing a range in revolutions from 355 to 473. 12 o'clock. Noon sight. Observed altitude 39 degrees 7 minutes 30 seconds. Latitude 33 degrees 46 minutes 21 seconds. Stopped motor for 10 minutes in afternoon for swim. Noticed some of those funny long-necked barnacles like those the Spanish fishermen eat growing under Typhoon's counter. With today's biscuits, the last of the baking powder was used, and since we have no soda for sourdough, we tried to ferment some batter for salt-rising bread. Our meals now consist usually of coffee and oatmeal without sugar at 7 a.m., a heavier meal of salt beef, onions, and potatoes at about 11 a.m., soup or tinned ham and biscuits at about 3 p.m., and cocoa or tea and biscuits with molasses about 6 p.m. Potatoes and onions almost gone. Started last keg of water, but main tank seems to be holding out well. PM sight, chronometer 6 hours 51 minutes 40 seconds. Observed altitude 20 degrees 22 minutes 30 seconds. Longitude 58 degrees 43 minutes. 7 p.m. Motor hitting off 470 RPM. No wind, booms in crutches. Wednesday, November 10th. Bright, sunny, and cool. High glass. 1:10 a.m. Motor stopped. 2:15. Light air from south-southwest. Hoisted sail and made about 3 knots. 10:45. Started motor. 11:55. Motor stopped. 12 noon. Noticed partial eclipse of sun while taking noon sight. Observed altitude 38 degrees 49 minutes 30 seconds. Latitude 33 degrees 48 minutes 2 seconds. 2:25 p.m. Started motor. 4:55. Motor stopped for 6th time during afternoon, and rather than fuss with it further, we decided to call it a day. I declined to make a stab at bread. The batter, which we tried to keep warm all night, had fermented a bit, but had an evil look. Mixed up dough and set it aside to rise. It rose sideways some, but not upwards. Baked it, and the result was a sort of synthetic hickory nut with insides like a rubber shoe. Jim suggested breaking them up and frying them, which we did. PM sight. Chronometer 6 hours, 38 minutes, 15 seconds. Observed altitude 23 degrees, 15 minutes, 27 seconds. Longitude 60 degrees, 5 minutes, 15 seconds. We are about 800 miles from New York as the crow flies, and should do it in a week, but our luck seems utterly to have gone back on us. However, we are drawing up from the region of 3 to 4% gales to 12 to 17%, and will surely get some wind soon. We are bending up now, and I shall be glad when we get out of the neighborhood of Bermuda and beyond the temptation to put in. Our supplies, although low, should hold out if our luck is fair, and we have decided to chance it. Thursday, November 11th. Wind west-southwest. Course northwest. Clear and sunny. Barometer falling. 11:10 a.m. Started motor, which is on its good behavior, and ran beautifully until we shut it off at 9:45 p.m. There was no recurrence of yesterday's trouble. 12 noon. Noon sight. Observed altitude 38 degrees 22 minutes 20 seconds. Latitude 33 degrees 9 minutes 2 seconds. Probably not correct, as it puts us 39 minutes south of yesterday's latitude. Did as much as 6.2 knots under both motor and sail, although wind light. There is considerable swell, but motor seems to steady the boat and keep her from pitching. PM sight. Observed altitude 13 degrees 17 minutes. Chronometer 7 hours 41 minutes 35 seconds. Longitude 61 degrees 2 minutes. Experimented with unleavened bread. Wicked stuff, but slightly less deadly than yesterday's effort. Also attempted pancakes with batter of oatmeal and flour. Not altogether successful due to lack of baking powder, molasses, and sugar. 9:45. Stopped motor as wind has strengthened. Friday, November 12th. Wind west-southwest. Course northwest. Heavy sea. Barograph dropping. Wind strengthened to half a gale during the night, and when I went on at 6 a.m. we were under full sail and taking it continually over the cabin side. Had difficulty getting crowd started with the breakfast, and in hungry rage gave vent to some choice cattle ship language for which I am duly sorry. 9:30. Decided to start motor as it seems to steady the ship when we are beating into it. 12 o'clock. Rain. No noon sight. PM sight. Chronometer 6 hours, 12 minutes, 25 seconds. Observed altitude 27 degrees, 12 minutes. Longitude 63 degrees, 17 minutes. Assuming that we were in practically the same latitude yesterday, we have done 130 nautical miles since the last longitude sight. Dreary below without fire in range. Cooking done on primus hung in gimbals beneath bridge deck, whenever the motion is so great that contents of pans on range would be spilled due to angle of heel. Jim camping right on his job, wedges himself in oilskin locker where he can watch motor. Never saw anyone who could get quite so greasy. He has the color and general appearance of an East Indian. 5 p.m. Motor stopped. Never ran again. 5:30. Glass falling and weather looks threatening. Reefed mainsail. 9:30. Lowered mainsail and stowed boom in crutch. Topping lift parted during operation. Messy job. Course northwest under jib and mizzen. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 13. The Gales in the Gulf Stream. It was on Saturday, November 13th, the 25th day from Ponta Delgada, that things really began to happen. With this day came the first of a series of gales which culminated in that of November 17th, during which Typhoon came triumphantly through as severe a drubbing as a small boat ever experienced without disaster. During the night we had plunged along under jib and mizzen to a west-southwest blow, holding about a northwest course and making fairly good weather of it. But the barograph curve had been dropping for 2 days, and consequently we were not surprised when, at 7 in the morning during the skipper's watch, a terrific rainstorm hit us so suddenly that there was scarcely time to lower the mizzen before we were in the midst of it. In a remarkably short space of time, the wind hauled around from west-southwest to north, and for 2 hours and a half we reached along under jib alone, heading a little north of west. By 9:30 the wind had got around to the northeast and was blowing a full gale with the seas already grown to enormous size, though confused due to the sudden shift of wind. Raising the mizzen, we took a west-northwest course, and Typhoon behaved beautifully with the wind and seas slightly abaft the beam. With the wind abeam or slightly forward, she is likely to slap the seas with the flat of her bow, but with it anywhere aft of this point, her performance in rough water is superb. After a rest below during which Fox was on the wheel, I took her again from 1 o'clock until 4. The character of the sea and the rain had made a noon sight impossible, but by the middle of the afternoon the atmosphere had cleared, and dead ahead I picked up the masts of a vessel still hull down below the horizon. Feeling that the ship was coming our way, we awaited the meeting with the excitement that such a break in the monotony of a long passage always causes. Slowly the sticks came up, much too slowly for a vessel under way, and as they grew they seemed to be absolutely without canvas. Then, as the hull finally came above the sea, we saw that the ship, a fine 3-masted schooner, was practically hove to under half a mainsail and 2 headsails. She was almost directly in our path, and as we bore down on her at nearly 6 knots, we could see that she was making bad weather of it, wallowing and pitching a third of her length out of the water with every sea. She was not hove to in the sense that her headsails were aback, but was headed in the same direction we were going and making not more than a knot or 2. Bending our course to pass within 50 yards to windward of her, Charles took the wheel, and, assisted by Jim and Fox, who held me to the main crutch, we photographed her twice, shielding the camera with our bodies from the seas that were coming over. 3 figures in yellow oilskins on the quarterdeck of the schooner stood at the rail, and seemed too stupefied at the apparition to return our salute, as we waved them good luck and continued on our way. This first gale marked the culmination of the long barometric drop, and as the glass had started to rise rapidly by nightfall, we decided to carry on for the night under jib and mizzen instead of resorting to the trysail, for we were doing nicely and could not afford to cut down our speed. By Sunday morning, November 14th, the wind had moderated, although the weather was still cloudy and so cool that we felt that we must be drawing out of the Gulf Stream. By 9 o'clock, we were able to raise the single reefed mainsail, and were doing a good 7 knots when the wind hauled from north-northeast to east, back again to north-northeast, and then settled down to a light easterly, giving us about 4 knots on a west-northwest course. It was a great relief to be rid of the rain, the breaking seas, and the tiring motion, and we took advantage of the opportunity to rebuild the fire in the shipmate and prepare a good meal from our rapidly diminishing food supply. A noon sight through a rift in the clouds gave us an altitude of 36 degrees 20 minutes, which placed us in latitude 35 degrees 11 minutes 22 seconds. On Monday morning the wind, which was still moderate, hauled to east by south, and we changed our course to northwest by north, as the Gulf Stream had not set us to the north as much as we had expected. Although cold enough to be out of it entirely, our calculation put us not much beyond the middle of the stream. A noon sight through the clouds gave us a latitude of 36 degrees 5 minutes 42 seconds, and another snapshot of the sun for longitude in the afternoon worked up to 68 degrees 33 minutes. Rather a disappointing showing, as it indicated that we had done but about 300 miles during the last 3 days of strong winds. Realizing that our progress was too slow, we endeavored to increase our speed with the spinnaker, which we set at 4 p.m., lowering the mizzen, which is worthless under the circumstances. But it was really blowing too hard for the light sail, and at 10 in the morning the tack of the spinnaker carried away, and it was taken in, and we ran throughout the night under full mainsail on a northwest by north course with rising east-southeast wind. The moderate weather that we had had during Sunday and Monday proved but a breathing spell between gales, for by the morning of Tuesday, November 16th, we were overtaken by another blow from the same quarter, and even stronger than the one of the 13th. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the lacing on the main gaff carried away, and 10 minutes later, during a severe rain squall, the wind backed from east-southeast to east-northeast and increased in intensity. Half lowering the mainsail to keep our steerage way, we hoisted the jib, finally lowering the mainsail entirely, stowing the boom in the crutch, and running before it under jib alone for 2 hours. I took the wheel at 10 o'clock and drove her for a while longer, with now and then a sea coming clear over me, filling the cockpit and thundering on the cabin trunk. By this time the wind was so strong that we were in constant danger of losing the jib entirely. It was, of course, impossible to keep the wind exactly on the quarter and to steer an absolutely true course, due to the big seas, and if we jibed again, as we already had done twice, I felt that the jib would be blown out of the bolt ropes. And so at 10:30 I had the boys bring up the trysail, lace it to the mast, and partially raise it to keep our steerage way, and to blanket the jib, which was then lowered, muzzled, and lashed to the bowsprit with considerable difficulty. While raising the trysail, one of the crutch tackles which we used to sheet it got adrift, and it took a few minutes of strenuous work, in which the nude form of the elongated Charles figured conspicuously, to get the sail in hand again and sheet it in. While we are on the subject, I wonder how many yachtsmen in this country know the proper way to lace a trysail to the mast. I must admit that I didn't until old faithful Harry Speed at Cowes explained the method to me. If the sail is laced spirally round and round the stick, you will find it well nigh impossible to raise the sail and to lower it again. But if you lace it zigzag fashion, passing the line from the eye in the sail around the forward side of the mast to the next eye each time, instead of completely encircling the mast, you will find that there will be no difficulty in raising the sail with the throat halyard, and that it will come down with a rush when the halyard is cast off. By this time we could see that we were in for something more serious than anything we had yet encountered, but any feeling of concern was entirely dispelled by the fine behavior of the ship. After putting some additional lashings on the tender, I took the wheel and thoroughly enjoyed the exciting experience. At times like this we had occasion to thank Typhoon's long keel, for it was this feature that made it possible to keep her from either yawing or broaching to as we ran before it. Even so, it required careful steering every minute, for if we took the seas too squarely astern, there was that uncertain feeling, when coasting down the big ones at tremendous speed, that Typhoon might trip and actually pitch-pole, and if we took them too broadly over the quarter, there was an equally disconcerting feeling that she might broach to. At 3 o'clock, Charles took the wheel, and the rest of us went below. Jim and Dillaway were in the starboard berths, I was resting on the lee transom, and Fox was on the companion steps. No sooner had he drawn the companion slide than there was a tremendous crash, which gave us the impression that we had been run down. I remember most distinctly that Jim, who had removed all his wet clothing and was absolutely naked, dropped with a mass of books, boxes, and other gear from a point directly above me, missed the table entirely, and fell on top of me, presenting a most grotesque spectacle. Then, for the moment, everything was blotted out by hot, dense steam caused by solid water coming down the Liverpool head and into the shipmate range. As the steam cleared, I remembered feeling greatly surprised that the weather side of the cabin and even the port lights were still intact after the shock. But otherwise the cabin seemed a total wreck. The oily bilge water had actually come over the deck clamp and down onto the transom where I lay, and everything movable was a jumbled mass on the lee side. Fortunately, the boards had been placed in the companionway, as they always were in rough weather, and we were completely battened down except for the 2 swing ports in the after end of the trunk, through which considerable water had poured. Our first thought was of Charles. We jumped to the after ports to see whether he was still with us, and there he was, clinging to the wheel, up to his waist in the water that had filled the cockpit and was still almost to the level of the coamings. Dazed by his experience, and in the midst of a floating mass of water breakers, ropes, and the pathetic remains of our spoiled salt horse, he made a ridiculous spectacle. But he was still there, which was cause for general rejoicing. It seemed that Typhoon had been allowed to broach to, and had been knocked flat on her beam ends with both mastheads in the water, and although the experience was by no means a comfortable one, it was worthwhile in that it proved that she would come back. In the rush of building the ship, I had suggested to Baldwin that to avoid the delay of having an iron keel cast and shipped to Baddock, it might be advisable to put all of the ballast inside, as the fishermen do. But Baldwin, good old sailor-man that he is, insisted on putting a 3,000-pound lead shoe on the keel, and this, while it is really lighter than she needs, was sufficient to right the ship. She had come back slowly, but she had come back. 3 days before, when we met the schooner hove to, we thought that it was blowing. But that gale had been a mere curtain-raiser to what we were now experiencing, and we felt that at last the limit had been reached. However, it was not until the following day, November 17th, that we met the real test. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 14. The Knockdown. In looking over Fox's diary the other day, I ran across some amusing entries he made during the gale of Tuesday, November 16th, with the description of which we concluded the last chapter. These fragments give a pretty good idea of what was happening aboard Typhoon, and at the risk of shattering the dignity of the skipper, I am putting them down in the interests of veracity. Tuesday, November 16th, 6 a.m. Lacing of main gaff carried away. Blowing hard. Charles at wheel calls me. 6:10. Wind backs to east-northeast. Blowing harder. Half lower mainsail to keep steerage way and hoist jib. Blowing and raining like old Nick. Jim came up to lend me a hand, and went below to get dry and warm when we had half-lowered mainsail. WWN just woke up as Jim was casually dressing. He heard the wind whistling and mainsail flapping and got wild. We all do when hungry. He chewed Jim up, and then rushed up forward to me and banged me on the nose with his elbow. Good job I was there, as he might have gone overboard, motion of ship pretty bad, but my nose brought him up. I asked him, "Have you hurt your elbow?" He said, "A bit." He thought it was the mast he had hit until I explained afterward. We doused and secured mainsail in crutch. 10 o'clock. Been running under jib only since 6:10 a.m. WWN at wheel thinks wind too much for jib and that it may carry away. Heavy sea. 10:30. Jim, Charles, and I got out and half-hoisted trysail and doused jib. Oilskins no good, as every now and then I went under, usually up to my waist, as standing on bobstay and leaning on whisker shrouds. Jim asked me once if I hurt myself as I got banged against bowsprit. I replied, "No, but I must have given myself a hell of a twist," as I noticed that my oilskin trousers were on wrong side around. Then I told him and Charles the tale about the chap who had a similar experience. They were holding on to the mast, and I was out on the bowsprit, so I had to shout the story. Don't know if Jim heard it or not. He laughed at the right time, anyway, but this may have been only his politeness. WWN at wheel getting impatient, so take my time to hoist trysail. Would like a penny for every time I have answered, "Nothing broke, only a wheel come off," to his questions when anything breaks or carries away. That is one of my bad habits, trying to rub people up the wrong way. It is rotten of me, as WWN owns the ship and is responsible for irresponsible kids like Jim and me. Sheet tackle got adrift as we were hoisting trysail, so Charles held on to my feet, and I leaned overboard for it. Charles has altered wonderfully since the gale off San Miguel, and now is the busiest man on the ship. After we finished lashing tender, I undressed in cockpit and stood up in rain and bathed with real soap. WWN was amused and said, "Well, you intend to go to your maker clean anyway." Heaviest wind we have had, also sea. WWN at wheel is having a strenuous time. She is a good little ship. Wonderful the way she can stand it. Sincerely hope schooner we passed is okay. 3:10. Charles relieved me at the wheel. Seas worse, which seemed impossible 5 hours ago. Everything can be worse, but still it is not very comforting when you lose 30 bob and a friend tells you it is better than losing 60. We got knocked down, our masts in the water. I had just taken off my oilies and was standing at the end of the table when bang, and over to port we went. I grabbed the table and Dillaway's bunk. He just managed to stay in it. Jim dropped from his bunk onto WWN, who was lying on the port seat. Jim had an amazed expression on his face as he cleared Ditty Box on dresser. I wanted to laugh. Hadn't time to get frightened before she came up. I suddenly thought of Charles, and looked through the port, and was relieved to see him sitting at the wheel with a very worried expression on his face. There was the cockpit full of water, and our empty water kegs floating about with the last of our salt beef. Charles looked exactly like Robinson Crusoe on his raft, just leaving the wreck. He looked so funny that I laughed like hell, which made WWN wild, as he had just discovered his pajamas all covered with fuel oil. Then we had a heated argument, the skipper and I, raised voices, but could not wave our arms as we had to hold on to either end of the table, about boats' sterns. I believe in a double-ender and the skipper in a broad stern. She is a wonderful boat, but I think she'd be more wonderful if she had a stern like a Scotch fishing navvy. After the knockdown, I took the wheel at about dusk. Things looked pretty bad, and I considered rigging up the sea anchor, but finally decided to take a chance with the trysail rather than experiment with something untried. In order to make the steering easier and to check her speed as she shot down the seas, we trailed 2 long lines over the stern, which had a decided steadying effect, checking us just at the right time and easing that wobbly, uncertain feeling that you always have when running before a heavy sea. The wind was so strong that we were unable to keep the binnacle lamp lighted, and we rigged up the riding light instead. At 9:30 the wind died rapidly, followed by a succession of squalls from several directions, and consequently we were all able to get a bit of sleep during the night, which was providential, as the worst was yet to come. When I went on deck at 3 a.m. Wednesday, November 17th, the wind had hauled around nearly to southwest, and it was again blowing hard and raining. It was Dillaway's trick, and, before taking the wheel, I got Fox up and we lowered the trysail and shifted it to the starboard side. There were several wicked rain squalls during the 4 hours I was at the wheel, but not expecting another gale, I hauled in one of the lines which we were still trailing astern. At 7 o'clock, Jim relieved me at the wheel, turning it over to Fox at 9 and taking it again from 11 until 1. During these 6 hours the wind strengthened, and by 1 o'clock, when I went on again, we could see that we were in for something even worse than the northeaster of the day before. A new and bigger sea had made up over the remains of the old one, causing a confused condition that was worse than anything we had yet encountered. The wind, unlike the steady blow of Tuesday, came in a succession of hard punches, howling and cold and carrying with it the tops of seas that stung like birdshot. The effect was that of a driving blizzard, and the hills and valleys of water were gray and streaked with the foam of broken crests. Bending a heavy iron pail to the end of our second line, we put this over the stern again. This checked us a bit and helped the steering, but it was only a temporary help. As the wind increased, it was clear that we could not carry the trysail much longer without losing it. I shouted to the boys below to break out the sea anchor and the storm jib, which I thought we might need as a trysail on the mizzen to hold her head into it. While I steered, Jim and Fox rigged up a bridle and lashed the shears in the mouth of the bag, which Charles kept from going overboard by the weight of his body. The 3/4-inch line to be used with the sea anchor was already rove through the hose on the end of the bowsprit, and the 2 parts of it had been led aft, one outside and one inside, and lashed to the shrouds to act as a lifeline. When these lashings had been cut and a pig of ballast had been made fast to one of the arms of the sea anchor, all that was necessary was to watch our chance, luff up into the wind, lower the trysail, throw the bag overboard, pay out gradually from the coil in the cockpit with a couple of turns about a quarter bit, and then trust to luck. If we found that the sea anchor was unable to hold her head into it, then we planned to rig the storm jib to the mizzen and flatten it hard down to act as a weather vane. I don't think it would have stayed there long, but we meant to try it anyhow. After carefully rehearsing our parts, Jim and Fox were instructed to go forward, put lifelines about their waists, and lower the trysail as I luffed her into the wind. Fox had already reached the mainmast, and Jim had jumped out of the cockpit into the lee waterway, when a big sea came over the port quarter, going completely over me at the wheel, taking my sou'wester with it, and burying Fox, who clutched the mast with his arms and legs up to his shoulders. Jim had caught the mizzen rigging, and shouting down to me through the racket, "That was a hell of a big one, skipper!" He started forward again, clawing his way along the handrail. It was just at this moment that the big crash came. Possibly we broached to. I can't say, and it doesn't really matter, for the big, unstable brute that came down on us would have swamped us no matter what position we had been in. Clutching at the wheel, I crouched in the lee corner of the cockpit. I remember going down under tons of solid water, with a last impression of Dillaway's face framed in the porthole as he pumped out the oily bilge water to form a slick. There was no sense of direction or time, only a terrible helplessness and a feeling that possibly at last the cruise was over. It is hard to convey any appreciation of the power of such a sea, of the absolute insignificance of any human effort to withstand it. Choking and somewhat surprised that everything was not over, I came up, and as the masts lifted themselves out of the water, I looked instinctively to leeward, sensing what must have happened, and there 75 feet or so from the ship was Jim's close-cropped head bobbing in an acre of froth, his sou'wester hanging from its cord about his neck, and the air still puffing out the yellow oilskin above his shoulders. At a time like that, you don't think consecutively. Your thoughts come in flashes like pictures on a movie screen. Jim was gone, but we could not leave him. I remembered the request as we left the dock at Baddeck that I look out for him, for he was all his father had left after the influenza epidemic. I remembered the near tragedy at Drumhead in 1913, and jumped to the waterway to go after him, but with my heavy sea boots and strapped into a long oilskin coat over a number of thicknesses of clothing, I could not have stayed afloat, and there was no time to take things off. Then I thought of the lines astern, and yelled and waved to Jim, who evidently got the idea at the same time, for between the crests I could see that he was making for them. There was no possibility of maneuvering the ship in such a sea. Fox, with the presence of mind of a real sailorman, had doused the trysail. It seems that he, too, had been torn from his hold on the belaying pins, and had gone overboard, but had actually regained the ship by way of the mast, which he had caught as it came down on top of him. We were under bare poles, and as we drifted down past Dorset, he succeeded in catching one of the lines, but our headway was still too great. Every time he came to the surface, he was farther from the ship. I could see that the line he had was not the one with the bucket, and with every second I felt that he must reach the end of it. Finally, turning on his back with the line over his shoulder, he was able to hold fast, sort of planing along with his head out of water, but we could see that he was tiring. If he slipped again, one of us would have to go down the line after him, but only as a last resort, for we should all be needed to get him aboard. Gradually, and with the utmost care so as not to break his hold, we hauled in on the line, and as we drew him close under the counter, he looked up with a half-choked grin and said, "Well, skipper, here I am." I think it was the most beautiful display of downright courage that I have ever seen, and it would have brought the tears, had we had time for any such emotion. And then we found that the combined strength of the three of us was inadequate to the task of lifting him aboard. Clutching his oilskins, we held on, lifting him far out of the water as the stern rose, only to souse him again with every passing sea. We were choking him, but we dared not loosen our hold. I got the boat-hook, caught his oilies with the barb, and finally succeeded in prying a leg over the gunwale. Grabbing it with both arms, I lay exhausted in the waterway, determined that at least we'd have that leg. The work of the last few hours and the effects of a recent diet, composed largely of fried flour paste, had weakened us, but we got him aboard at last and passed him down to Dillaway, who was still trapped in the cabin. Then we turned our attention to the sea anchor. Wallowing in the trough, with the seas breaking over us, we threw the bag overboard and waited anxiously for the line to tighten. We felt that possibly it was our last chance. As the strain came on the line, we could see the bag fill just beneath the surface off our starboard beam, but it seemed to have no effect on our position relative to the seas. The line stiffened like an iron rod. Still no effect. And just as we were about to rig the storm jib on the mizzen, the rope parted, and left us still wallowing in the trough. But we had been in this position for at least a quarter of an hour, and although we were severely pounded by the seas, nothing had happened. I felt that the deckhouse would stand the drubbing, and if we could keep the water out, there was still a chance. And so we went below and drew the slide. It was not until then that I realized just what had happened to the Typhoon. The companionway steps lay athwart the cabin. The floorboards were up, and great chunks of slag ballast lay against the chart case. Everything movable was in an oily mess on the lee side, and the place looked a total wreck. We had been knocked down, there was no doubt about that, but it was not until we found a stove lid in Dillaway's bunk and discovered ashes from the bottom of the stove and the remains of food that had been in the sink sticking to the trunk above the charts on the starboard side that we realized that we had actually gone down approximately 120 degrees from the vertical. In reading over the log, I find several paragraphs written the following day by the members of the crew, giving their impressions of the knockdown. Here they are. Dorset's story. When Typhoon went under, I was on my way forward to help Uff lower the trysail. I only had the handrail to hang on to. I felt myself going. In fact, I thought the old ship had rolled clear over. I tried to grab the mizzenmast as it went by, but missed it, and the next thing I knew, I had come to the surface 75 feet astern of Typhoon. The first thing that popped into my head was to make for the ropes I knew were towing astern. I struck out and managed to grab one of them, but which one I did not know. One of them had a bucket tied on the end. I thought of sliding down to the end and getting a foot in the bucket, as the strain was so terrific I nearly lost my hold more than once. The strain eased up, however, when the ship lost headway, and I hung on, and after a struggle was pulled safely aboard by the skipper, Charles, and Uff, a little wet and fagged, but otherwise no worse off for the experience. I am certainly glad I didn't slide down to the end of that rope, as it happened to be the one without the bucket. I would like to say right here that I owe my life to the cool-headedness and quick work of my friends. James H. Dorset. Fox's story. I was forward, clearing the trysail halyard. One wave came aboard up around my shoulders, but I managed to hang on. I had just cleared the halyard when with a roar it came. I grabbed a belaying pin with each hand and put my legs around the mast, but I was swept overboard. As soon as I lost hold, I saw the mainmast coming down. I hung on to it and was dragged under with it, and then we came up and I sort of fell on the cabin top. I looked aft and was surprised to see WWN and Charles still there, and realized that they were shouting to Jim, who was overboard. I let go the trysail halyard and gave the trysail a hell of a pull down, and it came with a run. Then I ran aft. Jim had managed to hang on to one of the ropes we were dragging astern, so I lent a hand in hauling him aboard, yelling to him to hang on all the time. Poor Jim! He looked like a small girl who had fallen overboard, with his sou'wester trailing astern of him. I was afraid he would not be able to hang on long enough, for the strain must have been terrific, and he was under most of the time, and it was hard work for us to haul him along. At last we got him so that we could catch hold of him, and the three of us hauled for what seemed like hours on his wrist and oily. He gasped once that we were choking him, but personally I preferred to bring him aboard choked than lose the hold I had, so went on pulling. We got him aboard at last. Then we let go the sea anchor, which held about 5 minutes, when the hawser broke, so we lay broadside to the sea all night and slept soundly, as we were all of us almost dead beat. We are all of us bruised, and I have broken or sprained a toe. Hope I will never experience a thing like seeing a friend so near death again. Uffa Fox. Hookie's story. Mr. Nutting was at the wheel, and we were called out to rig the sea anchor. It was blowing so hard at the time that the sea was whipped off and blowing the crests like snow. At the time we had the knockdown, I was sitting on the sea anchor to keep it from blowing overboard. I looked to windward and saw a very large wave coming, and grabbed the mizzenmast with my left arm. I heard the wave hit, being blinded with water. The next thing I saw, she was beaten down with her mizzenmast under. I was not surprised to see her knocked down, having experienced somewhat the same thing the day before when I was at the wheel. Then I thought all was up. When she came up, I saw Jim about 50 yards away, and thought all was up with him. It was lucky we had the ropes astern, one of which he got. I pulled in on both ropes for all I was worth, not knowing which one he had hold of. It took us about 10 minutes to get him to the ship, having as much as we could do to get him aboard, having sea boots and oilskins on. I have never been so pleased as when we got Jim aboard safely. I helped put the sea anchor over, which parted, and then we all went down in the cabin, leaving her to look after herself. It was a great experience, which I would not have missed for the world. Charles W. Hookie. Dillaway's story. While the sailors were outside preparing to put out the sea anchor, I remained below and took charge of the bilge pump. While standing at the pump and gazing out of the starboard porthole, there was a roar, the port was filled with water pouring in, and the boat was suddenly flat on her starboard side. Because of our earlier experience, I knew instantly that she had been knocked down, and stupidly wondered if she was coming up this time. She failed to move for an instant, and I had a fleeting feeling of being trapped. Then she slowly sagged up, and I turned to survey the damage. It looked like a wreck. Flooring heaved up and mixed with ballast, everything from the port side in a confused mass. I had some thought of starting to clear up, but I could not seem to see any place to begin. I then turned and looked out of the port and saw Mr. Nutting, Charles, and Fox tugging at a rope over the stern, and Jim way back in the water. The situation flashed over me, and my first thought was, I wonder if anyone released the trysail. The stairs were on top of the heap, so I jumped on the engine flywheel and tried to open the hatch, but it was stuck tight. Pounding with my fists and head failed to move it. I looked out again. They were still pulling, and Jim was nearer, but it was a hard pull, and I realized that another hand was needed. I renewed my attack on the hatch when I heard them shouting, "Hold on, Jim!" During successive views and frenzied attacks on the hatch, I saw them reach over for Jim, and they seemed unable to get him aboard. A feeling of unutterable despair came over me at the thought of my inability to lend a hand, and I tried a lump of ballast on the slide, but with no result. When I next looked out, Jim was in the waterway, and I felt as weak as a rag. Manson Dillaway. When we went below after the sea anchor had carried away, we were surprised that the motion was not nearly so bad as we might have expected, considering our position in the trough of the sea. Every now and then, of course, there was the crash of a sea, but such things had long since ceased to be a novelty. When a crest flopped down on us, the shock actually seemed less severe, probably because we had no way on and consequently yielded to the force of the blow. After a superficial cleaning up of the cabin, we ransacked the food locker and prepared a sketchy meal from the last small can of beef, the last can of vegetables, and the few remaining crackers. There was also a little soup left, and this combination, the items of which we had been holding out for an emergency, was a grateful change from our recent monotonous diet of fried flour and water. A bottle of Domac cognac from Spain, which I was saving for some sufferer from the constitutional amendment, was broken out, and we sang everything we could think of out of sheer joy at having Dorset back again. As I think back on it now, it was a wonderful picture. The dimly lighted cabin, the wreckage, the songs punctuated by the crashing blows from the breaking seas, and through it all the constant humming of the steel shrouds, sounding through the fabric of the boat like the drone note on a bagpipe. We lighted the new hurricane-proof riding light we had obtained in England, pulled the slide, and tried to lash it to the main boom, but it was blown out immediately by the force of the wind. Again and still again we tried it without success, and finally let it go at that, for, after all, the chance of being run down in a sea that must have forced the largest liner to heave to was very slight. Then we all turned in and slept soundly. Note: our experience in lying safely in the trough during the storm on November 17th opens up an interesting line of speculation on the best method of handling small boats in a heavy sea. If you are running before it and the strength of the wind naturally seems less, and this fact may cause you to carry on longer than you should, the right time to heave to is a question, and just how to heave to is another. My experience with sea anchors leads me to believe that if the boat's head can be kept into the wind, it is more comfortable and safer to lie to a sea anchor than to heave to, say, under a trysail. Even under a trysail, the tendency is to work to windward, whereas lying to a sea anchor, the boat gives with the seas and gradually goes to leeward. But if there is any difficulty in keeping the boat's head to the wind, I think the safest move is to do as we did, and allow her to take care of herself. It is surprising how well a boat will come through if left to her own devices. This would be dangerous, of course, with open boats, although dories have been picked up at sea, their bottoms encrusted with sea growth, indicating that they had been adrift for months and still showing no evidence of having taken water aboard. Captain Tom Day speaks of having allowed the Detroit to lie broadside to the seas during his trip across the Atlantic in her, and, while this practice would be dangerous with a lightly constructed boat without ballast and with light deck structures, it seems to be thoroughly practical with a strong, ballasted craft so designed that the water may be kept out. The discomfort due to the motion seems to be less in this position than it is when hove to, due to the fact that the boat yields to the breaking seas easily instead of resisting them. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Chapter 15. Land Ho! It was broad daylight and bitter cold when we awoke on Thursday, November 18th. The wind, while still blowing a gale, had moderated somewhat, and the sea, though still high, seemed to have gone down a bit during the night. Charles, who had been doing a lot of mighty good work below deck since leaving Ponta Delgada, got a fire in the shipmate, and we were able to fry some porridge that had been cooked some time before and had been salvaged from the wreckage in Dillaway's bunk. This, with more fried paste, or dogods as we called them, and a little soup, added to the effect of a good night's rest, put the entire personnel into high spirits again. Except for his experience at the bilge pump during the ordeal of the day before, Dillaway had been confined to his bunk for several days, and, due to his inability to recuperate on our limited fare, he was still down, although no longer suffering from seasickness. A noon sight gave an altitude of 31 degrees 56 minutes 20 seconds, which put us in latitude 38 degrees 35 minutes 07 seconds. By 2 o'clock, conditions had moderated so that we were able to work on deck again, and, after hoisting the jib and mizzen, we relaced the head of the mainsail, and by 4 o'clock we were able to carry it. An afternoon sight put us in longitude 70 degrees 44 minutes, which meant that we were exactly 200 miles southeast of New York, with the wind directly against us. The best we could do was a west by south course, but the wind seemed to be dying, and we hoped for a shift before long. A small land bird, probably driven offshore by the recent storm, came aboard during the afternoon, but unlike our little friend from Spain, he left us after resting for an hour or so. By 5:30 the wind had died, and after flattening in all the sails, we went below until 7:30, when a light breeze sprang up from west-northwest, allowing us to take the port tack and hold due north, magnetic, which was better than our earlier west by south course. All night Typhoon sailed herself close-hauled. As we were drawing in toward the shipping lanes, we kept our usual watches, but it was unnecessary for anyone actually to be on deck. The man on watch sat in the warmth of the companionway with only his head exposed, while the rest slept soundly. The lights of 2 vessels were seen during the night. On Friday morning, November 19th, the wind had backed nearly to the west, and the intense cold left no doubt that we had drawn well out of the Gulf Stream. In fact, it was cold enough for snow, and blowing so hard that it was a hardship to stay at the wheel for any length of time. Frequent drenchings with the icy spray added to the discomfort. We tried to stick it out under full sail, but at 8:30 in the morning we were forced to reef the main, and at 1 p.m. we had to tie in another reef. Even thus shortened down, Typhoon staggered a bit, but we were now racing with hunger, and we held her to it. A noon sight gave us latitude 39 degrees 11 minutes 51 seconds, and an afternoon sight 71 degrees 4 minutes longitude, which put us about 150 miles from Sandy Hook and about 115 miles from Montauk Point, confirming our decision to make for the eastern end of Long Island Sound. At 3 p.m. a ship bound northeast passed us within a quarter of a mile, and seizing upon the opportunity she afforded, Fox jumped to the main rigging, armed with the logbook and a frying pan, and, held there by Charles, he semaphored, "Please report Typhoon from Azores." She repeated the message and must have forwarded it, as we found later that it had been picked up by the Navy stations, which already had been trying to find us. At 4:40 p.m. we were forced to lower the mainsail entirely in order to avoid the risk of losing it, but we made nearly as good time under jib and mizzen with considerably less fuss. Taking advantage of the opportunity, we got out the last sack of coal from the lazarette, for the cabin was a dreary place without a fire in the shipmate. It was still impossible to do any cooking on the range, because of the ever-present danger of spilling the contents of the pans, but we managed to fry the usual dogods on the primus, which is hung in gimbals. It was a 3-man job. Fox, propped between the companion steps and the oilskin locker, held the batter, while Charles steadied the skipper, who was lashed in place with a line about his waist. The result was scarcely worthy of mention. At 9 p.m. the boys turned in, dead tired, and I sat out the first watch, enjoying the heat of the stove, while Typhoon sailed herself, actually beating her way to windward under shortened sail. Saturday, November 19th, the 31st day from Ponta Delgada, was the best day of the whole cruise. Sailing herself through the night, the entire crew took advantage of the opportunity to get another good sleep. Even the man on watch dozed comfortably in the warmth of the companionway. At 7 o'clock we all turned out except Dillaway, who, still a bit weak, was instructed to keep to his berth, as there was no need of his getting up. After repairing the clew of the mainsail, which had been torn out, we shook out the reefs, hoisted it, came about on the starboard tack, and held a west by north course, the wind having hauled during the night from west to north. A morning sight gave us a longitude position of 71 degrees 18 minutes, and by holding a west by north course, we should pick up Montauk Point possibly during the following night. At 11 a.m. we sighted a ship off the port bow headed on an easterly course, and as it looked as if we should just about meet her, Fox took his position in the rigging armed with logbook and frying pan. As she passed a quarter of a mile or so ahead of us, he whipped out the message, "Please report yacht Typhoon, New York, 31 days from Azores." But evidently our friend could not read the message, for he stopped his engines and stood by while we came about and luffed up under his lee. The ship proved to be the Guillem Sorolla of Valencia, and while we had merely intended to request him to relay our message by radio, the opportunity was too great a one to miss, and I decided that, since he was good enough to stop, we'd brace him for a little food. With some difficulty, and with the help of willing interpreters, I explained to the skipper, a grizzled old Spanish sea dog, that we had left the Azores 31 days ago and were practically out of food. There was some mention of the gale, and the interpreter shouted down something that I could not entirely make out, but which sounded like 5 ships lost, Jamaica, in that storm. After complying with their suggestion to come alongside and heave up a line, I sent up a card on the boat hook, and the skipper handed me his by the same vehicle. It read, "Francisco Soler Aragones, Capitán del Vapor Guillem Sorolla, Barcelona." By this time most of the ship's company, including a Jersey calf, had appeared at the rail and were gazing down on us, and there were many questions in most of the modern languages, from which I gathered that they were anxious to know whether we did this sort of thing for pleasure. I smiled, pointed to the burgee of the New York Canoe Club, and then waited awkwardly while the skipper gave orders to his steward. Someone pitched down a few sea biscuits, and I think the alacrity with which Charles and Dillaway, who was again on deck, went after them, must have convinced our friends that we were indeed hungry. But nothing further seemed to happen. And then up from one of the hatches a caravan appeared, bearing bags and boxes which they brought to the rail and prepared to lower away. The first item to come aboard was a huge bag of sea biscuits. Then a big chunk of a hind quarter of beef, weighing at least 30 pounds, came down on the cabin trunk with a thud, followed in rapid succession by a large sack of rice, another of Spanish peas, 10 loaves of fresh bread, 15 pounds of sugar, a quarter of a keg of lard, a number of those big slabs of dried codfish called bacala by the Spaniards, bunches of onions, cabbages, salt pork, soup meat, and a leg of mutton. I held up my hands, explaining to the kind old gentleman that we were coming from Europe, not bound there, and that all we wanted was enough food to take us into port. The situation amused the skipper immensely, and, paying no attention to my protest, he stood at the rail and pelted us with apples, pears, peppers, and canned fruit. When the barrage finally subsided, our stock was increased by 6 large tins each of peaches, pears, milk, salmon, and sardines, and then, just to do the job up in proper style, 2 bottles of cognac were lowered aboard. As each missile hit the deck, our spirits rose, and by the time the cognac came aboard, the crew of the Typhoon were cavorting and babbling like a Sunday school picnic, all of which seemed to delight our friend immensely. The ethics of the sea demanded certain courtesies. We could not rush below straight away and eat, although the temptation was great. As we cast off, we gave the Guillem Sorolla 3 lusty cheers, dipped our ensign, and saluted with the foghorn, to which she replied with much cheering, blast after blast of the whistle, and many a dip of her Spanish ensign as she got under way again for Europe. And then, letting Typhoon sail herself, we rushed below and prepared the greatest meal that we had ever eaten. To the skipper fell the privilege of cutting off huge steaks, which we cooked and served between slices of wonderful Spanish bread. For hours we ate, finishing the repast with the fruit which we had craved for days. The effect on the crew was miraculous. Dillaway was again himself, and with our belts fitting snugly once more, we felt capable of going back the way we'd come. At least we had food enough for the passage. That night we had a real roast of beef, cooked in the oven, with brown gravy, fresh vegetables, more fruit and cognac, and we turned in with a glowing charity for each other, the world in general, and especially for the skipper of the Guillaume Sorolla. Months later, in reply to a letter I had written him to express our gratitude, I received one from Captain Soler, which shows the spirit of the man far better than I can do it. It reads, Compañía Transmediterránea Barcelona, Vapor Guillaume Sorolla, Barcelona, 12th of February, 1921. Mr. William Washburn Nutting, FRGS, New York, New York. Dear Sir, I am very much pleased to acknowledge receipt of your favor of January 8th, 1921, informing me your happy arrival to the great city of New York. Since our departure, after that interesting scene in the high sea, I tried to advise to the radio-telegraphic station of Arlington your situation, which with great anxiety were asking for the Typhoon's fate, and what I could not reply till to find another ship's station to serve me as intermediate, because mine was insufficiently strong. I am very much grateful to the Typhoon's crew for the salute rendered to the Spanish flag, which, as you know, was turned back by all the crew of my ship with sympathetic demonstrations to the flag of the powerful country of the United States. Hip, hip, hurrah! During our trip we remembered and spoken with admiration of these 5 brave Americans, who, thinking nothing of their life, faced the danger to pass through the Atlantic in November in so a little boat. Should I form part of the Washington government, I would propose you for a great insignia as a reward to the valor and merit. Referring to the value of the food supplied to you, I wish you know that I consider me greatly paid with the honor to auxiliate 5 heroes, who by their proper will form a part of the great family who pass through the immense sea, to whom I consider as my brothers. It is the best lieu for the humanitary suggestion. About this, allow me a Spanish proverb, today for you, tomorrow for me. All as regretted very much that due to the strong storm should not be possible to you to remain longer at our side, for I had ordered to prepare some poultry, tobacco, and some things more that I was desirous to furnish you. I am heartily sorry that one of the members of your crew be sick, and I send my best wishes for a speedy recovery. I will be greatly pleased in receiving a copy of your motorboat book, which I will read with my best attention and interest, and same with Typhoon's photographs. I will be always at your disposition, and if some day I return to New York, I will be glad to have the pleasure to shake hands with you. Your sincerely friend as ever, signed Francisco Soler, Master. Through the quaint phraseology of that letter shines the soul of a true veteran of the sea, a member of that brotherhood in which petty barriers of nationality or creed or wealth are forgotten in a closer bond of true fellowship than ever existed among the people of the land. Captain Francisco Soler has the undying gratitude of the crew of the Typhoon. Before casting off from the Guillaume Sorolla, we obtained from the first officer his latitude and longitude, which differed from our estimated position by several miles. Assuming that our position after 31 days at sea was probably incorrect, we changed our course a bit to the west to fetch Montauk Point, planning to enter the eastern end of Long Island Sound. At 6 o'clock on Sunday morning, November 20th, Dillaway, who was at the wheel, reported a light off the port bow just where we figured that Montauk Point should have been. But instead of the 10-second flash of Montauk, it showed a group of 3 flashes. Feeling that we were, if anything, to the eastward of Montauk, the next most probable guess was Block Island, but referring to the light list, we found that the light on the southern end of the island was a fixed one. The only light possible on this section of the coast showing 3 flashes was Shinnecock, which is on Long Island, 32 miles to the westward of Montauk. By this time the growing daylight had dimmed the flashes so that we could no longer time them, but as soon as it was light enough, I recognized the shaft of Shinnecock. Had we taken our own position instead of that of our friends, we should have come very near hitting Montauk, a fact that is difficult to explain, since we claim no particular skill in navigation. The wind was from the northeast, and to avoid the long beat necessary to make the eastern end of the Sound, we decided to run before it along the Long Island coast. Attracted by the first land we had seen in over a month, we drew in close to the beach, enjoying the panorama as we bowled along at a good 6 knots. At 1:20 p.m., Fire Island Light was abeam. Drawing still closer in toward the beach to drink in the unusual sight of sunlight on the yellow sand, the deserted cottages, the life-saving stations, we gave no thought to the chart, spending our time rather in concocting wonderful things to eat. At about 4:30, I noticed some strange-looking waves ahead of us, of a kind we had not had outside, and before I realized what we were getting into, we came down in the hollow of a sea and hit the hard bottom with a thump. Looking seaward, I saw 2 buoys a mile or so off the beach, and realized instantly that we had cut over the shoal that makes out from Jones Inlet. Throwing the wheel hard over, we actually got out of it without hitting again, but it was a close call and a warning that coastwise sailing requires constant attention to business. When well out in deep water again, we jibed to the starboard tack, but the wind by this time was nearly astern of us. To keep it on the starboard quarter caused us to work in again too close to the land, necessitating another jibe. Lowering the peak and hauling in the sheet, we eased her over, but the shock was too great for our weather-beaten mainsail, which let go with the crack of a pistol shot and tore completely across from leech to luff. Things were happening to us with a vengeance. We had escaped stranding on our own threshold, only to lose our mainsail, but nothing much mattered except that we were actually almost within sight of the Woolworth building. Darkness came on, and one after another the rows of lights that mark the boardwalks of the deserted beaches all too slowly dropped astern. At 10 o'clock we picked up the red flash of Norton Point, and keeping well out so as to avoid the shoal which lies off Rockaway Point, we made for it, and, after an unsuccessful effort to beat up the bay against the tide under jib and mizzen, we gave it up and anchored off the old Atlantic Yacht Club in Gravesend Bay, a few hours over 32 days from the time we had left Ponta Delgada. On the following day we beat up the Narrows against the tide and a strong northwester, and tied up in the slip at St. George, Staten Island, where we were forced to spend the night, for the simple reason that the wind blew a gale and we were unable to get out of the slip. And then the reporters and the movie folks descended upon us, and we learned that Mr. Harding had been elected. But our tribulations were not yet over. After a strenuous night of pitching in the slip, it still remained to take Typhoon up the East River, through Hell Gate, and into Long Island Sound, and to do this under shortened sail proved more of an ordeal than taking her across the Atlantic. Awaiting a favorable tide, we got under way late in the afternoon with the assistance of our good friends W.P. and Coke Stevens and Henry Frisch, and all went well until we got into the lee of the big buildings on the lower end of Manhattan. By this time it was dark. With no skyline visible, the huge shapes of the skyscrapers were shown only by the myriad lights from the office windows. A fairy scene that moved even the English contingent to frank admiration. Suddenly we found ourselves blanketed with about 1 knot steerage way in a 4-knot tide, and before we could work out into the middle of the stream, we were caught among a lot of barges tied up on the Long Island side, splintering the corner of our counter and one side of our rail. Thinking that we were doing this sort of thing because we liked it, an irate tugboat captain bawled us out for blundering into his berth. This was the last straw, and, vying with each other in our command of the language of the cattle ship, Coke Stevens and I answered him in kind so effectively that he must have thought that we were thoroughly initiated members of the Marine Truck Drivers Union. At any rate, his attitude changed perceptibly, and he threw us a line and jerked us out into midstream with a cheery good luck as we cast off. I suspect that by this time he had recognized the little ship, as most of the other craft seemed to have done by daylight, judging by the tooting that marked our passage up the river. In order to do Hell Gate in daylight and with a favorable tide, We pulled in near the New York Yacht Club station for the night, and the next day shot through the gate under jib, mizzen, and storm trysail, successfully negotiating the whirlpools and anchoring off Whitestone Landing. And so it was that the idea that had its birth in the cabin of the Elsie on the Bras d'Or Lakes 13 months before, the idea of building a boat that should cross the Atlantic, was realized. End of Chapter 15. Section 16 of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Alan Dove. Section 16. Afterthoughts. I have been asked by many people whether the Typhoon proved as successful a boat as we had expected, and whether we would make any changes in her design if we were to build again for a similar cruise. The answers are, she did, and we would. The fact that she made a phenomenal run across the Atlantic and on her return passage weathered a storm which wrung the SOS from many a big ship proves, I think, that Typhoon was a successful boat for deep-sea cruising, as successful a one as we could have expected, considering her many rather experimental features. There were, however, a number of things which might be improved. Let's start with the rig. While my experience with the schooner for long passages at sea is meager, I feel that the ketch rig for a short-handed vessel of this size is as good or possibly better than any other. The sloop rig, with its mast well forward, is out of the question, although the cutter with the mast stepped farther aft has the advantage over a two-sticker of a less divided sail plan, and consequently might be faster for the same area. With the mast, say 2/5 the distance from the bow, the cutter-rigged craft will lie to under her forestaysail or under a trysail, but, of course, the combinations of sail are limited compared to a two-sticker, and the labor of handling the larger mainsail is greater. The yawl, with its small mizzen and boomkin extending over the stern, possibly has a slight advantage over the ketch in the matter of speed because of its larger mainsail, but the mizzen, while a convenient sail to aid in steering or under which to lie to a sea anchor or at a mooring, is too small to be of any actual good when sailing with the mainsail dowsed, and the fact that it extends far over the stern is an obvious disadvantage. The schooner is the typical American rig, and needs no other recommendation than its popularity on the Grand Banks to prove its efficiency on seagoing craft, at least of any considerable size. The schooner-rigged vessel lies to nicely under the foresail alone, which on a modern craft is smaller than the mizzen of a ketch, and sails well under headsail and mainsail, but the long main boom is likely to be a nuisance when running before the wind, and when it is necessary to reef. In considering the success of the schooners on the Banks, it is well to remember that they carry a fishing crew of 20-odd men. The ketch rig, with the mainsail in the middle of the boat, has most of the advantages of a schooner, and I believe some additional ones. The mainsail is smaller in proportion than that of the schooner, with a shorter main boom, which gives less trouble when running before the wind, and makes the job of reefing easier. 2 men, or in fact 1 man kneeling on the cabin roof, can reef the mainsail of a ketch without interfering with the man at the wheel, while the boat is kept jogging along under jib and mizzen. Under mainsail alone, a properly designed ketch will balance perfectly, and the area of her mizzen, which is greater than that of a yawl, makes possible a decent speed under jib and mizzen with the mainsail dowsed. One difficulty with the ketch rig is that of properly securing the mizzen, it being impossible, except with a jib-headed mainsail, to tie the 2 sticks together as on a schooner. If we were designing another Typhoon, I think we should use a leg o' mutton main and mizzen, much like those of the Bug-eye. There is no question as to the efficiency of the leg o' mutton sail, the only difficulty being the additional height of mast that it requires in order to get sufficient sail area, and the necessity of using a track instead of hoops for the mainsail if double headsails are used, with a forestay leading from the hounds. The single jib proved perfectly satisfactory. On a few occasions it might have been convenient to be able to douse the jib and use the forestaysail alone, had we had double headsails, but the advantage of the simplified gear and the fact that the sail required no attention when coming about more than made up for this. The full-length boom for the foot of the jib is not a bad feature, although it necessitates casting off the outhaul before the jib can be completely lowered, and adjusting the loose lacing frequently to obtain the proper draft. I doubt whether we should use this feature again. I think it would be better to use a loose-footed jib or a shorter club, even at the risk of tearing the jib in bad weather, which was the principal reason for adopting the full-length boom. Our sails were of 10-ounce duck, which is too light for such work. They should have been heavier and should have had the cloths running parallel to the leech instead of cross-cut. The cross-cut method gives a slightly better setting sail and allows it to be cut with a roach, but it is not nearly so strong, and when it lets go it is likely to tear from leech to luff, as we found off Fire Island. With the cloth running vertically, the reef points can be put at the seams, and there is not nearly the danger of a serious tear that there is in the cross-cut sail, even with the reef points reinforced. No matter which type of sail is used, it should have a bolt rope along the leech. We did not use our square sail. Theoretically, this is an excellent sail for running before the wind in heavy weather. The area of the sail is well up, and there is no possibility of tripping its loose foot. However, it requires proper fittings and a jumper stay on which to raise it, and consequently we never bothered with rigging it up. Our storm jib was provided with a wire rope in the luff, so that in heavy weather it could be set flying to the eye and the stem head without the necessity of a forestay, but we didn't use this either. In fact, in weather that would permit us to carry any of our regular sail, we used the full jib. We reefed it only once or twice. There was a great deal of discussion, pro and con, mostly con, regarding Typhoon's hollow waterlines forward and her broad stern. These features were not nearly so bad as had been predicted and caused us no trouble when running before the wind, which it was claimed would be their worst point of sailing. However, I believe that Typhoon could have been considerably fuller forward without materially cutting down her speed. Such a hull as Typhoon's would be better suited to the schooner rig with the mainmast at the point of greater power, instead of at the V-shaped section. In a ketch where the big stick is forward, there should be plenty of bearing at this point, but the principal reason for filling her out would be to gain room inside. Typhoon was so fine forward that there was but little room in her forecastle. Had her sections been fuller, we could have had as much accommodation on a 40-foot overall length as we had on 45 feet. The stern gave us no trouble whatsoever, but I think it was broader than necessary. To be sure, it gave us long running lines when heeled, but in a boat of this kind, with a maximum speed of, say, 9 knots, this feature is not really of such great importance. Many a double-ender of the same length could sail nearly, if not actually, as fast, and, while I have never been an advocate of the double-ended model, it has many advantages. The deck space, of course, with the pointed stern, is cut down somewhat, but there is a great gain in depth at the stern, which is an advantage where an auxiliary motor is installed. If we were redesigning Typhoon, I think we should give her more dead-rise aft, and either a square stern with the rudder hung outboard, or else a counter with a short overhang, just enough to permit the use of a screw steering gear, which is a great advantage in a cruising boat. The Englishmen are strong for the tiller, and there is no question of its advantage on a racing boat, but for long passages the screw-type steering gear is not only easier on the helmsman, but permits him to leave the wheel when the boat is balanced on her course, without securing it, which is necessary with a quadrant-type steering wheel or with a tiller unless a comb is fitted. Typhoon should have had more than 3,000 pounds of lead on her keel. She was so heavily constructed that she could have stood all of her ballast outside without making her too quick a rollover. The lead was sufficient to bring her up after a knockdown, but the great amount of inside ballast required to give her proper stiffness caused a dirty bilge without giving her quite as much stability as she should have had. Her midship section, I think, is about right. It shows plenty of dead rise and a pronounced, though not a hard, turn at the bilge. The additional stiffness could be obtained by putting a greater percentage of the ballast outside rather than by hardening the bilge and giving her more stability of form. The cockpit was larger than necessary. In leaving it open for the full width between the coamings, we felt that it would be possible to gain protection from the wind and sea by crouching in the lee of the coaming, and we had in mind also storage space for the water breakers. But the cockpit would have been more comfortable had we extended the deck inside the coamings as a seat, with merely a footwell. This would have given us a more comfortable place to lounge and additional storage space inside, and still would have allowed room for a couple of water breakers. Furthermore, the cockpit was too deep, and this feature, together with its breadth, made it necessary to keep the lee scupper plugged when heeled down to prevent the water coming in. Time and again we had the cockpit flooded to the tops of the gunwales, but there was never any danger from such a visitation, the large scuppers carrying the water off quickly and the bridge deck preventing it getting into the cabin to any extent. When we laid out Typhoon's interior, I was strong for keeping it open and undivided, but I think it would have been better to have had one separate sleeping compartment or main cabin forward, and to have enclosed the engine and possibly the galley. There is no other way to keep the sleeping quarters clean and pleasant. Furthermore, in rough weather, an occasional bulkhead is desirable. When you are skidding about on a slippery rolling floor in sea boots, it is nice to be able to come up short against something before gaining inertia enough to break an arm. In the matter of motors in general, and fuel oil motors in particular, we might say a great deal. The early prejudice that existed among sailormen against any kind of a motor has largely given place to a more tolerant attitude and a realization that power is a mighty valuable thing to have aboard a cruising boat. Whether the boat should be first of all a sailboat with merely auxiliary power, a 50-50 outfit divided equally between sail and power, or a motorboat with auxiliary sails, is a question that can be decided only after thorough consideration of the sort of cruising for which the boat is intended. In designing the Typhoon, we leaned to the first idea, and I believe that for long passages at sea we were right. She could have had a larger motor, and in fact we had planned to use a 2-cylinder model of the same type, which would have given us 15 instead of 7.5 horsepower. The greater cruising radius possible with the smaller power was one argument in favor of it, but we have found, and I think Jack Kelly and others who have made long passages of the kind have found, that it is seldom that you want the motor for more than a few hours at a time, and that when you do want it, you are likely to want it badly. Sufficient power to handle the boat in any condition of wind or tide is essential, but there is little need of going beyond that point. Our experience with fuel oil was not by any means a pleasant one, but with proper isolation of the engine compartment, this disadvantage might be overcome. And there was the argument of absolute safety. We could have used kerosene, as safe a fuel as fuel oil, and possibly we could have avoided much of our trouble had we used this fuel. Our oil cost 21 cents a gallon imperial, and there was little advantage in the matter of cost over kerosene. Recently, we installed a Buffalo 2-cylinder 10 to 12 horsepower heavy-duty gasoline motor in Typhoon, and the results obtained from it were most satisfactory. It drove the heavy hull nearly 7 miles an hour, ran faultlessly all day long when necessary, and consumed astonishingly little fuel. I think this general type and size of motor well nigh ideal for such a hull. To the landsman, I imagine the matter of navigation must seem as formidable as any problem in connection with a long ocean cruise, but while this should not be considered too lightly, there really is nothing about it beyond the reach of a person of ordinary intelligence. My friend, John Kelly, who sailed the little schooner Diablesse to England this summer, did so without the use of a chronometer. In fact, he took but 2 noon sights for latitude, and neither of them was accurate. He followed closely the track of the steamships, and on several occasions obtained his position from them, picking up the Scilly Isles without difficulty and in good time. I had never worked up a longitude sight before leaving Baddeck, and while Baldwin had a casual knowledge of the subject, I don't think he ever had been called upon actually to find his position at sea. We carried all the profound works on navigation, including Lecky and Norrie, but when the weather actually permitted us to take a sight, I found Baldwin in the cabin with Henderson's little handbook in one hand, working out the problem. In the course of 10 or 15 minutes, he said, making a pencil mark on the chart, "We're here." I wasn't in any position to question his conclusion and let it go at that. A day or so later, I took a sight and worked it up with the aid of Mr. Henderson, and the position obtained seemed to jibe fairly well with the dead reckoning from the Bliss log. And so we went from day to day, taking a noon sight for latitude and a morning or afternoon sight for longitude. We made no attempt at fancy navigation, sticking to the old merchant marine method that has taken many a ship around the world. It proved perfectly satisfactory in our case. End of section 16. End of The Track of the Typhoon by William Washburn Nutting.